Hello and welcome to Firstpost. You are watching Vantage with me, Alison LaGrange. Is Israel preparing for a two-front war? There are growing signs that it might be. Benjamin Netanyahu has given an interview. He says Israel will wind down the intense fighting in Gaza. It won't be a complete end to the war. Instead, Israel would conduct more targeted operations there. Netanyahu is now signaling a shift in focus. He plans to send more troops to Israel's northern border.
After the intense phase is finished, we will have the possibility to move part of the forces north, and we will do this. First and foremost for defensive purposes, and secondly, to bring our evacuated residents home.
The Israeli Prime Minister was talking about the Israel-Lebanon border. Tensions have risen sharply there in the last month. There is a growing fear of a wider war in the region. In recent weeks, Israel has been hitting the Hezbollah hard. They have carried out strikes inside Lebanon and killed senior Hezbollah commanders. Hezbollah has also struck back. They have fired a large number of missiles and drones towards Israel. So far, it has been a tit-for-tat exchange. Does Israel plan to take it up a notch? Netanyahu isn't spelling out his plans yet, but his military is said to be making preparations. There is talk of a ground offensive in Lebanon. Netanyahu hasn't given any clear orders yet, but military options are very much on the table. The situation on the ground is grim. Mass evacuations have been ordered. On the Israeli side, over 60,000 people have been relocated. In Lebanon, more than 90,000 have been moved to safety. Now, Israel's defense minister is visiting the U.S. Yoav Gallant says that he will discuss the situation on the Lebanon border with the Americans.
In these meetings, I will discuss developments on the Gaza front, the Lebanon front, and they have a crucial importance at this time. We are prepared for any action that may be required in Gaza, Lebanon, and in other places as well.
As expected, the international community is worried. The United Nations is raising an alarm. The UN says the risk of a wider war in West Asia is real and it must be avoided. The UN Secretary General has spoken too. Antonio Guterres says the world cannot afford Lebanon to become another Gaza. European leaders are expressing concerns as well.
No, I am more worried. Much more worried. Much more. Every day the crises are spilling over. Every day there are more bombing on both sides of the border in Lebanon. Until that unhappily we are on the eve of the war spending.
So the situation is dangerous. Israel's main backer, the US, tried to make an intervention. Last week, Antony Blinken met Israeli officials. He told them to avoid further escalation. But it appears those appeals fell on deaf ears. There is no shift in Israel's stance. Netanyahu says Israel can fight on several fronts. And they are prepared to do that. What would that situation look like? What if Israel launches an offensive into Lebanon? Now, the U.S. military has put together an assessment. They say if Israel goes ahead, Iran could get involved. Remember, Iran is the main backer of Hezbollah. It has been supporting the group since the 1980s. Tehran has provided the Hezbollah with all kinds of support, from funds to military equipment and training for its fighters. Now, reports say Iran provides around $700 million to Hezbollah every year. This is an estimate from 2018. In recent years, American sanctions have cut into this funding, but Tehran hasn't stopped supporting Hezbollah. It has helped the group build up a large arsenal. Take a look at this report. It talks about the Hezbollah's arsenal. Apparently, they have over 150,000 rockets and missiles, and they are not afraid to use them. Since the war in Gaza began, they have been firing rockets into Israel. This is to show their support for Hamas. Since last year, they have launched 5,000 rockets, anti-tank missiles, and explosive drones at Israel. If Israel launches an attack, the Hezbollah could easily scale up these operations. Now, the US is worried about that scenario. They assess Hezbollah can fire 3,000 missiles a day. This could overwhelm Israel's Iron Dome. That's the Israeli air defense system, and the Hezbollah has a large number of fighters too. At least 100,000, according to one estimate. If Israel attacks, these numbers could grow. Already, Iran-backed fighters are raising their hands. They are willing to come to Lebanon and fight on behalf of Hezbollah. So fighting a war in Lebanon won't be the same as Gaza. Israel will face stronger resistance, and it will be on a larger scale. Both sides need to exercise caution. An escalation is the last thing anyone needs right now. Now, India and Russia are signing a new military pact. It has been delayed for many years now, but last week Russia approved it. Once India does the same, the deal will come into force. Now, what does this deal cover? It's mainly logistical issues. It gives India and Russia access to each other's military facilities, like ports and air bases. They can train easily together, visit each other's ports, and also get spare parts and maintenance. Basically, it makes military cooperation seamless. India has signed similar deals with other countries too, like the US, France, Vietnam, and South Korea. But this one, with Russia, could be more consequential. There are two reasons why. Number one, Russia is India's top military partner. Reports say more than 85% of Indian weapons have Russian origin, whether it's fighter jets, guns, or missiles. So this deal is a logical next step. Now, reason number two, Russia is at war. So any deal with Russia will be scrutinized by Western countries. They may criticize India for any such agreement. With that said, let's take a closer look at the agreement. What do both sides stand to get? Now, Russia is looking to expand its footprint in the Indian Ocean. Now, they are building a military base in Sudan, so chances are we will see more Russian ships in this region, and ships will need repair and replenishment. That's where this military pact will help. Indian ports could welcome and service Russian vessels. Now, New Delhi also stands to benefit. Russia is a key player in the Arctic region. We're talking about a place packed with resources. Fisheries, oil, minerals. The Arctic has it all. But accessing the Arctic is tough, especially for far-off countries like India. Again, that's where this military pact could help. Russia has more than 400 military facilities in the Arctic, and under this deal, India could access them. Right now, most of the Arctic is covered in ice throughout the year, but with global warming, that will change. As the Arctic ice melts, this region will become a flashpoint. So to recap, such a military pact will benefit India and Russia. Russia can access the Indian Ocean, India can access the Arctic. But what about the geopolitical implications? There are three main ones. Now, first is India's strategy. New Delhi signed a number of military pacts in the last decade, with the United States, with Australia, with France, and with some Southeast Asian states. As a result, India's military is able to extend outwards, especially the Indian Navy. Now, we have seen naval missions to distant parts of the Pacific, something that wasn't common before the last decade. And the reason is simple. Earlier, logistics used to be a nightmare, but these military pacts make it easier. Refueling is taken care of. Spare parts and repairs are not a worry. Even visas for military personnel are easier to get. So India has used these agreements to its advantage, to project power beyond its neighborhood. Secondly, it's a message to the West. America and its allies have tried to turn India away from Russia. In some cases, they have succeeded. Look at the period from 2009 to 2013. Russia made up 76% of India's defense imports. Now look at the last 5 years. It has come down to 36%. So India's reliance on Russian weapons has come down. At the same time, India is not abandoning Moscow. The relationship is very much alive. Which brings us to the third impact, a message to China. Beijing has eyes on the Indian Ocean and the Arctic. So New Delhi and Moscow are joining forces. They are trying to prevent a Chinese monopoly. It tells you how complicated things are. On the one hand, Russia and China are now close partners. On the other, they compete for the same regions. If India does approve this military pact, it will trigger some interesting conversations. The reaction from Washington will be one to watch out for. Moving on to Russia, it's reeling from another terror attack. The incident happened in Dagestan. It is a Muslim-majority republic with a history of unrest. The gunmen opened fire at places of worship, killing civilians and police officers, and even setting buildings on fire. 19 people were killed. 25 others remain injured. No group has yet claimed responsibility for the attack. But this is Russia's second terror attack in 3 months. So what explains this uptick in violence? Our next report tells you.
It was the day of Pentecost, a religious holiday in Russia. So people in Dagestan headed to churches. But little did they know, it would take a deadly turn. Gunmen opened fire on places of worship. Churches and synagogues were attacked. Police posts too were targeted. The attacks happened in 2 cities, Derbent and Makhachkala. At least 19 people have been killed, including 15 police officers. 6 gunmen were also neutralized.
Today has become a day of tragedy for Dagestan. And not only for Dagestan, but for our entire country. Unprecedented in their cruelty, terrorist attacks were committed today against religious sites in the capital of Dagestan, Makhachkala, and our ancient city of Derbent.
In Derbent, buildings were set on fire. This included a church and a synagogue. Attackers threw Molotov cocktails at the building. Among those killed were a priest who had served the city for over 40 years. Derbent is home to an ancient Jewish community, which makes this attack unprecedented. No group has claimed responsibility for the attacks yet, but Russia has called it an act of terror. Law enforcement agencies say it was the act of an international terror organization. Meanwhile, Dagestan's governor called it an attempt to destabilize his region. He suggested the attacks may have had foreign help. But the Kremlin is yet to comment on the attackers.
President Vladimir Putin expresses deepest condolences to all of those who lost their relatives both in Crimea in a missile attack and to relatives and close ones of those who died in Dagestan.
Which brings us to Dagestan. It lies in Russia's Caucasus region. Dagestan is a majority Muslim republic, but it is home to over 30 ethnic groups. Historically, the Caucasus became part of the Russian Empire in the 19th century, but it has long harbored resentment against Moscow. It is also one of the poorest parts of Russia. In the 2000s, Russia fought an Islamist insurgency in the region. Since 2007, the region has dealt with attacks from the Caucasus Emirate. It later became Islamic Emirate of the Caucasus. It staged attacks in Dagestan, even in some of the neighboring regions. Till 2017, the entire region was restive. Since then, attacks here have been rare, but the recent attack has brought it back into focus.
We understand who is behind the organization of these terrorist attacks. We understand what the organizers were trying to achieve.
Dagestan is on edge again, and it's because of its multiple ethnic groups. Dagestan is the most ethnically diverse region in Russia, and some of the ethnic minorities have been hit harder by the war in Ukraine. In 2022, protests broke out in Dagestan. This was against Putin's mobilization orders. Then there's the other war in Gaza. Tensions ran high in Dagestan after October 7th. In late 2023, anti-Semitic rioters stormed Eid Dagestan airport. This was after reports that a plane was arriving from Israel. Which brings us to this latest attack. This is the second terror attack in Russia in the last 3 months. In March, over 130 people were killed when terrorists attacked a concert hall in Moscow. ISIS-K claimed responsibility for that massacre. The attack was a blow to Putin. It happened just a week after he took office for the 5th time as Russia's president. Putin promised unity after the tragedy, but this latest attack shows that Russia has not successfully navigated internal tensions, and these have become a breeding ground for international terror groups.
Is China stirring trouble in Kashmir? It looks like they are. Now, recently, there has been a surge in violence in the valley. More than 5 attacks this month alone. So the Indian Army is hitting back. We have seen multiple operations and encounters. One such operation was in April. 2 terrorists were gunned down in Baramulla. Some equipment was also recovered from them. One is a piece that stands out, an ultraset. Now, these are special communication devices, a mix of mobile phones and walkie-talkies. Your mobile phone uses SIM technology to communicate, but the ultrasets do not. They use radio waves to communicate. Now, these particular ones were designed and made by the Chinese. That too for Pakistan's army. So how did terrorists in Kashmir get their hands on it? Well, the answer is obvious. Pakistan has long armed and funded terror groups in Kashmir. This is just another example of that. But the question is, did China know about it? Well, this incident is not unprecedented. Let's go back to December of 2022. The Indian Army busted a terror ring in Kashmir. They also discovered a weapons cache. Inside it were Chinese pistols. Another example is from 2023. Indian intelligence officials reported a worrying trend. Terrorists were using Chinese-made equipment like drones, grenades, and bodysuits. So the trend of Chinese meddling in Kashmir is not new. Beijing has been called out many times, yet they are on the same path. And this is the covert support to Pakistan's cause. There is overt support too. China is beefing up Pakistan's defenses along the Aloe Sea. That's the line of control. It's the dividing line between Pakistan-occupied Kashmir and Jammu and Kashmir. What sort of support is China giving? Now, they are laying underground fiber cables, setting up communication towers, sending radar systems for target detection, and even truck-mounted guns. So Chinese military support is pretty comprehensive. And don't forget the political support. India has pushed for sanctioning Pakistani terrorists at the UN Security Council. Consider what happened last year. India wanted to sanction Sajid Mir. He belongs to a Pakistan terror group that targets Kashmir. And guess who blocked India's proposal? China. They have done this repeatedly since 2019. The question is, why? Why is China stirring trouble in Kashmir? Now, there are mainly two reasons. First is financial. China has major investments in this region, so the military support is meant to keep the money safe. But the second reason is arguably bigger, to keep the Indian military tied down. India has two problematic frontiers, one with Pakistan and one with China. For decades, India was more focused on Pakistan, but that changed in 2020. Indian and Chinese soldiers clashed along the border. Dozens of personnel were killed. So India shifted focus to the China frontier. At the same time, the Pakistan frontier was stable. Terrorism had reduced in the Kashmir Valley. Plus, both countries signed a ceasefire deal in 2021, which kept the border largely peaceful. But China doesn't like that. If India is less focused on Pakistan, it will be more focused on China. So Beijing wants to prevent that. It wants Pakistan to keep the Kashmir frontier alive. This presents a new challenge for India. The army will now have to prepare for two active fronts. It's the rematch nobody wanted. Donald Trump versus Joe Biden. The two men are going head-to-head in the first presidential debate. It's slated for Thursday in Atlanta. Now, this debate is different from those of the past. Since 1988, a non-partisan group has conducted U.S. presidential debates. But not this time. This year's debates will be held by U.S. media companies. The first one by CNN, and the rules are quite interesting. No audience, no opening statements, and no pre-written notes. There is also a Trump-specific rule. You cannot speak out of turn. Even if you do, it won't matter because your mic will be muted. Both campaigns have agreed to these rules, but the question is, how will it pan out? What are both sides looking for? Broadly, three things. Biden's biggest challenge is showing up in full control. A lot of people have questioned his mental acuity. They say Biden is not fit for office. If those claims are true, the debate will expose him. So Biden's job is simple. Come across as fit and ready for another term. No gaffes, no wandering thoughts, and certainly no dozing off. Now we come to Donald Trump. The gaffe part applies to him as well. At 78 years of age, the former president isn't a spring chicken. But his biggest challenge is the legal troubles. Trump is a convicted felon. He was found guilty on 34 different criminal counts. Joe Biden will weaponize that. And how will Trump respond? Polls show the conviction has hurt his popularity. Many fence-sitters are now abandoning him. In his speeches, Trump has largely deflected the issue. He simply calls it a witch hunt. But on Thursday, there will be follow-up questions. So wild and baseless statements will not help. The third issue is policy. Expect abortion and immigration to dominate the debate. As president, Trump worked to weaken abortion rights in the U.S. Judges appointed by him overturned Roe versus Wade. But recently, Trump has dialed down. Polls show that most Americans support abortion rights, so Trump has abandoned his radical position. He attended a Christian conference last week, and listen to what he said there.
The whole thing was they wanted the Roe v. Wade was federal, and they wanted it all back in the states where the people could vote and make their decisions. It's now up to the will of the people in each state. Some states will be more conservative, other states will be more liberal. It's happening now.
No radical sloganeering. Trump says states must decide on abortion. Biden's position is the opposite. He says abortion rights must be protected, not just in some states, but across the country. Next, we have immigration. It's a very important political issue in the US. Around 28% Americans say it's the most pressing problem. There are 11 million undocumented migrants living in the US. That is 3 times higher than in the 1990s. And Biden knows this. He recently unveiled a new policy on immigration. It will give citizenship to 500,000 undocumented migrants, most of whom are married to US citizens. This will help Biden among Latino voters. Trump, too, is loosening his immigration stance. He says foreign students who graduate from America should get green cards. It's a shift in policy for him. In 2016, Trump was vehemently anti-immigration, but this time he's rethinking it. The question is, why? The opinion polls could hold the answer. Biden and Trump are almost neck and neck, so it's all about swinging the undecided voters. Many of them are put off by Trump's radical position on issues like abortion and immigration. Hence his decision to dial it down. But he will stick to the script on Thursday, or will he veer away from it? That's one thing to watch out for. And don't forget the personal taunts. Trump has been calling Biden a brain-dead zombie. Meanwhile, the Biden campaign has called Trump a convicted criminal. Will this name-calling continue on Thursday, or will both men focus on policy? Considering how bitter this campaign has been, the former seems likely. Now let's turn our attention to Africa, to Kenya in the east. Protests continue to rock the nation. Thousands have been demonstrating for a week now against a slew of new taxes that the government wants to impose on them. Kenya is looking to pass its annual finance bill, the budget for 2024 to 2025. The government seeks to raise $2.7 billion in additional revenue via taxes that may worsen Kenya's cost of living crisis. That is why people are protesting, and this seems to be working. Kenya's President William Ruto made an announcement. He says he is open to discussions with the peaceful protesters. Here's our report.
For a week now, some hashtags have been trending in Kenya, like hashtag Occupy Parliament and hashtag Reject Finance Bill 2024. Social media is abuzz with calls for resistance being led by young people, by Gen Z. They are the ones at the forefront of this fight, the fight against new tax hikes. And it's these young Kenyans who are bearing the brunt of police repression. 2 people have died in the protests so far, a 29-year-old who was reportedly shot in the leg and a 21-year-old who died after being hit by a tear gas canister. The Kenyan police have been using tear gas and water cannons to disperse protesters, even though the protests have been largely peaceful. Kenya's President William Ruto has acknowledged this.
I am very proud of our young people. They have stepped forward tribeless. They have stepped forward peaceful. And I want to tell them, we are going to engage them. We are going to have a conversation so that together we can build a greater nation.
Ruto made the announcement on Sunday. He said he wanted to have a conversation. But is there enough time? Kenya's annual budget or finance bill is about to get passed. This will set taxes for the next financial year, that is from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. So it has to pass by the end of this month before the new financial year begins. Tomorrow is a crucial day. It's when the finance bill will have its third and final reading in Parliament. If it passes, it will go to Ruto's office. The protesters know that tomorrow's vote is critical, so they're planning a nationwide strike, a total shutdown. Ruto may be trying to avoid the strike by calling for a dialogue, but will the protesters agree? And will either side budge even if they do have a conversation? The Kenyan protests began because some of the taxes that Ruto's government proposed, like a 16% tax on bread, an annual 2.5% tax for owning a car, a levy on sanitary pads and diapers, and taxes on cancer treatment. These were the taxes that sparked the protests, and there was some course correction last week. Last Tuesday, they amended the bill, and most of the controversial taxes were scrapped. But the Kenyan government now wants to increase other levies instead. This is to avoid a revenue shortfall. They want to increase taxes on fuel and tariffs on imports. What will this mean? A fuel price hike has a wide impact. All forms of transportation become more costly, and that cost gets passed on to the end consumer, meaning that a fuel tax can lead to inflation. Then there are the import tariffs. This means that imported goods will become more expensive. Everything from food to diapers to cars, if they're imported, they will become more expensive. This is why the protests have continued in Kenya despite the government removing the controversial taxes. It's because the demonstrators believe it was a sleight of hand, that one way or another, things like food and diapers and sanitary pads are going to get more expensive. So instead of the amendment, the protesters want this year's finance bill scrapped. Will Ruto agree to this, or will there be a compromise? The clock is ticking.
Now let's look at the Pacific, at New Caledonia, which is a French overseas territory. Violence has returned to New Caledonia after a few weeks of calm. Fresh riots began on Sunday night. Protesters took to the streets of the capital of Noumea. A town hall in another city was set on fire. A police station was also targeted, and cars were burned out and used to block roads, preventing firefighters from carrying out their duty. It was chaos. To understand the cause of riots, we need to understand the history. New Caledonia is a French overseas territory. That means it was a French colony. In 1853, France had subjugated the local people known as the Canucks. Currently, the Canucks make up about 40% of the territory's population, and many want complete independence from France. New Caledonia has seen multiple independence referendums, and the latest one was disputed because it took place during the COVID-19 pandemic. So there is still a sizable group of Canucks who believe that they should have another referendum, another chance at demanding freedom. But in May, France proposed a change in voting regulations, which eventually led to riots. Presently, voting in New Caledonia is restricted. Only Canucks and people who already lived in the territory before 1998 can vote, including in referendums. This was to ensure that the Canucks were not marginalized by immigrants. That is why the vote freeze was implemented. New Caledonia's population has grown since 1998. About 40,000 French nationals have moved into the territory since then. Now that's enough immigrants to impact elections, to dilute the Kanak people's vote share. And in May, France proposed to do just that. They wanted to expand voting rights in New Caledonia, to extend voting rights to people who had lived in the territory for 10 years. The Canucks were against this. They knew it would dilute their vote share. So they protested. All of this happened in May. That was how the first riots were sparked. The riots forced French President Emmanuel Macron to visit New Caledonia to try and calm things down. Macron had talks with the leaders of Kanak pro-independence groups, and eventually he decided to pause the new voting rules. That pause is what led to tensions simmering down, bringing about the uneasy calm. But this calm was shattered over the weekend, leading to fresh riots. Last week, a number of Kanak pro-independence activists were arrested, including this man, Christian Tien. Now he leads a group called the Field Action Coordination Cell, or the CCAT. French authorities blame him for instigating the violence in May. He was taken to court on Saturday and charged.
Il a été présenté au juge de liberté de détention.
We have no information as to the exact date of the transfer. The only information we can give you at the moment is that he is in pre-trial detention and that it will take place in mainland France.
That was Tien's lawyer. He said that Tien will be held in pre-trial detention, 17,000 kilometers away from New Caledonia, in France.
Instead of imprisoning them in New Caledonia, they're being deported 17,000 kilometers away. This is outrageous. It's a way of criminalizing the Kanak people and their representatives.
Today, we clearly have colonial justice in Kanaki.
Now let's shift our focus to Europe. The European Union is clashing with China over trade. Earlier this month, Brussels pushed a proposal. It proposed a steep tariff on Chinese EVs. Europeans have been complaining about an oversupply from China, but not everyone agrees with the plan. Countries like Germany have criticized these tariffs. Brussels and Beijing now say they want to discuss the issue, try to resolve it through a dialogue. Does Europe plan to go easy on China? Our next report explores.
This may look like a car park to you, but this is a shipping port in Europe. All over the region, ports are flooded with Chinese cars like this. Their influx has hit Europe like an electric shock. So when Europe decided to slap tariffs on Chinese EVs, the move was seen as a bold step. To keep the oversupply from China in check, Brussels has planned to slap up to 38% in extra duties. But after the sharp response from Beijing, the EU's resolve is being put to the test. Over the weekend, top officials from both sides spoke. Brussels hasn't pulled the plug yet, but it has agreed to hold discussions with Beijing. In recent days, the differences within the bloc have become more obvious. Germany in particular has been against these tariffs. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has been lobbying Brussels. He wants the EU to scale back its plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, free trade is one of the foundations of our prosperity in Germany and Europe. That is why I will be lobbying the new EU Commission vigorously in favor of more and better free trade agreements.
German leaders have visited China. This trip has been widely seen as a crisis visit to avert a full-blown trade war. There's pressure from the car-making industry too. China is a big market for German car makers, the likes of Volkswagen, BMW and Mercedes-Benz. These companies are worried about counter-tariffs from Beijing.
Having implemented those tariffs now, what is the goal of it? If you implement those to protect the industry, but the industry said we do not want this protection because we are dependent on the openness of our markets, but also of our guest markets, such as China.
Beijing is exploiting these divisions within Europe. For friendly countries like Germany, it's offering incentives. Berlin has been promised perks for its car makers like reduced tariffs. In exchange, China wants Germany's support to block the tariff plan. For rivals, Beijing is wielding the stick. China has launched an anti-dumping probe into French brandy. French cognac producers are worried too. They fear retaliation from Beijing due to the EV tariffs. Beijing is targeting European pork as well. Last week, it opened an investigation into the product. This is a tit-for-tat response to the EV tariffs. China is the world's biggest consumer of pork, and it buys significant quantities from Europe, especially Spain and Denmark. So a complete ban would hurt these nations. China has put some extreme options on the table as well, like a lawsuit at the World Trade Organization.
China has principles that must be defended, namely WTO rules and market principles, and interests that must be maintained, namely the legitimate rights and interests of China's electric vehicle industry and enterprises. To this end, we will resolutely take all necessary measures.
Before its talks with Brussels, China has laid out its expectations. Chinese mouthpiece, the Global Times, has published a report. It says Beijing wants the EU to scrap the EV tariffs. China has set a deadline, the 4th of July. What if Brussels doesn't comply? A full-blown trade war could break out, and it remains to be seen if Brussels has the stomach for it.
Our next story tonight comes from the City of Angels, Los Angeles. It has passed a new resolution banning cell phones in schools. Now, this makes Los Angeles the largest school district in the U.S. to approve such a ban. The devices will be banned from next year. But how the policy will work is still not clear. Even so, the biggest question is, will the policy even work? Los Angeles is part of a growing trend in the U.S. where many are weighing how to manage cell phone use in schools. Across the world, almost 1 in 4 countries have banned smartphones in schools. But smartphone crackdowns in classrooms are contentious. Should smartphones be banned in schools? Here's a report.
This is Los Angeles, the most populous city in the US state of California. It is home to not only the iconic Hollywood sign, but also a lot of schools. Los Angeles is the second largest school district in the US, and now it has passed a resolution that will most likely bring joy to the teachers' lounges everywhere. Los Angeles has banned cell phones from its classrooms, making it the largest school district in the US to approve such a ban. The city will ban devices from next year, but how the policy will work is still not clear. A couple of ideas are in the mix. Schools can lock up devices in lockers, or they can partner with companies that make special phone pouches, so cell phones can be kept in the pouches until they are released at the end of the day. Los Angeles plans to spend the next 120 days mapping out the implementation plan, and it needs the time, because it is easy to call for a phone ban, but much harder to execute it on the ground. Smartphone crackdowns are contentious. It is well documented how smartphones have a hold on adolescents. It is undisputed that smartphones can be a distraction in classrooms. Cell phones can fuel cyberbullying and insecurities. They can harm mental health. According to a frequently cited study, adolescents who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media face double the risk of mental health problems like anxiety and depression. And just this month, the US Surgeon General Vivek Murthy called for warning labels on social media platforms, kind of like the labels on alcohol and boxes of cigarettes. But there is a flip side here. Students use phones to contact parents during commutes. They use phones as payment methods or as tools in cases of emergency. Bans risk cutting students off from important resources. Also, no one is sure if the bans even work. According to one study, schools with cell phone bans reported higher rates of cyberbullying. But in another study, there was a reduction in cyberbullying.
The phenomena of adolescents getting access to smartphones and social media, this is something that's only existed since the early 2010s, right? And it takes time to conduct good research studies and for research studies to sort of build upon each other and for some sense of consensus to arise.
Most US schools already have some kind of phone policy. About 76% of schools prohibit their non-academic use. Last year, Florida became the first state to crack down on phones in school. Oklahoma, Vermont, and Kansas have also recently introduced the legislation. New York and California are also contemplating statewide policies on the issue. And the US is hardly alone. From Colombia to Bangladesh, from Italy to France, almost 1 in 4 countries has banned smartphones in schools globally. Recently in the UK, Prime Minister Rishi Sunak issued a guidance to stop the use of mobile phones in classrooms. But it was not a law, just a firm request. Ideally, there should be a balance between online safety and limiting smartphone access, but that's been hard to achieve. So while policymakers want to ban smartphones in schools, no one really knows how to do it.
Our last story today is about the Hajj. Over 1,300 people died this year during the annual pilgrimage due to a heat wave. Now, heat-related deaths at the Hajj are not new. They have been happening for centuries. But this year, the death toll was unusually high. It's because of exceptional circumstances. Rising temperatures, coupled with climate change, meant conditions that some humans could not endure. They collapsed on the streets. Many died of heat stroke. Saudi Arabia says it is not a failure of the system. But is that true? Our next report tells you.
For millions of Muslims across the globe, this is the journey of a lifetime. The Hajj is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. It must be completed by all Muslims with the means at least once in their lives. But this year, the annual pilgrimage took a deadly turn. Over 1,300 people died during the Hajj, all because of intense heat. Now, the Gulf has long dealt with high summer temperatures, but the climate crisis has pushed it above normal limits. This year, a heat wave supercharged by climate change meant temperatures soared over 50 degrees. Now, the Hajj season changes every year. So this year, it was in June, which is one of the hottest months in the kingdom. And while there are air-conditioned facilities, the Hajj involves a lot of walking. Pilgrims walk an average of 4 hours every day. So with millions walking in the baking sun, many started to lose consciousness. Some even collapsed on the roads.
Yesterday we were on our way and we saw corpses on the road. They were covered white on the road. Because the temperatures here are really high. And I'm not just talking about old people. Young people have died too.
Many people were on the ground, tired and losing consciousness. In Arafat, it was the same. They were losing consciousness and were suffering from heat stroke and laying on the ground.
Some of these pilgrims were older. They had saved money all their lives to take the Hajj. They had underlying conditions. That, coupled with the risk of extreme heat, was deadly. Many died of a heat stroke. Pilgrims have since blamed poor infrastructure. They said it was badly organized. But Saudi Arabia says it wasn't the failure of the kingdom. Instead, it was an issue of illegal permits. The Hajj is one of the world's largest religious gatherings. Every year, Saudi Arabia issues nearly 1.8 million permits. Now, these permits are allocated to countries on a quota system. Individuals get it through a lottery. Official licenses can cost up to several $1,000s. But many either don't get these licenses or they can't afford them. So they enter the country unregistered. They risk arrest and deportation if caught. But unlicensed pilgrims also don't get access to the facilities like air-conditioned buses, free water and food supplies.
We thought we were about to die. We didn't even have the strength to reach the steels due to the extreme heat. My hands were shaking, my body was about to collapse, and I was unable to continue.
Countries are now cracking down on tourist agencies facilitating the Hajj for unlicensed pilgrims. But it's impossible to ignore the elephant in the room. That's climate change. Heat-related deaths in the Hajj are not new. They were recorded way back to the 1400s. But with rising temperatures and an older population, pilgrims are now more vulnerable, which means Riyadh will have to find ways to adapt to this climate crisis, or else it could put millions at risk in the coming years.
And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. Brazilian women march in Sao Paulo against an abortion ban bill. Rome unearths ruins of an ancient laundry just a few steps away from the Vatican City. And an Indian temple uses a lifelike robotic elephant for rituals to prevent animal cruelty. Finally, taking you back in history. On this day in 1948, the Soviets blockaded West Berlin. Stalin cut off all land and river transit between West Berlin and West Germany. Panic set in as its population worried about shortages of food, water, and aid. The Allies responded with a massive airlift to come to West Berlin's aid. Leaving you on that note, thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Ebrahim. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. Our top story tonight is from Russia. Gunmen attacked churches, a synagogue, and a police post in Russia's Caucasus region of Dagestan. The terror attack took place in two separate cities, resulting in the deaths of at least 15 police officers, 4 civilians, and an Orthodox priest. The motives and identities of the gunmen remain unclear, and no one has claimed responsibility for the attack. The assault on the synagogue took place about 40 minutes before evening prayers were due to start. Dagestan's Ministry of Internal Affairs said at least 19 people took shelter inside a church in the city before they were led to safety. The region's governor has claimed that at least 6 attackers were killed in retaliatory fire.
Unprecedented in their cruelty, terrorist attacks were committed today against religious sites in the capital of Dagestan, Makhachkala, and our ancient city of Derbent. Subsequent operational search and investigative measures will be carried out until all participants in these sleeper cells are identified. And of course, they had been preparing for this, including from abroad.
The recent events highlight the deep-seated ethnic and religious tension in Russia, particularly in the southern Caucasus region. From 2007 to 2017, a jihadist movement carried out attacks in Dagestan and the neighboring Russian republics. And now the most recent attack has further shaken Russia's Jewish community, which has faced increased threats since the beginning of the conflict in Gaza. Yesterday's attack comes nearly 3 months after approximately 133 people were killed by gunmen at a rock concert on the outskirts of Moscow. The Islamic State, based in Afghanistan, claimed responsibility for that attack. However, Moscow blamed the attack on Kyiv without providing any evidence. Then in April, Russia's security service arrested 4 people from Dagestan on suspicion of involvement in plotting the concert attack. Now, after yesterday's terror incident, Russian politicians have again accused the West and Ukraine of being involved. Even ministers from Dagestan claim that the special services of Ukraine and NATO countries conducted the attack. Russia's investigative committee has initiated an investigation into the deadly incident. June 24 through the 26th have been declared days of mourning in Dagestan, with flags lowered to half-mast and all entertainment events canceled. Here in the United States, Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant is in Washington to hold critical talks with President Joe Biden's top officials. He's scheduled to meet Secretary of State Antony Blinken, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin, CIA Director William Burns, and President Biden's Special Envoy Amos Hochstein.
In these meetings, I will discuss developments on the Gaza front, the Lebanon front, and they have a crucial importance at this time. We are prepared for any action that may be required in Gaza, Lebanon, and in other places as well.
Now, Gallant's visit comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continues to repeat his claim that Washington is in fact withholding a shipment of weapons meant for Israel, a charge that has angered U.S. officials who have called it perplexing.
I highly appreciate President Biden's and the U.S. administration's support of Israel. Since the beginning of the war, the U.S. supplied us with a very important support both in spirit and material, with defensive and offensive means. But about 4 months ago, there has been a dramatic decline in arms supplies from the U.S. to Israel. Over long weeks, we have turned to our American friends with a request to speed up deliveries. We did it time and again. We did it with higher officials and other ranking officials, and I would like to emphasize, we did it behind closed doors. We got various explanations, but one thing we did not get. The basic state of affairs did not change. Some items came in dripping, but the great mass of arms was left behind.
Now, Gallant says that during his meeting with U.S. officials, he will discuss the transition to the next phase of Israel's operations in Gaza.
The transition to Phase C in the Gaza Strip is of great importance. I will discuss this transition with U.S. officials on how it may enable additional things, and I know that we will achieve close cooperation between Israel and the U.S. on this issue as well.
Now, on Sunday, Netanyahu announced that the intensive phase of the war against Hamas in Rafah was about to end, while emphasizing that it did not mean that the operations were coming to a close. The Israeli Prime Minister also added that more forces would be deployed along the northern border with Lebanon, where fighting with Hezbollah has actually escalated.
After the intense phase is finished, we will have the possibility to move part of the forces north, and we will do this, first and foremost for defensive purposes, and secondly, to bring our residents home. If we can, we will do this diplomatically. If not, we will do it in another way. But we will bring all home, all the residents of the north as well as the residents of the south.
Now, reports say thousands of fighters from Iran-backed groups are prepared to descend on Lebanon and join forces with Hezbollah in its fight against Israel. A Hezbollah leader says militant commanders from Iran, Iraq, Syria, Yemen, and other countries have offered to send their fighters to help the group, which already has more than 100,000 militants. Last week, both Israel and Hezbollah threatened each other with full-scale war. Meanwhile, the United States and the European Union have warned of the possibility of the war in Gaza expanding, with the prospect of Israel's offensive inside Lebanon to eliminate Hezbollah.
The risk of this war affecting the south of Lebanon and spilling over, it's also every day bigger. Boy, I strongly concerned. I hope that the ministers will support our initiative and continue reaching out with our partners in order to look for a strong international support for a ceasefire.
Now, with the risk of an all-out war between Israel and Hezbollah, a deepening crisis in Gaza, and the accusations by Netanyahu, the stakes are only getting higher for President Biden as he navigates this labyrinth of geopolitical minefields largely set by America's most stalwart ally in the Middle East. And staying in the United States, the first of two much-anticipated presidential debates takes place in a matter of days. When Joe Biden and Donald Trump face off on Thursday, June 27th, it will be the first time in American history a presidential debate will feature a sitting and a former president. Joe Biden and Donald Trump spent the weekend sharpening their arguments for the debate, though in very different ways. President Biden and his team huddled in Camp David as they practiced mock debates and counter-question strategies. The Democrats' personal lawyers and advisors served as stand-ins for the mercurial ex-president. On the other hand, however, Donald Trump spent his time on the campaign trail where he verbally attacked the commander-in-chief.
How should I handle him? Should I be tough and nasty? Or should I be, she's saying, no, should I be tough and nasty and just say you're the worst president in history? Or should I be nice and calm and let him speak? Who likes Crooked Joe the best? Who likes Sleepy Joe the best? Crooked Joe? Sleepy Joe? Whoa! You know, that's the first time that Sleepy Joe has ever beaten Crooked Joe. It's the first.
Now, President Biden and Donald Trump will face each other in a rematch of 2020. However, unlike last time, the rules and regulations have been adjusted for the 2024 election. The 90-minute debate will include 2 commercial breaks, and the campaign staff will not be allowed to interact with their candidate during that time. Microphones will be muted throughout the debate except for the candidate whose turn it will be to put forward their argument. No props or any pre-written notes will be allowed on stage. And one of the most striking departures from previous debates will be the absence of a studio audience. Now, presidential debates have long been criticized on substantive and stylistic grounds, yet remain a major part of the campaign season. On Thursday, millions of Americans will be watching the verbal standoff between President Biden and Donald Trump as the polls are now beginning to show clear signs that Trump's hush money conviction are in fact impacting his standing in the race. Moving to South America, rebel groups in Colombia are using the Chinese social media app TikTok to recruit school children. Propaganda videos that promise wealth and a flashy lifestyle are luring children into leaving school and chasing quick bucks. The Colombian government says almost 160 children have already joined these groups just this year. Now, the recruitment of young people by guerrilla groups is in fact not new to the conflict-ridden country. But the rise of TikTok has only made it more challenging. Our next report explains.
Chinese social media app TikTok is not just a platform for entertainment. It has also become a medium to glorify violence and illegal activities. In the South American country of Colombia, where rebel groups once used Facebook to lure people, are now enticing teenagers to join them via TikTok. These guerrilla groups post recruitment videos on the app and promise wealth by showing off their flashy lifestyle. A lifestyle that is slick, aesthetic, and targeted at young people. Children are sold a life where they can have everything they want, from money and jewelry to cars and motorcycles. The content presents money, drinks, and women as trophies, and the coca economy as the ultimate guarantee of fixed income. If you scroll through the comments section of these videos, you will find various emojis that reveal one common language. A green leaf referring to coca crops that produce the drug cocaine, and a covered face of a ninja symbolizing secrecy. So who are these rebels and why do they want children to join them? Most of these fighters once belonged to the revolutionary armed forces of the Colombia guerrilla group called FARC. The group demobilized in 2016 after signing a peace deal with the Colombian government. However, some of its dissident factions who were not ready to lay down their weapons joined forces to form a larger umbrella group named the Estado Mayor Central, or the EMC. Now, Colombian authorities estimate that the EMC has more than 3,000 members and they finance themselves through drug trafficking and maintaining control of rural territories. The EMC recruits children to fight against the Colombian military on its behalf. As peace talks between the faction and the government to end Colombia's 60 years of war continue to falter each time. The recruitment of children by guerrilla groups has been a long-standing issue in Colombia for decades, but the infiltration of social media has made it more challenging. The propaganda videos on TikTok resonate especially with children, most of whom have spent their lives in a country roiled with armed conflict and where poverty affects 46% of the rural population. Teachers in Colombia say they often find students filming themselves on their smartphones, drawing symbols inspired by rebel groups and dancing to revolutionary tunes. These activities used to be more secretive earlier, but now they are out in the open and completely normalized. One teacher says students often disappear from class, and the next time she sees them, they show up on TikTok videos armed and dressed as fighters. Government data shows that at least 184 young people joined the guerrilla group last year, and this year 159 children have already been recruited up until June. These are just the reported cases, as most of the recruitments don't even get reported. The Colombian government says it's trying to crack down on these TikTok accounts. Authorities have created a delegation specifically to tackle this problem, but it's just getting off the ground. And for TikTok, its community guidelines state that moderating millions of pieces of content each day is a complex effort. The rebel EMC also says it's trying to prevent its members from grandstanding on TikTok. However, new propaganda videos popping up every day tell a different story.
And finally, the latest on Elon Musk's most recent achievement. In a move that surprised absolutely no one, Musk has once again made headlines, this time for welcoming his 12th child. The Tesla and SpaceX CEO has expanded his already large family. And while details about the baby's name and gender remain a mystery, this new addition puts Musk's views on population and parenthood back in the spotlight. Here's our final report on the entrepreneur's burgeoning family.
Elon Musk, a name one just can't escape.
Whether
it's his wacky conspiracy theories or his chats with Donald Trump, this guy knows exactly how to grab headlines. It's as if he has a checklist: border security, vaccine doubts, pronoun jokes. And the best one, babies, and always babies. Whether he's in an interview or schmoozing with the world leader, babies and their importance are always on the billionaire's agenda. And now, Elon Musk is back in the spotlight with yet another baby. For those who intentionally skipped the news, Elon Musk has welcomed his 12th child. The Tesla CEO confirmed he became a father again with Neuralink director Siobhan Zilis earlier this year. The name and gender of the baby is still under wraps. And while no one seemed to make a fuss about the new addition, Musk claimed in an interview that it was never a secret. All their family and friends knew about it. Musk even joked that the failure to issue a press release should not be tagged as a secret. He now has 3 kids with Zilis, 3 with Canadian pop star Grimes, and 5 with ex-wife Justine Wilson. It looks like Musk can start a sporting team right at home. Musk says the world is facing a low fertility rate crisis. He's been very vocal about the threat of a collapsing birth rate to civilization. He predicts that by 2050, the population will witness a collapse. Musk repeatedly posts on X urging people to have more kids. He claims that people are not doing their duty amid the falling birth rates. So officially and unofficially, he's the leader of the pro-natalist movement. The believers of this movement want more children so that there are more consumers. Reports suggest that the Musk Foundation has been quietly funding this movement. In 2022, he even hired a company to make a documentary about population decline. At a time when most people prefer having one child or no children at all, Musk seems to be swimming against the tide. For him, feeding 12 children isn't a big deal. After all, he's a billionaire with endless resources, unlike others who are struggling with the economic downturn and unemployment. But for the man who dreams of saving the world, is just having kids enough? Isn't maintaining relationships with them just as important? Musk has strained relationships with most of his children and their mothers. In 2022, his child Vivian with Justine Wilson said he no longer wishes to be related to his biological father. And in 2023, Canadian singer Grimes filed a court petition to establish parental rights for their 3 children after splitting with Musk. Elon Musk, the man on a mission to populate Mars, is struggling to keep his family united on Earth. While he might be a billionaire, he struggles to save his relationships from going extinct.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. First, let's take a look at the headlines. Five assailants killed in an anti-terrorist operation after at least 19 people reported dead in coordinated attacks by gunmen on churches and synagogues in Russia's Dagestan. Israel says it has killed senior Hamas weapons expert as IDF troops continue intelligence-based targeted operations in Gaza's Rafah city and central Gaza. Iran and Bahrain agreed to launch negotiations on how to restore diplomatic ties that have been severed since 2016, after Manama followed Riyadh's attempt to isolate Tehran. At least 16 people killed in massive fire after a powerful explosion at a lithium battery factory in South Korea's major industrial cluster of Hwaseong. Apple risks billions of euros in fines as European Union fines the iPhone maker's App Store to be violating the bloc's landmark digital competition rules. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains on protests in Kenya against tax hikes proposed by the William Ruto government. Angry protesters who are demanding the tax hikes to be scrapped have set an ultimatum for Kenyan President Ruto. They want President Ruto to respond to their demands publicly. This after President William Ruto said that he was ready for a conversation with thousands of peaceful young protesters and called them to the negotiating table.
I am very proud of our young people. They have stepped forward tribeless. They have stepped forward peaceful. And I want to tell them we are going to engage them. We are going to have a conversation so that together we can build a greater nation.
The mounting anger is targeting Ruto directly. Many young protesters resorted to heckle the president while he was attending a church ceremony on Sunday. Protesters were seen marching toward the venue and chanting slogans. They also blocked some of the vehicles. Ruto was whisked away by his security team when they realized that the protesters were there to confront him. The protesters are opposing the new tax hikes in the Finance Bill 2024 that has been tabled in Parliament. As the protests caught the Ruto government off guard, it decided to roll back some of the proposed tax increases last week. However, the protesters want the bill to be scrapped altogether. The Parliament is scheduled to convene on Tuesday to debate and vote over the bill, and the protesters have called for a national strike on the same day. The protests are largely led by young Kenyans who have used social media to live stream and coordinate the demonstrations. Though the protests largely remain peaceful, initially, they have now taken a deadly turn, with at least 2 deaths reported. A 21-year-old was reportedly killed as he was hit by a tear gas canister. An investigation is also underway into the allegations that a 29-year-old died after he was shot by a police officer.
If someone is fighting for their rights, why use live bullets? If he would have been found with any weapons, we would have said he is undisciplined, but he was walking with his friend.
While Amnesty International Kenya says many protesters, protest organizers, content creators and medics have been profiled, abducted and detained, the ongoing protests are a big blow for President William Ruto's administration, which seeks to raise around $2.7 billion with the tax hikes. Now, the government argues the hikes are necessary for filling the state coffers and reducing external debt. After the government agreed to scrap some of the proposed levies, including on bread, car ownership and financial and mobile services, Kenya's National Treasury has warned of a budget shortfall of around $1.56 billion. To fill the void, the government is now targeting an increase in fuel prices and export taxes. However, critics fear that the move will exacerbate the cost of living crisis and further add to Kenya's expenses amidst high inflation. Now, for more on this, we have with us communication and political strategist Mark Bichachi, who is joining us live from Nairobi. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you for having me.
Now, President Ruto wants to sit down with peaceful protesters to talk, but the protest groups say that he must talk publicly. Can the mounting anger force President Ruto to give in to the demands that have been made by the protesters?
Well, first and foremost, we must understand that these protests do not have particular leaders. There's no single person you can sit with and say that you've negotiated with the demonstrators. The demonstrators are coordinating themselves on social media. Many of the people who you could say are ringleaders or most influential in this particular movement are either anonymous or they don't actually hold any sway in terms of convincing their fellow demonstrators to actually stand down. Number two is that these particular demonstrations have actually seen an escalation in the sense that they're not just calling for the removal of these taxes that they're calling punitive and unfair, but they're also calling for the removal of the president himself. So this is changing, and it's very difficult really to convince them to put their protests arms down. But on the same note, it must be remembered that what they're calling for in terms of scrapping the entire finance bill is quite a difficult thing to do, given how long it takes to actually constitutionally constitute a bill such as the finance bill that we are looking at. So the president is caught between a rock and a hard place. It is not easy to navigate these waters. There is no particular leader to talk to in terms of getting these things done, and in terms of speaking to them publicly. It is interesting to note that for the last 2 days they have been talking publicly on social media, and they have been addressing the president on social media.
And what happens if the Ruto government does not meet the protesters' demands? Kenya is already under economic distress. Can the Ruto government afford to add major challenge to its list of problems?
Well, it's going to be very interesting for the Ruto government. Remember that the budget had increased by another about $30 million, thereabout. Sorry, $33 billion. I misspeak there. And there is an opportunity to actually reduce these costs. The budget's about $3 billion. There's an opportunity to reduce those costs to something that is more manageable. So it is not impossible for the government to wiggle its way economically out of the problems that it has. It's just the matter of that the budget that they had wished for is now well gone, unless they're willing to face the wrath of these young people who I do not personally see standing down if that bill is passed. Indeed, until it is scrapped and redone, these young people will continue demonstrating across the country, and therefore the president is caught between the hardship of protesters and the difficulty of changing his budget.
Right. Mark, Ruto's government is looking to raise $2.7 billion in taxes to reduce debt. Will these proposed tax hikes be effective in achieving this goal?
That's actually the million-dollar question, because many pundits and many economists are saying that it is not possible anymore to tax Kenyans even more than they've already been taxed, terming these taxes as extremely expensive, extremely punitive, and the taxes that were put in last year have not raised as much funds as they had hoped to raise. And many Kenyans are saying that they are already so broke that if they're taxed anymore, they would not be able to meet these demands. At the same time, they're saying that instead of taxing the Kenyans, more Kenyans are asking for President William Ruto to reduce the costs of, for example, running State House, running the the office of the First Lady, running the office of the Prime Cabinet Secretary, and that of his spouse. So they're talking, the Kenyans are talking about austerity measures and pushing back against higher taxes, saying that if the leaders are living in largesse, then really they need more taxes. The president is pushing back and saying that everything that he has done to the effect of reducing the national debt, while at the same time being able to manage what the fiscal demands of the country is.
Mark, thank you very much for your time and for being with us on First Post Africa.
Most welcome.
Now from Kenya in East Africa, we move to Mali in the west. The junta-led country has leveled scathing allegations against former colonial ruler France. Mali's president, Assimi Goïta, has accused the French of trying to undermine the junta administration. The military leader alleges that France has been printing counterfeit CFA franc notes in an attempt to damage Mali's economy. Now, to counter this, Goïta is calling for the adoption of a new locally produced currency and stressed that the country must give up the colonial currency. The CFA franc is a regional currency used by many francophone countries. It is pegged to the euro under a French government guarantee. However, critics say it enables Paris to control the economies of the countries that use it, while France says it guarantees economic stability, shielding the countries using it from inflation and uncertainty. Now, citing suspicion of French disruption, the Malian president said that France used a similar tactic against Guinea in 1960, 2 years after its independence. Colonel Goïta added that France's actions were part of a three-step terrorism scheme targeting Mali, which includes armed terrorism, media terrorism, and economic terrorism. France had been Mali's primary partner in its fight against insurgents since 2013. However, in recent years, Mali has been witnessing a rise in anti-France sentiment. The tensions reached their peak in January this year, after the West African bloc ECOWAS announced tough sanctions against Mali that were primarily pushed by France. The sanctions were in response to the delay in elections by the junta. Now, these restrictions included border closures and trade embargoes. France has also been pressing the European Union to slap sanctions against Mali. The diplomatic fallout between the West African nation and its former colonial ruler began in 2020, when Colonel Assimi Goïta staged a coup to oust a democratically elected government. The situation took a turn for the worse when Colonel Goïta staged a second coup in 2021, reinforcing military control despite international calls for a return to civilian rule. Since then, ties between Mali and France have plummeted. The French were forced to draw down their troops, and Mali opened its gates to Russian mercenaries for security cooperation. Mali also accused France of training terrorist groups in the Sahel region. It even expelled the French ambassador. It's not just Mali. Several of France's former colonies in the Sahel region are rejecting its legacy. Junta-led governments in Burkina Faso and Niger have also lambasted France as an economic predator and as a missionary of Western values. The rising anti-West sentiment in the Sahel is helping Russia to make inroads as former French allies turn to Moscow for security aid. And now shifting focus to Nigeria, which continues to grapple with security challenges and a kidnapping crisis. In the latest, at least 7 people have been killed and at least 100 have been kidnapped in an armed attack. On Saturday night, gunmen on motorbikes stormed into a village in Nigeria's northwestern Katsina state. According to the residents, the attackers started shooting sporadically, forcing many to flee the area. Some eyewitnesses have said that 2 children were burnt alive by the attackers, while many homes and vehicles were destroyed and shops were burnt down. Livestock was looted in an attack that lasted for about 6 hours. Residents say that more than 100 women and children are missing, though the police have not confirmed the number, but they are investigating the attack. Nigeria, over the past decade, has seen several such kidnappings. Armed gangs have frequently kidnapped residents and students for ransom. The first such kidnapping took place in 2014 when terror organization Boko Haram abducted around 300 students in an all-girls school in the town of Chibok. This is also the worst-known kidnapping case in the country, when the victims faced deep physical and psychological abuse. At least 90 of the abducted students are still missing. After this incident, such abductions have become a regular affair in Nigeria, especially in the volatile northern regions. And now more actors are carrying out such crimes, mostly armed gangs who are locally known as bandits. Now, their rise is believed to be an outcome of years of conflict over land and water between nomadic herdsmen and farming communities. These bandits have now turned kidnappings into a lucrative business as they target vulnerable groups to demand hefty ransoms, from money to seizing control of valuable assets. Over the last decade, over 1,500 students have been reportedly kidnapped in Nigeria. A total of 4,000 kidnappings have taken place since May of last year, after President Bola Tinubu took office. In just the first 3 months of this year, close to 1,000 kidnappings have taken place. In some cases, where the ransom is not paid, the kidnappings have turned deadly. Now, the crisis raises questions on Nigeria's ability to tackle the security challenges. Amidst a worsening economic crisis, more and more people are joining such gangs that have been able to control significant territories and have amassed a huge number of weapons, which are even capable of downing military planes. Experts have also pointed to corruption and an ineffective collaboration between police and the military as a reason for the failure to counter such attacks. Meanwhile, due to the fear of kidnappings, many parents have resorted to pulling their children out of school. As per UNICEF, 66% of all out-of-school children in Nigeria are from the northeast and northwest parts, which are the hot zones of such kidnappings. With education at risk, the kidnapping crisis is also threatening the growth and development of Africa's most populous country and major economy. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid reports of coups and crises that dominate the headlines from the continent, we get you positive stories that often get overlooked. Our story today is from the Ivory Coast. The West African nation is embracing clean energy. The country has got its first solar power plant added to its national grid. The plant currently contributes 1% to the national power production, but this is just a start. The country's ultimate aim is to generate 45% of its energy from renewable sources. It also aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% by the year 2030. Our next report gets you more on the Ivory Coast's green goals.
The sun is the ultimate source of energy for our planet. It radiates heat and light, which makes it possible for life to exist on Earth. But there's much more that this hot ball of gases provides us with, and we often fail to tap into this valuable resource. Especially when it comes to using it as a fuel for renewable energy systems. Instead, we use exhaustible resources like water and fuel to generate power. However, the Ivory Coast has taken a step towards a sustainable future. The country has embodied a drive to embrace clean energy. The West African nation now has the first solar power plant added to its national grid. The plant is constructed in the northern town of Bundiali. The region, which shares borders with Burkina Faso and Mali, is well suited for a solar power plant. It has a hot and dry climate for about 8 months a year. Unlike the country's south, which has gas-fired thermal power plants and hydroelectric power stations, these plants supply nearly 70% of the country's electricity.
On the other hand, in Boundiali, the northern part of the country, irradiance is very high. Irradiance is the quantity of light that the sky sends, that the forgiving sun sends to the earth. So we have a lot more of this quantity of light in the northern part of the country. So the most appropriate place to build solar photovoltaic power plants is really in the northern part of the country.
The Bundiali power plant has 68,000 solar panels spread across 36 hectares of land. The plant currently contributes 1% to its national production. According to Ivory Coast's ministry, the $82 million plant aims to improve energy supply to 430,000 households.
If we have several solar photovoltaic power stations, what will that do? Relieve the transit of energy that passes through these lines from the south to the north of the country. So that's the importance of having, and it contributes to the energy mix. We're going to use water, gas, but also the sun. We're going to make sure that wherever we invest, we have the maximum amount of electricity.
The country's state-run company CI Energies handles the Bundiali plant. The plant temporarily subcontracts to French civil engineering firm Eiffage. The French firm is training locals to work in the plant, which in turn has generated employment in a region where finding a job could prove to be a Herculean task.
It's difficult to get work in Samaraso because there aren't many projects here. Well, companies have been coming here recently, but it's really difficult to get work in Samaraso.
The plant has given jobs to some 350 locals since its construction began. Most were taken on with short-term contracts to install solar panels or carry out maintenance.
I like working here at the plant because I get paid well. I can feed my family and look after people at home. Well, I'd prefer the job to last a bit longer, but if it does, I'll really enjoy it.
The Ivory Coast already has 10 smaller solar power plants serving villages at the local level, but the country has bigger goals. The Ivory Coast aims to double its solar panels by the end of next year.
With photovoltaic solar energy, the primary energy, the sun, is free. So because it's free, the cost of production will be very low indeed. But what's interesting to note is that thermal power stations, hydroelectric power stations, and solar power stations are going to do what? They're going to pool their power, and it's this power that will be made available to the public.
The African continent can prove to be a goldmine for solar energy resources, since it has 60% of the world's solar resources. Yet, half of sub-Saharan Africa has no access to electricity. Reports suggest over 500 million Africans had no access to power till 2022. Africa faces infrastructure challenges that leads to regular blackouts, even though the continent has doubled its capacity to produce clean energy in the last decade. African renewables account for just 2% of global capacity, as the continent reels under shortage of investment to fund such projects. In 2021, only 0.6% of the global investment of $434 billion in renewable energy production went to African countries. But the Ivory Coast has taken a step in the right direction to change this reality. The West African nation that already exports about 10% of its electricity to its neighbors now aims to generate nearly half of its energy from renewable sources. It also aims to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 30% over the next 6 years.
And that's it on the show. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to Firstpost. You're watching Vantage with me, Alison LaGrange. We begin today with Kenya, where the situation has descended into chaos. Protesters breached Kenya's parliament building today. They set parts of it on fire and destroyed the furniture inside. Take a look.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you. You must go. Ruto must go. We don't fear you guys. You hypocrites. We don't fear you. Mr. Speaker, we don't fear you. Tukondani, we stomped inside.
But what prompted this? The protests had started peacefully today. Protesters were singing and dancing. Chanting that they were peaceful. So then what led to the Kenyan protesters finally losing their cool? Now reports say it was police brutality, like this. As usual, the police began with tear gas and water cannons. They've been using this against protesters for days. But today, the police allegedly resorted to live bullets as well. At least 10 people have been killed. Dozens are injured. Live rounds were fired at the protesters who had gathered around Parliament to demonstrate. They had gathered to urge their MPs to reject Kenya's new finance bill. But they were greeted with bullets. While the MPs voted for the new finance bill anyway. Now let's rewind a bit to see why this bill sparked the violence that you just saw. Kenya's finance bill is their annual budget. It is passed for the duration of a financial year, from the 1st of July to the 30th of June 2025. Kenya's parliament was discussing the next finance bill, the budget for 2024 to 25. And what they have come up with has angered the Kenyan people. Initially, they had proposed a slew of new taxes to generate $2.7 billion in additional revenue. The first draft of the finance bill proposed taxes on bread, cooking oil, motor vehicles, sanitary pads, diapers, changing a cell phone plan. Basically, these taxes would have affected everyone. About a third of Kenya's people live in poverty. And the country has been suffering for the past few years. Like most other countries, it was devastated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Then came the war in Ukraine, leading to a cost of living crisis. This was followed by 2 consecutive droughts and a depreciation of the currency, the Kenyan shilling. All of these factors combined have brought the people to a breaking point. And the final straw was the new finance bill with its unending taxes. This bill is championed by Kenya's president, William Ruto. Ruto came to power in 2022. And he has been raising taxes ever since. Now, this latest finance bill is a continuation of his policies. Ruto says that the new taxes are necessary, that Kenya needs the money, mostly to pay off debt. Kenya's public debt is at about 68% of its GDP. That is dangerously high. About 37% of Kenya's annual revenue goes into servicing these debts. And this problem has been made worse recently. Because of Kenya's depreciating currency, the debts are repaid in US dollars. So if the Kenyan shilling depreciates, the debt burden increases, which is exactly what has been happening. This is why Ruto wants to raise taxes, to reduce Kenya's debt burden. His plan has been endorsed by some of Kenya's creditors, most notably the International Monetary Fund. The IMF is a creditor. It wants to get its money back, so it has backed Kenya's new finance bill. And this has led to even more public anger. Some Kenyans felt that instead of working for them, Ruto was working for the IMF. All this anger culminated in the protests that you just saw today. Kenya's parliament met for the new finance bill's third reading. This had amended the original bill last Tuesday, removed some more of the contentious taxes. But for the protesters, the bill was already tainted. They wanted the bill rejected and a new one drawn up in its place. However, Ruto's ruling coalition has a majority in parliament. They rammed the bill through anyway, with 195 votes for and 106 votes against. The bill will now go to Ruto's office. If he signs it, it will become law. And looking at Ruto's track record, this is almost certain to happen. And that is why the protesters were desperate to get into parliament. They wanted to stop the MPs from sending the bill to Ruto. And that is why violence erupted at the Kenyan Parliament building today. Now, the levee has been breached now. The once peaceful protests have been marred by violence. And we'll see how the authorities react over the next few days. But Ruto should be wary. If he signs the finance bill now, the people of Kenya may never forgive him. Now let's turn to Canada. The Khalistan row continues to gather momentum. It was a major political issue last year. Trudeau accused India of killing a Khalistani in Canada. His name was Hardeep Singh Nijjar. New Delhi considered him to be a terrorist, but Trudeau disagreed. He believed it was an issue of free speech. However, that defense is now looking weak. Canadian media has just published an exhaustive investigation. It takes a deep dive into Nijjar's life, his childhood in Punjab, his links to Khalistanis, his escape from India, and his new career in Canada. The report has quotes from Nijjar's so-called sermons. Let me quote one of them. "We will have to take up arms. We will have to dance to the edges of swords. Those who advocate peaceful methods, we need to leave them behind. What justice will we get this way?" It doesn't sound like activism. It sounds like a call to violence. And that's not all. Nijjar had close ties to members of the KTF. That's the Khalistan Tiger Force, a terror group designated by India. Apparently, Nijjar was asked to head this organization, but for some reason he declined. Nijjar also ran some military camps in Canada. He trained Khalistani youth to handle weapons. The question is, did Trudeau's government know about this? Chances are they did. Nijjar had been placed on a no-fly list. He was questioned multiple times by Canadian cops. Even his bank accounts and businesses had been frozen. So clearly the government was onto something. In 2019, Canada went a step ahead. Their public safety department listed the top 5 terror threats. Among them was Sikh extremism. The likes of Nijar pushed back against this, so Justin Trudeau got involved. Eventually, his government removed Sikh extremism from the list. So the bottom line is quite clear. Canada was well aware of Nijar's politics. He was advocating violence from Canadian soil. Yet the same Canada is honouring Nijar. Last week marked his 1-year death anniversary. Canada's Parliament held a moment of silence for him. Take a look.
Following discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, I understand that there is an agreement to observe a moment of silence in memory of Hardeep Singh Nijjar, assassinated in Surrey, British Columbia, 1 year ago today. I now invite honourable members to rise.
Not everyone supports this. Some of Trudeau's own MPs opposed the Parliament's move. They said Nijjar wasn't worth celebrating.
Many Canadians are not aware that even today, the ideology responsible for this terrorist attack is still alive among few people in Canada. Recent celebration of assassination of Hindu Indian Prime Minister Indira Gandhi by Khalistan supporters, glorifying violence and hate, shows that the dark forces have been energized again and point to a dreadful times ahead.
The problem is denial. To tackle terrorism, Trudeau must acknowledge it. Consider what happened this weekend. Sunday marked the 39th anniversary of the Air India bombing in 1985. A flight was heading to India from Canada, but Khalistani terrorists bombed it. They killed 329 innocent people, out of which 280 were Canadian citizens. This incident was the worst terror attack in Canada's history. To mark the anniversary, Trudeau released a statement. And guess what is missing from it? Any mention of Khalistan. It's like talking about 9/11 without mentioning bin Laden. The question is, why? What explains Trudeau's reluctance to condemn Khalistanis? Now, in one word, politics. There are more than 770,000 Sikhs in Canada. They are a powerful political bloc. Not all of them support the Khalistan movement, but those who do make a lot of noise. A prime example of that is Hardeep Singh Nijjar. Now, he would speak at Sikh community events, train young Sikh men, and give sermons in temples, so Trudeau and other Canadian politicians caught them. Recently, the Prime Minister attended a Sikh event in Toronto. As he walked up to the mic, the crowd began chanting Khalistani slogans. Take a look. Now we have more examples. The Khalistani tableau glorify the assassination of Indira Gandhi, India's former Prime Minister who was killed by her Sikh bodyguard. Last week, a mock trial was held for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. He was called a murderer by Khalistanis, yet Canada has failed to act. It's a dangerous policy for Justin Trudeau. He may think Khalistanis are his allies, but they will not hesitate to attack Canada. Now let's talk about China. It is caught in a tussle over trade with the West. The US and Europe are raising complaints. They claim China is overproducing and dumping goods. Today, the Chinese premier delivered a speech. Li Qiang pushed back against the Western allegations.
We should keep an open mind, work closely together, reject bloc confrontation, oppose decoupling and disconnection, maintain the stability and smoothness of industrial and supply chains, and promote trade and investment liberalization and facilitation.
Premier Li is sending a tough message to the West. Now, he is challenging their push to decouple from China. Premier Li says this will drag the world into a destructive spiral. Strong words indeed. What is Premier Li concerned about? The Western tariffs. Now, US and Europe want to restrict the flow of Chinese imports. Their biggest concerns are the Chinese electric vehicles, or EVs. There is a growing face-off over EVs. The West is keen on imposing duties on them, and the US has proposed an import duty of 100%, the EU 38%. America is far more aggressive in its approach. It is going beyond Chinese EVs. It is targeting more Chinese products, like the batteries for electric cars, supply of critical minerals, and solar cells. Each of these products now face higher import taxes. Europe tried to adopt a tougher line as well, but it has faced a fierce pushback from Beijing. This week, both sides announced they'll start negotiations. Beijing is threatening Brussels. It is issuing ultimatums. China wants the EU to drop the EV tariffs. It has even issued a deadline, the 4th of July. What if Brussels doesn't comply? Now, Chinese officials are threatening retaliation. For starters, they have European pork on their radar.
The Ministry of Commerce has legally initiated an anti-dumping investigation on imports of pork and byproducts from the European Union on June 17, 2024. According to WTO rules and China's anti-dumping regulations, it's confirmed from our preliminary investigation that the dumping is established and causes damage to domestic industries.
So the trade battle is heating up. Certainly, China is not happy. It doesn't want any trade barriers, especially at this time. China's economy is vulnerable. Economic growth has been sluggish. The Chinese premier is hoping for an improvement this year.
In the first quarter, our economic growth was 5.3% compared to last year, achieving a good beginning. In the second quarter, it is expected to continue the stability and upward trend. We have the confidence and ability to achieve the annual economic growth target of around 5%.
But the numbers tell a different story. Take real estate, for example. It is one of China's key growth engines. It accounts for 30% of China's economic activity, but the sector is not firing. Earlier this year, China tried to rescue the sector. It unveiled a stimulus package. Local governments were asked to raise money and buy up fledgling real estate projects. It was a rescue of sorts, but the plan has failed to deliver. Home prices in China continue to decline. Last month, they saw their largest drop. This is the steepest fall in close to a decade. So far, the rescue package hasn't worked. Real estate is a weak spot for China's economy, and a full recovery seems like a long shot. At this stage, Beijing doesn't want exports to suffer. Just like real estate, exports are a driver of growth too. Last year, exports accounted for almost 19% of China's economy. A trade war could hurt Chinese exports badly, and that's why Beijing is fighting these tariffs. We say these tariffs are a necessity right now. Global trade needs to be rebalanced. Consider this. China produces a third of the world's manufactured goods. Now that's more than the output of 4 nations combined: the United States, Germany, Japan, and South Korea. So this is not a level playing field. We all know the cost of being too dependent on China. The world saw the impact during the pandemic. Tariffs could help restore balance if Western nations have the will to enforce them. Now let's talk about China's close ally, Russia. Moscow seems to be testing the West. Germany has made a bold claim. It says Russia is trying to sabotage Ukraine's arms supplies. Berlin fears Moscow has ordered operations. Russia could have started a campaign against the West, and it is resorting to espionage, disinformation, and cyber attacks. Is Russia waging a hybrid war against the West? Our next report explores.
In May, a factory in Berlin caught fire. The entire building was engulfed in flames. Over 200 firefighters were rushed to the site to battle the blaze.
Wie kam es zum Brand in einem Metallbetrieb?
We couldn't go into the building from the start because the danger from the chemicals was too great. Even now, especially after the collapse of the building, we can still only extinguish the fire from the outside.
The factory belonged to a German company called Diehl. Diehl is a defense contractor. It's a crucial part of Ukraine's defense supply chain. The company makes the Iris-T missile, which is used by the Ukrainian forces in the battlefield. Initially, German police blamed the fire at Diehl's factory on a technical defect, but Western intelligence officials are challenging this theory now. They suspect Russia was behind this fire. Apparently, Moscow is trying to disrupt the shipment of arms and ammunition to Ukraine, so Russia could be targeting the source by hiring saboteurs and targeting defense suppliers. The fire in Berlin was probably the work of saboteurs too. And it won't be the first incident of its kind. Reports say since the beginning of the war, dozens of such incidents have taken place across Europe. They have aimed to curb arms production, pressure politicians, and create panic. Civilian infrastructure like wind farms and pipelines have been targeted as well. So, how does it work? This report has some insights. It says the Russians are recruiting civilians. In most cases, they are criminals. They are hired through Telegram and in many cases paid through cryptocurrency to avoid detection. European nations are said to be sitting on intelligence that confirm these claims, but they have hesitated in publicly naming and shaming Moscow, mostly to avoid an escalation. But Russia is upping the ante against the West, specifically the United States. On Sunday, a missile struck Sevastopol in Crimea. Russian officials say it killed 4 people, including children. Moscow is blaming both Washington and Kyiv for the strike.
Kyiv regime, supported by the USA, and carried out a heinous attack against civilians in the Russian city of Sevastopol in Crimea. Ukraine launched 5 US-supplied ATACMS missiles armed with cluster munitions.
Russia has called the strike barbaric. It accuses the US of waging a proxy war. Moscow has promised to retaliate. And an escalation in Ukraine seems likely. But from Russia's perspective, even the West is now on its radar.
In a way that
Is France heading for a civil war? It may sound like an unlikely doomsday scenario, but President Emmanuel Macron says it's possible. He made a huge gamble this month. After losing the European elections, Macron announced a snap poll. His plan was straightforward: to regain the trust of voters, to show the world that his centrist party is still popular. Just one problem, though. The gamble appears to be backfiring, which is why Macron is turning up the rhetoric. He was speaking in a podcast recently, and there he targeted both his rivals, the far left and the far right. Macron said that if either of them won, there could be civil war in France. He accused both camps of dividing French people based on religion. Just look at the opinion polls. The far right is leading the race. They are projected to get 35.5% of the votes. The left-wing coalition is in second. They could get almost 30% of the votes. And Macron centrists? They are projected to get 19.5% of the votes, meaning his coalition could end up in third. Now, the far right may not get a majority of its own, but they have a very strong lead. Polls show that French voters trust them on economy and public finance, which is why Macron is getting desperate. His term as president ends in May of 2027, but he needs a friendly parliament to make laws. Let me explain. France has a semi-presidential system of governance. The president has certain designated powers, like on foreign policy and defense. But on other issues, he needs the parliament's support. I'm talking about issues like immigration and public debt. If the president's party has a majority in parliament, no issues. They can move in lockstep. If not, the parliament can shoot down Macron's proposals. They can make him a lame duck. Just look at the United States. The president, Joe Biden, is a Democrat, but the US House is Republican. As a result, many of Biden's policy proposals are on hold. And in France, it could be worse, because the French parliament is a lot more powerful. Hence all the talk about a civil war. It's not a new strategy for the French president. He has made such alarmist statements before. Let me take you back to April. Macron was laying out his policy on the European Union. There, he gave a dire warning that Europe could die. Listen to this.
Le risque est immense.
We must realize that our Europe today is mortal. It can die. It could die, and that depends entirely on our choices. But these choices must be made now, because what is at stake today is the question of peace and war on our continent, and our ability to guarantee a security or not.
That was before the European elections. Far-right parties were projected to do well, so Macron dropped this alarmist statement. And now he's doing it again. But will it work this time? The opinion polls are saying it won't. If anything, the far right is doing better. We'll know for sure by early July. France will be holding its elections in 2 stages. First on the 30th of June and second on the 7th of July. Later that month, the Olympics will kick off in Paris, so Macron's prestige is at stake. If he wins, he could take the stage as a resurgent world leader. If not, it could be an embarrassment. Macron may preside over the game as a lame duck president. And all of this makes one thing clear. The decision to call an election was a major gamble. It could make or break Macron's legacy. Now let's turn our attention eastwards to an aeroplane making its way from Thailand to an island in the Pacific Ocean. This plane is transporting Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks, the publisher who exposed US war crimes in Afghanistan and Iraq, and who has been paying the price for over a decade. Assange has been released from prison. He was incarcerated for over 5 years in the UK. But he's out now and on his way to an American overseas territory called the Northern Mariana Islands. There he will stand before an American federal judge. He will plead guilty to 1 charge under the U.S. Espionage Act and then be sentenced to time already served, which means that tomorrow Julian Assange will be a free man. Here's our report.
Julian Assange isn't free yet, but he's on the verge of getting his freedom. He's on the way to an American court, located here, in Saipan, the capital of the Northern Mariana Islands, a U.S. overseas territory in the Pacific Ocean. Thousands of kilometers away from the mainland U.S., and close to Assange's home country, Australia. Assange agreed to go to the court in Saipan as part of his plea deal, the deal that has been worked out to secure his freedom. In 2010, WikiLeaks, founded by Julian Assange, rose to global prominence because it leaked hundreds of thousands of classified US documents related to America's wars in Iraq and Afghanistan. The documents, videos, and diplomatic cables proved one thing: that American soldiers had committed war crimes, that they had shot down unarmed civilians in Afghanistan and Iraq. What did Assange get for his troubles? What was his reward for exposing American war crimes? Well, he was made an example of, a warning to others looking to expose the US. In November 2010, just months after he exposed the American hypocrisy, a Swedish court ordered his arrest for alleged sex crimes. Assange has denied the accusations, and the Swedes eventually dropped the case, saying there wasn't enough evidence. But the case was used to hound Assange for years. It came while Assange was in the UK. For 2 years, he appealed his extradition to Sweden. And then, when his appeals were exhausted, he fled into the Ecuadorian embassy in London in June 2012. For the next 7 years, Assange stayed inside the Ecuadorian embassy. But then, in April 2019, the Ecuadorians kicked him out, and as soon as he stepped out of the embassy, he was arrested. Why? For skipping bail and entering the embassy back in 2012. It was supposed to be a short stint in prison, under a year for skipping bail. But while he was inside, the US government made its move. It asked Britain to extradite Assange. Washington wanted to charge him under the US Espionage Act, which is usually reserved for US government employees who leak state secrets. So, for the past 5 years, Assange has stayed in a British high-security prison, fighting against the extradition to the US. And it seems that yesterday he finally decided to hang his gloves. He secured bail to fly to the Northern Mariana Islands. He is scheduled to appear at a court in Saipan tomorrow morning. There, he will be pleading guilty to one charge under the US Espionage Act, in front of an American judge. Reports say that the judge will sentence him for his crime to time already served, meaning the 5 odd years in British prison. After the sentencing, Assange should be a free man, free to return to his home country, Australia, where his family awaits him with cautious optimism.
I feel elated. I also feel worried, because I'm so used to this. Anything could happen. I'm worried that until it's fully signed off, I worry. But it looks like we've got there, and Julian's free. So I'll really believe it when I have him in front of me, and I can take him and hug him, and then it will be real,
For our next story, let's go back in history. It's the 1960s. The moon was uncharted territory. NASA wanted to land on the moon, but it needed to know more about it. That's where Boeing came in. It built 5 lunar orbiters. They orbited the moon. They took pictures of the surface. Not just that, Boeing also constructed the first stage of the Saturn V rocket. This is a company that helped put men on the moon. But since then, Boeing has lost a lot of credibility. It's seen 2 crashes, multiple accidents, Congress hearings, whistleblower deaths, and 0 accountability. Now later, Boeing is now a dreaded name in aviation. But soon, it could also become a dreaded name in space. It started on the 5th of June. Boeing launched astronauts for the first time. It was acting as a taxi service for NASA. So 2 test pilots blasted off aboard the Starliner capsule. They were Butch Wilmore and Sunita Williams. The Starliner headed to the International Space Station. The journey took 25 hours. On the 6th of June, the astronauts were welcomed at the space station. They were supposed to stay there for a week.
It was such a great welcome, little dance party, and that's the way to get things going. And we're just happy as can be to be up in space, one in Starliner, on an Atlas V, and then here on the International Space Station. It just doesn't get much better.
But that's where the troubles began. You see, the journey may have gone well. However, it wasn't without a hitch. Officials discovered 5 different helium leaks. Now, the leaks that affected Starliner's thruster system. So last week, NASA gave Boeing 4 days. They said, figure it out. What's going on? Boeing scrambled to action, but nothing changed. Since then, the trip back to Earth has been delayed twice. Reports now suggest both Boeing and NASA knew about the faults. They knew about the leaks, about the thruster failing. They knew all of this even before the launch.
We could see at the tank level when the system is opened, essentially you're bleeding helium from the tank all through the flight. And we could see that leak rate was a little higher than we had thought pre-flight.
So why let it go ahead in the first place? NASA doesn't have an answer for it, but it remains optimistic. It says there is no reason to believe Starliner won't make the journey back home. But the pressure is on right now. In 2014, NASA hired both Boeing and SpaceX. This was to ferry astronauts to the International Space Station. Boeing was the front runner then. It was a big name in aviation, so it was expected to do well. But in the last decade, Boeing's fortunes have taken a turn for the worse, and it showed here too. SpaceX completed its first crewed mission in 2020. It went without any trouble. Since then, it's been ferrying NASA astronauts to the space station. But Boeing has since struggled. The Starliner program faced delays. There were multiple setbacks, and that added to the cost. It cost Boeing an extra expenses of over $1 billion. In 2019, Boeing conducted its first test mission. It was full of troubles. In 2022, it tried again. There was less trouble this time, but it wasn't flawless. Boeing persevered nonetheless. It scheduled this launch with NASA astronauts, and the launch happened. It was the proud moment, but the troubles highlight a bigger problem. Boeing says its Starliner unit is independent from the company's other functions, but it has a lot to prove. The journey back home is not an easy one. In fact, it is the most dangerous stretch of any mission. Why? Because of the Earth's atmosphere. So it's a difficult journey. Plus, the Starliner will travel at more than 22 times the speed of sound. To land, a set of parachutes must slow down the capsule. Only then can it land safely. This is a system Boeing was forced to change last year after safety concerns. So the hurdles are not over. Boeing's initial launch may have boosted the company, but all eyes are on the journey back home. Any misstep could be a costly one for Boeing and its future. Our next story comes from China. It is receiving too much rainfall in the south and not enough in the north. Southern China is witnessing severe floods. At least 71 people have died. Tens of thousands of others have been displaced. Meanwhile, northern China has been hit by a drought amid a heat wave. But China is not alone here. Thanks to climate change, nation after nation is experiencing extreme weather events. Here's a report.
This is southern China, where torrential rains have led to widespread flooding. Heavy rainfall has battered the region for more than a week now. Tens of thousands of people have been displaced. At least 71 people have died, and 50 deaths come from only one province, Guangdong. It has experienced severe flooding. An average of 199 millimeters of rainfall has fallen in the region. In some parts, the highest rainfall totaled 367 millimeters. With no respite in sight, China's weather service has issued its most severe rainstorm alert. But just as the south receives too much rainfall, the north is parched. Since the start of June, North China has seen a persistent heat wave. Rainfall has been scarce, so the region is suffering from a severe drought. Mid-May to mid-June is harvest season in China. This is when the autumn crops are planted, so the drought is a major concern for the agricultural industry.
I hope that the government can reduce the burden on farmers. This is the voice coming from a farmer's heart. It's hard for us to say. It's hard, as you can see.
There is no solution to this water shortage. It can't be solved. This year's drought is terrible. There was a little rain in the previous years, but this year it didn't rain at all.
When it comes to extreme heat, northern China is not alone. South Korea is witnessing its warmest June on record. Heatwave warnings have been issued for 92 regions across the country, with temperatures crossing 37 degrees Celsius. In Europe, several countries are bracing for a heatwave. This includes the UK, France and Germany. While Greece is at the epicenter of Europe's heat, with at least 6 tourists dying there due to the heat.
Obviously, it's really sad that somebody's lost their life. It's really intensely hot, and you need to look after your health and make sure that you take plenty of water and shelter and be very sensible in the heat.
We've heard about the recent deaths of people going out walking in the heat, and it's tragic. It's incredibly sad, but it's not sensible to go out walking alone in the heat with no water. And it's warm, and you're better off sitting in the shade and enjoying the beautiful view.
Greece has been battling wildfires since last week. On top of that, in many areas, temperatures are exceeding 38 degrees Celsius, which is abnormal for the country. This is not a surprise. Climate change has put 2024 on track to be the hottest year on record. From India and Saudi Arabia to the United States and Brazil, many nations are witnessing extreme weather events. With climate change, it won't be long before such scenarios become the new normal.
Have you heard Prancing Queen? It's a pop song, and it sounds almost exactly like Dancing Queen, the iconic song by the Swedish band ABBA. Though even devoted fans would struggle to distinguish it from the authentic song. Prancing Queen is not by ABBA. It has been created by artificial intelligence, and it is one of millions of AI-generated songs, which is why now the biggest players in the music recording industry are out for blood. In a landmark case, they are suing 2 fast-growing US-based AI music startups, Suno, the creator of Prancing Queen, and Udio, who is behind the lawsuit. Now, the top 5 music firms, Sony Music, Universal Music Group, and Warner Records, they are alleging that Suno and Udio used copyrighted songs to train their AI tools. They claim that the startups steal music to quote-unquote spit out similar work, so they are asking for compensation. How much? $150,000 per work. Now, that's a lot of money, but then again, this is a big problem as well. Suno released its first product last year. Since then, more than 10 million people have used its tool to make music. The company charges a monthly fee and has raised $125 million from investors. Meanwhile, Udio is backed by high-profile investors. After its release, it achieved near-instant fame. The startups have created music based on works of stars like Mariah Carey, Chuck Berry, and Drake. They have let users generate songs with simple text prompts and made money off of it. Some don't mind this. Supporters have compared the AI tools to the way humans learn by reading, hearing, and listening to other works. But record companies claim this is wholesale theft. They say it exploits the works of artists. This has led to a heated discussion on the use of AI. But this is not the first time such a debate has come forth.
I think these tools will unlock huge amounts of new creativity and exploration. I think it will allow people who don't have artistic talent to express their vision of creativity in ways that they otherwise couldn't. I think that's a huge deal. I also think there are real questions about the future of art and the role of creativity in our society that is putting computer-generated derivative generators up against human artists in ways that we really kind of have to grapple with in terms of the ethics and the legal implications of these tools. And so that's a game changer. It is literally the definition of disruptive innovation.
It is indeed disruptive, and this is not limited to the music industry. Interest in AI has exploded globally. Over the past year, journalists, authors, artists, designers, and musicians have pushed back against AI's use of their work. Lawsuits have been filed against many AI companies, including OpenAI, the parent company of ChatGPT. Just months ago, about 200 artists, including Billie Eilish and Nicki Minaj, signed a letter. They call for an end to the quote-unquote predatory use of artificial intelligence. But there hasn't been much change. AI is pushing all kinds of art into a new territory. It is creating new avenues to access art. But in some ways, it is also harming the business of creativity. And it is raising a number of tricky questions. Should AI use works without permission? If not, what should AI train on? Can AI produce copycats of human work and dilute the market? Should the copyright law adapt to AI? The technology moves fast, so where do the limits lie? And how should the guardrails be framed? So a lot of questions, but not enough answers. With lawmakers playing catch-up with AI, chaos is unfolding globally, and ugly lawsuits may only be the beginning of what is to come. Our last story is about the Summer Olympics. It's just around the corner. This year, the Games are taking place in Paris. So the City of Light is brimming with excitement, anticipation, and bacteria. Yes, you heard that right. In focus is the Seine, a river that flows through the city. It is heavily polluted, but Paris promised to get it clean by the Games. But that hasn't happened, so residents have decided to take it into their own hands. They are threatening to defecate in the river to prevent the Games taking place there. And if that's not enough, the lack of cooling in the Games village has led to countries bringing their own ACs. Our next report tells you more.
We are just days away from the Olympics, the biggest sporting event in the world. France is gearing up to host the Games. All the preparations are in place, but one thing is missing: air conditioning. So, did Paris forget to put a bulk order for ACs? Or is the heat part of the French experience? Well, neither. You see, the Olympics may be good for the world, but they're terrible for the environment. So the organizers are looking at ways to be sustainable, to reduce the carbon footprint of the Games. But France took it one step further. Paris ditched ACs for a geothermal cooling system. It's installed in the Olympic Village. France says this will keep the rooms at least 10 degrees cooler than outside temperatures. But not everyone is convinced, and you can imagine why. Europe is dealing with a record heat wave. Temperatures are soaring. These could be the hottest Olympic Games on record. Athletes may be prepared to sweat it out on the field, but in their rooms, they want to be sweat-free. Which is why countries are now bringing their own air conditioning. From the United States to even Greece, teams will come armed with personal air conditioning. But while countries prepare to tackle the heat, Paris has a bigger problem, and it's flowing through the city. We're talking about the River Seine. It's the designated venue for the Olympic water events, like open water swimming, triathlons, and others. Swimming in the Seine has been banned for about 100 years due to pollution, sewage, and rainwater runoff. But Paris was insistent about making it the star feature. So authorities spent $1.5 billion trying to clean it. President Emmanuel Macron gave assurances. So did the Paris mayor. They even promised to take a dip in the Seine, hoping to prove the water's safety. But even a month ahead of the Games, authorities are not sure. They're not convinced that the water is clean. And the citizens have had enough. They are frustrated by the sewage. They want to stop the Games from taking place in the Seine. So they've come up with a unique solution: mass defecation in the Seine. It was supposed to take place on June 23rd. But the protesters are yet to take a splash in the Seine, quite literally. For now, there isn't a flotilla of feces flowing downstream, but the world is still watching with bemused anticipation. Will the athletes plunge into a poop-filled Seine? Will this turn into a hygiene hazard? We won't know until next month, but one thing is for sure. The Paris Olympics may not be remembered just for the medals, but also for the murky waters. Welcome to the bizarre Olympics 2024, where the heat is on and the Seine runs brown. It's truly a watershed moment for Paris.
And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. In the UK, Japanese royals take a ceremonial carriage ride to Buckingham Palace. Pro-choice demonstrators mark the Roe v. Wade anniversary outside the US Supreme Court, and a Brazilian grabs the record for world's largest football shirt collection. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1975, then Prime Minister Indira Gandhi imposed emergency in India. It lasted for 21 months. The emergency was one of the darkest periods in post-independent Indian history. It was marked by the stifling of dissent and government crackdown on civil liberties. Leaving you on that note, thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Ebrahim. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the Middle East, where the United States is working feverishly to prevent another war. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff General Charles Brown has warned Israel of an Iranian response if a war in fact breaks out in Lebanon. The U.S. Air Force general said that Iran would directly involve its armed forces if Israel began a military operation against Lebanon-based Hezbollah. The top U.S. military officer believes that Tehran is more inclined to support Hezbollah in comparison to Hamas. Now, forecasting a full-blown war, General Brown said that the United States military would not be able to provide Israel with air defenses against Iran. However, he added that the United States would in fact defend Israel against any escalation or retaliation by Hezbollah. Now, Washington continues to warn Hezbollah against attacks on Israel. In fact, senior military officers have indirectly told Hezbollah leaders that the United States would support Israel and would not try to prevent any escalation by Israel if Hezbollah continues with its attacks. The American message is designed to push the Lebanon-based group to back down and de-escalate the situation in northern Israel. Now, since October of last year, Hezbollah has fired almost 19,000 rockets into Israel, which has been met with Israeli airstrikes targeting Hezbollah commanders. Now, the blunt messaging from the United States comes as Israel's defense minister continues his visit in Washington.
I'm now going to meet with CIA Director Bill Burns in order to discuss the hostage issue. I have been dealing with this issue since the first day of the war, and I would like to say that it is Israel's primary commitment to return all the hostages, with no exception, to their families and homes. We will continue to make every necessary effort to bring them home. Later in the day, I will meet Secretary of State Antony Blinken.
Now, Gallant is trying to ease tensions with the United States after Prime Minister Netanyahu accused President Joe Biden of withholding weapons shipments to Israel. The defense minister emphasized that the United States remains the most important ally for Israel.
The alliance between Israel and the United States, led by the US over many years, even now, is extremely important. There is nothing more important for the future of the state of Israel, apart from the IDF, than the relationship with the US from a security perspective. This is what we are talking about. We agree on most things. In areas where we have disagreements, we discuss everything in detail and reach agreements and solve issues. And I'm sure this will be the case this time as well.
Meanwhile, President Biden remains committed to preventing an escalation between Israel and Hezbollah. Now, despite the tensions between the two close allies, Washington remains clearly on Netanyahu's side against Hezbollah and Iran. And moving to Russia, the Kremlin has directly blamed the United States for a Ukrainian strike on Crimea that killed at least 4 people and injured over 150. Moscow said the deadly attack was absolutely barbaric as it accused Washington of waging a proxy war. Now, according to the Russian Defense Ministry, Kyiv carried out the strike using American missiles while the U.S. military provided data and targeting coordinates.
Kyiv regime, supported by the USA, and carried out a heinous attack against civilians in the Russian city of Sevastopol in Crimea. Ukraine launched 5 US-supplied Attack-MS missiles armed with cluster munitions. All responsible for this and other terrorist attacks will be held accountable. The fact that the US is directly involved in this crime is beyond any doubt.
On Monday, Russia also summoned U.S. Ambassador Lynn Tracy and threatened her with retaliation. Meanwhile, Washington said it regrets any loss of life, adding that the weapons have been provided to Ukraine to defend its sovereign territory, including Crimea.
I will just tell you what the ambassador said when she met with the Russian Foreign Ministry, and that is, of course, that we lament any civilian loss of life in this war. We provide weapons to Ukraine so it can defend its sovereign territory against armed aggression. That includes in Crimea, which, of course, is part of Ukraine. And Russia could stop this war today and end the suffering caused by the war Russia launched today, if it would stop its occupation of sovereign Ukrainian territory and stop launching attacks on civilians.
Now, in 2014, Russia unilaterally annexed Crimea. However, most countries still consider it part of Ukraine. Kyiv has previously insisted that its strikes on Crimea are an integral part of its strategy, as they're intended to make it more difficult for Russia to sustain its offensive on the Ukrainian mainland. Now, Vladimir Putin has repeatedly warned of the risk of a much broader war if NATO increases its support to Ukraine. Now, earlier this month, Putin warned he could provide long-range weapons to allied countries to strike Western targets. His remarks came days after the United States, Germany, and France allowed Ukraine to use their weapons to strike inside Russian territory. Putin has also reaffirmed Moscow's readiness to use nuclear weapons in response to a threat to its sovereignty. And now, with a fatal attack in Crimea, the West waits with bated breath to see just how far Putin will go in the aftermath of this devastating blow by Kyiv. And in Beijing, China has issued new guidelines for criminal penalties, including the death penalty for die-hard individuals advocating Taiwan's independence. The new guidelines, unveiled last week, come as China increases pressure on Taiwan following the election and inauguration of President Lai Ching-te. China labels President Lai as a dangerous separatist and, as a result, conducted military exercises shortly after he took office. Now, according to Beijing, Taiwan is an integral part of China, and the democratically governed island has only one option, so-called reunification. However, public opinion in Taiwan indicates that the majority do not support unification with the mainland. Instead, the majority support Taiwan's independence, while most favor maintaining the status quo of Taiwan being self-governed. Beijing has not concealed its aversion to President Lai and his pro-sovereignty Democratic Progressive Party. The new measures seem to be Beijing's latest attempt at creating a divide between the Taiwanese public and the new administration. The guidelines specify the death penalty for quote-unquote ringleaders of independence efforts who inflict particularly serious harm to the Chinese state. In response to the new regulations, Taiwan's Mainland Affairs Council urged the public not to feel coerced or threatened by the Chinese Communist Party. Assuring support to the democratically governed island, President Lai also said that Chinese autocracy is the real evil.
China has absolutely no right to sanction Taiwan's people just because of the positions they hold. What's more, China has no right to go after Taiwan people's rights across borders.
Now, President Lai has proposed holding discussions with China, but Beijing has turned down his overtures. China also declined to engage in talks with Lai's predecessor, Tsai Ing-wen, who is also from the same party.
I also want to call on China to face up to the existence of the Republic of China and have exchanges and dialogue with Taiwan's democratically elected, legitimate government. This is the only correct way to increase the welfare of people on both sides of the strait. If this is not done, relations between Taiwan and China will only become more and more estranged.
Now, China has previously implemented legal actions against Taiwanese officials, such as imposing sanctions on Taiwan's former de facto ambassador to the United States, who is now the island's vice president. These penalties have made minimal practical impact since Chinese courts do not have any authority in Taiwan, as the self-governed island remains firm in refuting Beijing's sovereignty assertions. And moving to South America, judges in Colombia have accused the government of tapping their cell phones. They say the Colombian government is using state intelligence agencies to keep an eye on them and their families. Meanwhile, opposition leaders have echoed similar concerns to the judges. However, the Colombian President Gustavo Petro has denied these claims, saying he has always made sure that state intelligence is never used for illegal activities. Our next report goes into detail.
The South American nation of Colombia has been gripped by a massive snooping scandal. Some judges of the Constitutional Court, which is the highest tribunal in the Colombian judiciary, have claimed that their phones are being tapped. Over the weekend, the Colombian media reported that Magistrate Jorge Enrique Ibanez filed a complaint with the Attorney General, saying that he and his wife were victims of wiretapping and permanent monitoring. The complaint accused law enforcement agencies and state intelligence of persecuting them secretly. Now, this comes just days after alarm bells went off when a message on WhatsApp went viral in Colombia. It read in Spanish, I quote, "I allow myself to inform you that this phone and this chat have been illegally tapped by the state intelligence agencies." End quote. The prosecutor's office has confirmed that the message came from the same magistrate's cell phone who was trying to caution other people. The Attorney General's office has announced that it is launching an investigation into the surveillance claims. Meanwhile, Colombian reports cited a general confirming that such interceptions had taken place, and top officials of Colombia's National Intelligence Directorate and the government were in question. However, the Colombian president, Gustavo Petro, has denied the allegations. In a post on social media platform X, Petro said that he's always ordered that intelligence agencies must not be used against the opposition, the press or the courts. The leftist president added that his government does not do what others did in the past, referring to scandals involving previous governments which made spying on journalists, politicians and judges a common practice. However, opposition leaders are not satisfied with Petro's clarification, as they have echoed similar surveillance concerns like the judges. The judges and opposition are levelling spying allegations at a very crucial time for Petro. The president is trying to drum up support to amend the country's constitution after he failed to get reforms through the opposition-controlled Congress. The opposition leaders have accused Petro of seeking to modify presidential term limits so that he could stay in power after 2026. The Colombian constitution was amended in 2015 to prohibit presidents from serving more than one term. While campaigning for election in 2022, Petro had vowed not to touch the constitution, but since then he's changed his track.
Y soy su presidente.
And finally, as the 2024 presidential election continues to take shape, former First Lady Melania Trump and Donald Trump's oldest daughter, Ivanka Trump, have become the center of speculation. Melania and Ivanka's absence from the campaign trail and the hush money trial have fueled curiosity about their whereabouts. Earlier this year, when Melania was asked about her future involvement in her husband's campaign, she coyly responded, "Stay tuned." And since then, she has kept a very low profile. Now, questions are now being raised as to why the former president's staunchest supporters are distancing themselves. Our final report takes you inside these questions.
It was a familiar routine in the Manhattan court where Donald Trump became a convicted criminal. Before entering the 15th floor courtroom for his trial each morning, the former US president would take a few steps down the hallway to deliver remarks to the assembled media. As he turned and walked away, someone in the pack would inevitably shout the obvious, unanswered question, "Where's Melania?"
Donald, where's Melania?
The absence of the former First Lady during the 6-week trial and her husband's presidential campaign has left many observers stirring questions. In short, the former First Lady has now become a real-life version of Where's Waldo, and her disappearing act has extended beyond the trial and the campaign trail. Nearly 10 days ago, when Donald Trump celebrated his 78th birthday, greetings poured in from all his near and dear ones, including his presidential contender Joe Biden. But the former First Lady stayed put and was glaringly absent from her husband's birthday celebrations. Melania's absence has now delighted Trump critics who see it as a possible sign that the Republican candidate has lost the backing of his most loyal supporters in his bid for re-election. If his wife were in fact over it, then perhaps the loyalty of his other longtime fans might be liable to fade. Various reports are also speculating that the former model would not spend much of her time in the White House if Donald Trump is re-elected. But it seems like Melania is not the only member in Trump's family who's missing. Donald Trump's eldest daughter, Ivanka Trump, is also nowhere to be seen apart from her presence on social media. She and her husband Jared Kushner skipped the courtroom during the final arguments in the hush money trial. However, the former advisor uploaded a picture of her father and herself, quoting, "I love you, Dad," followed by a heart emoji. Last year, Ivanka Trump decided to bow out of US politics and not actively join her father's bid to run again for the White House in 2024. Ivanka said she had chosen to prioritize her young children and a private life, making it evident that she will only support her father virtually. So whether Melania is putting her husband in his place now, or the role Ivanka Trump plays in her father's campaign remains unknown. But as the campaign progresses and Melania's missing posters and questions on Ivanka's missing physical presence take over, critics are left in disarray, making them wonder if the duo will step into a more public role or whether they'll continue to support Donald Trump from the shadows.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison LaGrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains on Kenya. The East African country is on edge as anti-tax hike protests escalate. The situation has now turned extremely violent. At least 10 protesters have been killed and scores have been injured after clashes broke out between police and the demonstrators in the capital, Nairobi. Meanwhile, a section of Kenyan parliament was set on fire as protesters breached the barricade to storm the compound. The police resorted to gunfire to stop them from entering. The latest escalation comes as the Kenyan Parliament adopted the controversial Finance Bill 2024 that introduces new tax hikes. Protesters have been demanding to scrap the bill. The protesters had called for a nationwide shutdown for today. While the Parliament debated over the bill, young protesters rallied across the country despite heavy police deployment.
To respect the law. There is no criminality in assembling in the streets. I was there in the morning. I have seen the unprofessional police force. We don't have a police service. They should scrap off that nonsense and call them a police force. They are here brutalizing innocent citizens who are unarmed, who are only speaking because the president has successfully captured parliament. He has successfully captured the judiciary. The only surviving sovereign power is the people. Now he's trying to brutalize us.
The protest took place in all major cities of Kenya. Massive discontent was seen in Ruto's stronghold, Eldoret, where large rallies were held against the president. In opposition bastion Kisumu, or the port city of Mombasa, chants of Ruto must go echoed in the streets.
What you are seeing here, the residents of Mombasa County have decided that Ruto must go. As from now, henceforth, tumeamua ya kwamba kama mbaya ni mbaya. Na tumereject financial bill, hatuna fujo, hatuibi mali ya mtu, sisi tunatembea tu polepole na wale wametuletea maji.
The protests, being led by Kenya's Gen Z, are against the Ruto government's new finance bill that introduces several new tax hikes. Amidst the widespread discontent, the government rolled back some of the contentious proposals last week. However, protesters kept pressing the demands to scrap the bill completely. Now, earlier, Ruto invited the protesters for a dialogue, but they urged him to address their demands publicly. The anger, for now, is unabated as demonstrations spread across the country. Authorities are being accused of using excessive force, while the protests have taken a deadly turn. Amnesty International Kenya says it is investigating the whereabouts of at least 12 people who, as per reports, were abducted in the middle of the night ahead of today's planned protests. The list of those arrested includes bloggers, content creators, human rights defenders, doctors, and a parliamentary staff. The Ruto government plans to raise $2.7 billion through tax hikes. It argues that the move is necessary to fill state coffers and reduce debt. Kenya's public debt stands at 68% of GDP. Now, this is higher than the 55% of GDP recommended by the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. How critics worry that Ruto's way of solving the debt crisis will only add to the people's expenses amidst high inflation. Now, for more on this, we have with us Nicodemus Ninde, political analyst and researcher at Institute for Security Studies, who is joining us live from Nairobi. Welcome to Firstpost.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I hope
now,
you can hear
despite
me
the heavy opposition with thousands on the streets and at least 10 people killed, the Kenyan parliament passed the contentious bill. There is certainly a bigger crisis at hand now. How does President William Ruto aim to contain this crisis?
Well, I think it is the president needs to really speak right now. He has been away from the city since morning when the protesters began, and his government and especially high-ranking officials have not given any form of statement. The last statement was actually given by the minister or cabinet secretary in charge of security, internal security, yesterday, where he was just speaking against or in anticipation of this planned protest today. So there's not been any official government statements. But going forward, I believe in the next few hours or before the night ends or the day ends, probably the government will want to give us official statement as to their response or a statement regarding what has really happened in the case of the day and the days to come in terms of whether or not they're going to proceed with the finance bill now that it has actually been passed in Parliament.
Right. Now, the protesters, mostly the youth, have launched 7 days of rage. They have even stormed the parliament and set some areas on fire. Can they force Ruto government to roll back this decision?
Well, in terms of the procedure of writing or passing a bill in Parliament, so today was the third reading of the finance bill that was introduced in May 2024 as a supplementary contribution to the budget that is going to be was read last week. So in terms of the process or the procedure of passing a parliamentary bill, so this has actually been the final phase of the reading of the bill, which will now therefore go for signing. So we are seeing that it has actually passed all these particular phases, and now it is actually up to the president whether to sign it or not. So that is actually where there's going to be a lot of discussion as to whether the president is really going to either listen to the demands of the protesters or, on the other hand, go ahead with the planned bill, which is part of a larger scheme, as you have rightly put it, to finance Kenya's next financial year for 2024-2025, especially on debt repayment. And that is why we are seeing a number of recommendations, especially on excess duty, income tax, as well as withholding tax.
Yeah. And we're hearing worrying reports of security forces being accused of abducting prominent Kenyans, particularly those who have large social media followings. What do you make of these reports?
Actually, it is quite unfortunate. You will recall that most of these protests, since they began last week on Tuesday, were largely peaceful, and led by the youth who mobilized through social media, who mobilized through phones, coming to the central business district of Nairobi and other towns, and they have been largely peaceful. And of course, the police in Kenya were really known for being very confrontational and very brutal, would tear gas them. And of course, this afternoon we saw that as these protesters moved towards parliament, they were shot by the policemen, and we're told about 10 people have actually lost their lives. So we can see that it is not just about the abduction that happened to these very prominent social media personalities who are actually mobilizing, actually giving ways in which they can be able to really education in terms of how they can approach protests very peaceful, have been abducted by allegedly the Kenyan security apparatus. So it is quite worrying that it is now not just about abductions, but it is also proceeding towards killing of peaceful protesters, as well as other forms of injustices that are being carried out by the Kenyan police and the security forces in the country.
Now, just one more question. These protests are against the tax hikes where the government is trying to raise this $2.7 billion to alleviate the debt crisis. You have touched on this. Do you feel that these hikes would be effective in this? And what will the effect on the average Kenyan citizens be who are already battling this cost of living crisis?
It is quite a burden on many Kenyan taxpayers. If you look at an ordinary taxpayer, Kenyan taxpayer, in terms of their payslip, there's a lot of deductions from housing levy, which was introduced in the last financial year, to many other forms of income tax payee and other forms of taxations. And their salaries and their incomes have remained the same. And this has made life very difficult, especially buying important commodities such as bread, oil, milk, which are used by everyday ordinary citizens. So it is quite a burden.
Nicodemus, thank you very much for being with us on Firstpost Africa. Staying on with East Africa, Rwanda is gearing up for a presidential election. 9 million Rwandans are registered to vote on the 15th of July, when the presidential vote will be held along with legislative elections, a first in the country. Campaigning for the elections has officially kicked off, but the East African nation is neither expecting a surprise outcome nor a tough political fight. Incumbent President Paul Kagame is likely to extend his 24-year iron-fisted rule. Kagame has been Rwanda's de facto leader since the end of the 1994 genocide, which claimed lives of around 800,000 people. Now, he was elected by the parliament in the year 2000. Since then, he has won 3 elections with more than 90% of the ballot. In the most recent poll in 2017, he took nearly 99% of votes. While he has been praised for Rwanda's economic recovery after the genocide, he faces severe criticism over rights abuses and political repression. Now, Human Rights Watch has accused the Kagame government of long-running crackdown on opposition, media and civil society. On Monday, Kagame launched his first campaign rally this election. A stampede broke out at the rally that left at least 1 person dead and dozens injured. Addressing the rally, Kagame defended his country's record on democracy and rubbished allegations of stifling opposition and crushing dissent.
Democracy means choosing what is best for you, what you want. The fact that you are free to make your choice. Democracy is not the choice of someone in your place. No one should make your choice for you. It's up to you to make it. We do not understand democracy in the same way, but we have our way of interpreting it. Everything we do is based on that. This is what makes the RPF unique and contributes to change in the lives of all Rwandans.
The courts in the country have also been accused of acting on Kagame's wishes. Rwandan courts rejected appeals from prominent opposition leaders to remove previous convictions that bars them from contesting elections. The Election Commission also barred Kagame critic Diane Wigara. Now, the 66-year-old is now facing the same rivals as he did in 2017. Now, the first is Frank Habineza, the leader of the opposition Democratic Green Party. Habineza also ran during the last presidential race, where he received less than 2% of the votes. Nevertheless, his party continued to fight and won 2 seats in the 2018 parliamentary elections. Now, the second is journalist Philippe Paimana, who is running as an independent candidate. He too is running for president for the second time. In 2017, he got less than 1% of the vote. Back in 2015, Kagame approved controversial constitution amendments that enabled him to bypass the limit of 2 7-year terms and allowed him to run for 2 additional 5-year terms. So essentially, Kagame is in a position to remain president for life. Since 2015, many African nations have witnessed a general trend of bypassing term limits. So is the July 15th presidential election in Rwanda just a sham? Our next story is from Senegal. Authorities in the West African nation are on alert due to a surge in COVID cases. Senegal is tightening measures to control a COVID-19 spike. Among those returned from the Hajj pilgrimage in Saudi Arabia. Senegal is conducting COVID-19 tests on those returning from Mecca, amid fears that the virus could be linked to the deaths of over 1,300 Hajj pilgrims this year. Senegal's health ministry suspects the role of a respiratory disease like COVID-19 behind some of the Hajj deaths. An alert was raised when the Senegalese medical team based in Saudi's Jeddah reported a significant number of passengers with respiratory disease. And thus, as a precaution, Senegal decided to monitor the Mecca returnees. It is now conducting voluntary screening tests and identifying pilgrims suffering from flu-like illnesses. Around 124 rapid diagnostic tests have been conducted so far, and 78 have turned out to be positive for coronavirus. 36 of them have been confirmed by PCR tests as well. Wearing masks is now compulsory at the Dhaka International Airport for those returning from Hajj. The ministry has also urged the population to be vigilant. Now, as per Saudi Arabia, the death of the pilgrims at the annual Hajj pilgrimage was due to intense heat. Temperatures crossed the 51 degrees mark, reaching the highest level in 2 decades. Saudi says more than 80% of the pilgrims who attended the outdoor ritual were unregistered, who joined the pilgrimage through irregular channels, which made cooling facilities inaccessible to them. At least 5 Senegalese died during the Hajj, who were a part of around 12,000 strong officially registered Senegalese contingent. While Senegal suspects another reason behind these deaths, it says there is no cause for alarm, but prevention is necessary. The country is so far the only one to conduct COVID tests on Mecca returnees, and a significant number have turned out to be positive. Over 1.6 million people from across the world attended the Hajj pilgrimage this year. Whether the spike in coronavirus cases is linked to the deaths reported in Hajj is subject to a thorough investigation. However, a probable concern could be if there are more COVID-positive Hajj returnees who are back to their countries without any checks. In that case, could the world be bracing for another COVID wave? And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid reports of coups and crises that dominate the headlines from the continent, we get you positive stories that often get overlooked. Our story today is from Guinea, where a 16-year-old is defying all odds to pursue her dream of representing the country in judo at the Olympics. Juggling between her responsibilities and dreams, she sells goods on the streets of Conakry and uses the money to fund her training. Her story is an inspiration for teenagers around the world.
Prom nights, slumber parties, not having to worry about paying bills or taking care of a family. That's what the life of a typical teenager looks like, where the cyclone of adulthood has not hit you. But that's not the case for 16-year-old Mama Kolma Bangura. This teenager from the West African country of Guinea is defying all odds to juggle between her responsibilities and her dreams. Bangura dreams of becoming a judo player. She aspires to represent Guinea in judo at the Olympics. Within the yellow and green painted walls of a judo training academy in Conakry, Bangura spars with her opponents. Among a pool of other contenders, she aims to stand out, but it doesn't come easily for her. With dreams of conquering the world, the 16-year-old has not let her family's lack of resources get in her way. On some days, Bangura sells yogurt on the streets. With the money earned, she pays for her transportation to her training sessions, and that is a testament to her unwavering commitment to judo.
It's through this business that I feed my family. Judo has many benefits for me because since I started practicing judo, many of my behaviors have changed. Currently, I don't sell like this unless my mother is sick. Then I come to sell. But if she is healthy, then I'm at judo every day going to training each time. It's there that I get the money for transport, but if it's my mom selling here, I come and she gives me the transport money to go to training. Judo is important to me. You can see my whole family supports me in doing judo.
Sexism is another battle she fights in her journey. Many in her surroundings believe judo is not a sport for girls, but that hasn't dented her dedication one bit. With her mother's steadfast support, Bangura has defied societal pressures, suggesting judo is inappropriate for girls.
Judo is tough, but it's about heart. If you have the heart, you can do it. When I started judo, many people told me not to because it's a man's sport and that I would get injured. They said many things, but I had my goal. I love judo. My advice to others is to come join me because it's a challenging yet rewarding activity.
Bangura's mother has been her guiding force. Despite many people advising otherwise, she decided to stay firm on her ground and let her daughter achieve her dreams.
If I had listened to what people said and not allowed Bangura to practice judo, she wouldn't be where she is today. But I stayed firm in my decision because it's my responsibility to guide my daughter.
Even though Bangura did not qualify for the Olympics this year, she hasn't let that discourage her. She doesn't plan on letting up from her training. In fact, she continues to make the long journey to her training center and carry on with her daily ritual in her blue judo uniform. The teenager's perseverance is emblematic of the resilience of Guinea's young talents, who overcome every obstacle to chase their sporting dreams. For Bangura, this means balancing family duties with her ultimate goal of winning a medal on judo's biggest stage.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to Firstpost. You're watching Vantage with me, Alison Lagrange. We start with Kenya. A proposed tax hike had plunged the country into violence. Thousands of people were protesting. The parliament had been breached, and the streets were littered with dead bodies. The pictures were truly scary, and it's had the intended effect, because President William Ruto has made a U-turn. He says he is withdrawing the new proposals. Listen in.
Consequently, having reflected on the continuing conversation around the content of the Finance Bill 2024, and listening keenly to the people of Kenya, who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn, and I have agreed with these members.
Talk about a triumph of the people. Ruto had himself proposed these higher taxes. They were part of a new finance bill. He had remained defiant until now. Ruto was using very different language yesterday. He had called the protests treasonous. He accused organized criminals of hijacking it. But now he has made a U-turn. Let me show you what happened overnight. First, the parliament was breached. Young Kenyans had promised to occupy the National Assembly. On Tuesday, they actually did it. It was the same across Kenya. Protesters were out in full force against the government. Look at these scenes in Mombasa. The military used tear gas to repel the protesters. The protesters responded by throwing stones. Even Ruto's hometown was affected. Protesters there burned vehicles and buildings. Take a look. As the protests spread, the military was called in. Then the crackdown began. It was a brutal military operation. Soldiers fired live rounds at the protesters. Last we checked, around 23 of them had been killed. Plus hundreds have been injured. The streets of Nairobi almost resembled a war zone. You could see smoke rising from the tear gas, also the deafening sound of gunfire. Some videos showed dead bodies lying on the streets. A violent 24 hours for Kenya. So tonight we are focusing on two questions. What led to this violence? And what happens next? The cause is a proposed tax hike. Kenya's foreign debt has increased to 70% of its GDP. The country is also getting help from the IMF. But as you know, the IMF has strict conditions. They want Ruto to increase government revenue. How? By hiking taxes. The first proposal included hikes across the board, even for things like fuel, diapers and bread. But when people started protesting, some of those proposals were dropped. Yet the protests continued. Kenya is already struggling with a cost of living crisis. Their inflation is around 12.2%. So these tax hikes would have made things worse. Hence the protests. Most of these demonstrators were young Kenyans. They organized on social media, even live streamed their protests and rallies. At first, Ruto said he was proud of them, but after Tuesday's violence, he had sharpened his tone. He said criminal gangs had hijacked the protests.
I am very proud of our young people. They have stepped forward tribeless. They have stepped forward peaceful. And I want to tell them we are going to engage them. An otherwise legitimate expression of the fundamental rights and freedoms of assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petitioning of public authorities by a section of law-abiding citizens of the Republic of Kenya was infiltrated and hijacked by a group of organized criminals.
Which brings us to the second question. What happens next? Well, the violence has largely ended. The military has been deployed across the capital. They are standing guard outside the parliament. Now that Ruto has withdrawn the bill, things should be peaceful. It's a relief for the whole region. You see, Kenya is located in a politically volatile part of Africa, the continent's eastern part. You have Somalia, Uganda, South Sudan, and Ethiopia, countries that face immense political turmoil. But Kenya has been different. It has been the beacon of stability in East Africa. Kenya makes up 40% of the region's GDP. It's like the gateway to Africa. The port of Mombasa, for example, is among the biggest in Africa. Many multinational companies have their regional headquarters in Kenya. Plus, it's a key ally of the US. So Kenya's domestic politics has implications for the world. Washington is keeping a close eye on the protests. They have also criticized the violence.
We condemn the violence reported during protests in Nairobi and around Kenya. We mourn the loss of life and injuries sustained and offer our condolences to the families who lost loved ones. We urge restraint to restore order and provide space for dialogue.
The US has a lot at stake. Last month, Joe Biden laid out the red carpet for Ruto. He hosted him for a state visit. And weeks later, this happens. Even India will be watching things closely. Around 20,000 Indian citizens live in Kenya. They have given an advisory by the Indian diplomatic mission: exercise caution, restrict non-essential movement, and avoid areas affected by protests. The people of Kenya have certainly won this round, but the trouble doesn't end here. Ruto is keen to administer the bitter pill. He may find other ways to do it. Those were the latest updates from Kenya. That was the ground situation. But how did it come to this? Why did the government allow public anger to reach this level? Why did they insist on raising taxes? Despite the obvious opposition from the common people, to put it simply, the government believes it had no choice. It is drowning in a sea of debt, and it is desperate for a lifeline, which is why it resorted to raising taxes. Part of Kenya's debt problem is the government's fault, caused by unchecked borrowing over the last decade. But there's more to the story. You have international lenders tightening the screws, like the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund. You also have external shocks like COVID and the war in Ukraine, leading to Kenya's currency depreciating. And of course, there's usually one suspicious party when it comes to debt, especially debt in Africa. We're talking about China. Beijing is also to blame for Kenya's debt problems. Our next report brings you the details.
The situation in Kenya is the direct result of unsustainable debt. Nairobi owes a lot of money to a lot of different creditors, both internal and external. How much does Kenya owe in total? About 11.2 trillion Kenyan shillings, or almost $86 billion at today's exchange rate. That's the total debt. It's about 68% of the country's GDP. That is far above recommended levels, meaning that Kenya could default on this debt. And that is also why the government is desperate to raise taxes. It needs the extra revenue to repay its loans. Let's put internal loans aside for a moment. They aren't as dangerous to Kenya in the current situation. The bigger issue is external debt. Here are some examples of the external lenders. The World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the African Development Bank, and of course, nations that lent bilaterally, like China. But they didn't lend the money in shillings. It was primarily in US dollars. And that is where the problems arose. Because the last few years have seen Kenya's currency tank. In 2023, the shilling was in a free fall. It shed 26.8% of its value against the US dollar. That meant that Kenya's debt burden kept rising without it having borrowed too much money. Kenya's debt rose by more than $13 billion last year. And about 73% of this was due to the falling currency. That's almost $10 billion of extra debt. That is why Kenya's government is insisting on raising taxes, in case the shilling goes into a free fall again. The Ruto government is desperate to avoid a debt default. Look at Sri Lanka in 2022, or Ghana that same year, or Zambia in 2020. Now what happens if a country fails to pay back a loan? First, it becomes harder to get a new one. Then the value of the defaulting nation's currency usually tanks, making imports more expensive, causing inflation to surge. Then there are usually shortages of essential goods, leading to hoarding, long lines and public inconvenience. Kenya is already suffering from a weak shilling and high inflation. To avoid the rest of the problems, the government had to pay back its loans. A big Eurobond payment was due this year, worth about $2 billion. Kenya didn't have the money to pay it back, so it borrowed more money, and that too at a higher interest rate. Now you would wonder, if the big loan repayment was made, why is Kenya raising taxes now? Well, that's just one out of many repayments. Here's the list for the next financial year. About $660 million to the World Bank, about $650 million to the African Development Bank, $110 million to the IMF. But the biggest loan shark in the next fiscal is China. Kenya has to pay China $1.2 billion by the end of June 2025. And Beijing isn't known to be very flexible with its repayment schedule. That is why the Kenyan government under President William Ruto is desperate for more tax revenue. Last year, the IMF had described Kenya as an innocent bystander during the world's debt shock. Nairobi could not have predicted the COVID pandemic, or the war in Ukraine, or the resultant inflation and high interest rates in the US. All these factors caused Kenya's currency to tank, and its debt to spiral out of control, leading to the crisis that you see today.
Pakistan has launched a nationwide anti-terror campaign. It's called Operation Azm-e-Ishtikam. The word itself is Urdu. It translates to Resolve for Stability. Now, such operations are not new. This is Pakistan's 12th anti-terror campaign since 2007. But will it work? Let's look at the strategy first. The operation was approved by Pakistan's government this week. It focuses mainly on the TTP, that's the Pakistani Taliban. And how will the government fight them? Now, there are 4 broad methods. The first is military operations to flush them out, your typical counter-terror ops. The second is roping in multiple law enforcement agencies. The idea is to make sure terror suspects are prosecuted and convicted, something that rarely happens in Pakistan. Most suspects end up acquitted or in safe houses. Now, the third strategy is socio-economic, tackling issues like poverty that lead to extremist ideology. And finally, the fourth strategy, an information offensive. Extremist ideology is rampant on the internet, so Pakistan wants to combat that. They want to push messages of national unity and harmony. Now, this plan did trigger some pushback. It was framed as a nationwide military operation. So the opposition asked, why weren't they consulted? Why wasn't the parliament roped in? But the government says it's not necessary, because this operation is not new per se. It's a renewal of existing campaigns. But why has Pakistan launched it? This is a country that has traditionally used terrorism as state policy. So why the change of heart? Because Pakistan is now the victim. Almost 800 terror attacks were reported in 2023. Put together, they claimed more than 1,500 lives. They have also left 1,400 people injured. It's a 6-year high for terror attacks in Pakistan. So the government was under pressure to act. China, too, was pushing Islamabad. Beijing is investing around $60 billion in Pakistan, but that money is under threat. Chinese assets and citizens are being attacked by terrorists. One such incident was in March of this year. A suicide bombing killed 5 Chinese workers in northwest Pakistan, so Beijing wanted Islamabad to crack down. But will this operation be able to do that? There are a couple of problems. First is the lack of global support. Pakistan has raised this issue at multilateral forums like the UN, but the response has been lukewarm. Countries are wary of what Pakistan says. Secondly, flushing out the terrorists won't be easy. The TTP is strong in 2 provinces. Both of them share a border with Afghanistan. The Taliban in Kabul support the TTP. They give them weapons and safe havens. So if Pakistan comes hunting, they can simply cross the border. In some cases, even that may not be necessary because Pakistan's army is unpopular in these 2 provinces. So the locals will not be eager to help them. Then what's the point of this operation? It's mostly about optics. Pakistan is wooing investors from the Gulf. The likes of Saudi Arabia and the UAE have promised funds, but all of them want security. So Pakistan cannot be seen as doing nothing, which is why this campaign has been launched. But if Islamabad is serious about it, they should target all terrorists, not just the ones attacking them. Meanwhile, Moscow is gearing up to welcome a special guest, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Reports say he'll travel to Russia next month. The visit would be significant for more than one reason. It will be Prime Minister Modi's first trip to Russia in nearly 5 years, and his first one since Russia invaded Ukraine. The trip also comes ahead of the BRICS summit, which Russia is all set to host later this year. So what is on the agenda, and how will this trip shape the India-Russia relationship? Our next report brings you the details.
There is a buzz within the Russian press. They are discussing Russia's ties with India and seeking opinions from experts, decoding every aspect of the relationship. The reason is a comment from the Kremlin. This week, a spokesperson confirmed that preparations are underway in Moscow to welcome the Indian Prime Minister. New Delhi hasn't confirmed any specifics just as yet, but reports say that PM Modi will travel to Russia in July. The significance of the trip isn't lost on anyone. Since 2000, India and Russia have held annual summits. Top leaders from both countries have hosted each other alternatively to review this vital partnership. But in recent years, this practice has stalled. The Indian Prime Minister's last visit to Russia was in 2019. There was a pause in 2020 due to the pandemic. In 2021, Vladimir Putin made a brief trip to India. So PM Modi is due for a return visit. It would be his first visit since the invasion of Ukraine. The trip comes at a crucial time. India would be sending important signals with this engagement. The first one is a reaffirmation of friendship with Russia. The visit to Russia would be PM Modi's first bilateral engagement in his third term. In the past, India's neighbourhood has been given priority. In 2014, PM Modi chose Bhutan and Nepal for his first bilaterals. In 2019, he travelled to the Maldives and Sri Lanka. This time, his choice is Russia. It underscores his commitment to this relationship. The second signal is continuity. For decades, Russia has been a key defence partner for India. During the visit, India and Russia could sign a defence logistics pact. Moscow has already approved the agreement's draft. It will facilitate deeper military engagements between both sides. The pact would enable more military drills, trainings, port calls, and even disaster relief efforts. The third and possibly most important signal would be to China. After the Ukraine war, Western sanctions have driven Russia to deepen ties with China. In May, Chinese President Xi Jinping visited Russia. Both leaders used the occasion to reaffirm their no-limits partnership. Back in New Delhi, these pictures led to concerns in some circles. But for Russia, India still remains a vital partner. Moscow demonstrated this in December last year when President Putin hosted India's External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar at the Kremlin. Usually, this honour is reserved for heads of state. But for Putin, this was an opportunity to showcase the importance he places on relations with India.
Of course, we will be glad to see our friend, Mr. Prime Minister Modi, in Russia. We have a lot of work to do. So I ask you to convey to him my best wishes, and please pass on our invitation. We are waiting for him in Russia.
First of all, please allow me to convey the personal greetings of Prime Minister Modi. He has also, through me, sent a letter to you. Certainly, Mr. President, he looks forward to visiting Russia next year.
That opportunity may have finally arrived. A visit allows the Indian Prime Minister to underscore India's strong partnership with Russia and provide a much-needed counterbalance to China.
Now let's talk about Israel's war in Gaza. More specifically, how Israel has been arming itself. For decades, the US has been Israel's biggest military backer, and that's unlikely to change anytime soon. But Israel could be investing in other defense partners. One of them could be India. A new report has come out. It makes a significant claim. The report says Israel got access to Indian weapons, stuff like rockets and rocket engines, explosives and propellant for cannons. Apparently, these weapons were transferred from India to Israel during this war. These supplies were shipped back in April. Such claims have been made before as well. Earlier this month, an Israeli diplomat gave an interview. His name is Daniel Carmen. Now, he has served as Israel's ambassador to India from 2014 to 2018. Ambassador Carmen spoke about these reports. He said, and I quote, "The Indians always remind us that Israel was there for them during the Kargil War. Israel was one of the few countries that stood by them and provided them with weapons. The Indians don't forget this and might now be returning the favor." So what is the backstory here? Let's try to connect the dots. Back in May, Spain turned away a ship. It wanted to dock at a Spanish port, but it was denied permission. The ship had the flag of Denmark, and reports say it began its journey from India's Chennai. The ship was headed to Israel's Haifa port. It wanted to make a stop at Spain's Cartagena port, presumably for restocking and refueling. But Madrid refused to welcome the ship. And they said the ship had 27 tons of explosives, so it wasn't allowed to dock in Spain. Spain has been a fierce critic of Israel's war. This is mainly due to the rising civilian casualties. In response, it has suspended arms export licenses to Israel. It has also extended support to Palestinians. Recently, Spain joined the European states and recognized the state of Palestine. So that's the position of Spain. It is against the war, and it wants the hostilities to end. There was another claim that made waves this year. It was in the form of a video. We had showed you this clip earlier on this show. Allegedly, this was recorded in Gaza. It came out right after a refugee camp was bombed. These are believed to be remains of a missile. Apparently, this was dropped by Israeli warplanes. There is a label on it which reads, "Made in India." This video was widely distributed by pro-Palestinian social media accounts. We haven't been able to independently verify it, but this story has taken on a life of its own. There are multiple versions, including this one. It came out last month. It says third-party vendors are probably supplying arms to Israel. On its part, New Delhi has stuck to its position. It condemns the terror attack by the Hamas, but it wants the hostilities to end. India backs a two-state solution to this conflict. This month, at a meeting of BRICS foreign ministers, India has signed off on a firm joint statement. It refers to the Israeli operation in Rafah as an occupation. It also is worth considering history here. Defense ties have shaped the India-Israel relationship, and this has been an important partnership for New Delhi. For years, Israel has been more willing to share advanced defense technology and know-how with India. New Delhi recognized Israel in 1950, but diplomatic ties were established only in 1992. Israel's military support to India predates that. Israel helped India during the 1971 war, which led to the liberation of Bangladesh. Israel had secretly provided weapons and instructors to India. Then, in 1999, when Pakistan's soldiers infiltrated India at Kargil, Israel came to India's aid again. It transferred sophisticated weapons to India. So the relationship runs deep. But over the years, it hasn't influenced India's overall approach to the Palestine issue. And judging by India's recent statements on the war, that still seems to be the case. It was a busy day in India's parliament. All eyes were on the Speaker's chair, who would preside over the 18th Lok Sabha. Well, it's a familiar name. Om Birla has been elected as the Speaker, but not before some drama. Usually, the Speaker is chosen based on consensus, meaning the opposition supports the government's choice, but not this time. The opposition laid out a condition. If you want our support, give us the position of Deputy Speaker. Again, this is parliamentary tradition. The Speaker belongs to the ruling party, the Deputy Speaker belongs to the opposition. But this time, the government said no, so the opposition proposed their own pick for Speaker. The elections happened today. A voice vote was held for the Speaker's position, and Om Birla won it. The opposition could have pushed for a division of votes, but they decided against it. Afterwards, the Prime Minister and the leader of the opposition escorted Birla to the Speaker's chair.
आपके चेयर है, आप संभालें। प्लीज।
That's another big development. Rahul Gandhi is now leader of the opposition. The post has been lying vacant for 10 years. You need at least 10% seats in parliament to become the leader of the opposition. In 2014 and 2019, the Congress did not have that. But this time, they do. Last night, the party unanimously chose Gandhi to become their leader. It's Rahul Gandhi's first constitutional position, one that his mother and father also occupied. Now, coming back to the Speaker, both Prime Minister Modi and Rahul Gandhi congratulated him, but their messages were different. Listen to this.
17वीं लोकसभा उसकी प्रोडक्टिविटी 25 साल के हाईएस्ट लेवल पर 97% रही और इसके लिए सब माननीय सदस्य तो अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं, लेकिन आप विशेष अभिनंदन के अधिकारी हैं।
The question is not how efficiently the House is run. The question is how much of India's voice is being allowed to be heard in this House. So the idea, Speaker Sir, so the idea that you can run the House efficiently by silencing the voice of the opposition is a non-democratic idea.
हम सबकी आपसे अपेक्षा है कि किसी भी जनप्रतिनिधि की आवाज़ दबाई न जाए और ना ही निष्कासन जैसी कार्रवाई दोबारा सदन की गरिमा को ठेस पहुंचाएं। आपका अंकुश विपक्ष पे तो रहता ही है, लेकिन आपका अंकुश सत्ता पक्ष पे भी रहे।
Umberla has a dubious record. He disqualified almost 100 MPs in his last term, hence these demands by the opposition. And what about the Deputy Speaker? Well, there's no clarity on that. The government is yet to convey its position to the opposition. As for the process, it's the same. The Deputy Speaker is also elected from the MPs. In the Lok Sabha, this post lay vacant. But with a stronger performance in the recent elections, the opposition is gunning for it. After his election, Umberla spoke to the MPs. He raised the emergency of 1975. The opposition raised objections to it, and afterwards the House was adjourned.
ये सदन 1975 में देश में आपातकाल इमरजेंसी लगाने के निर्णय की कड़े शब्दों में निंदा करता है। इसके साथ ही 25 जून 1975 के उस दिन को हम हमेशा काले अध्याय के रूप में जाना जाएगा। इस दिन तत्कालीन प्रधानमंत्री श्रीमती इंदिरा गांधी ने देश में इमरजेंसी लगाई और बाबा साहब अंबेडकर द्वारा निर्मित संविधान पर प्रचंड प्रहार किया था। सरकार के हाथों अपनी जान गंवाने वाले भारत के ऐसे कर्तव्यनिष्ठ और देश में प्रेम करने वाले नागरिकों की स्मृति में हम सब 2 मिनट का मौन रखते हैं।
In many ways, this was a sneak peek. The opposition has a lot more MPs now, so they are making their presence felt in Parliament. But the government is signalling the opposite, that majority or not, things won't change. This could mean a lot more confrontations and disruptions in Parliament. Now let's turn our attention to North Korea. This morning, the Hermit Kingdom launched a missile. Normally, this wouldn't be big news. Pyongyang launches missiles all the time. But today, it was reportedly a hypersonic missile test. a missile that travels more than 5 times faster than the speed of sound. The test was reportedly a failure. The missile exploded mid-flight. But this was still a warning by Pyongyang. North Korea is protesting against military drills being held in the south. Joint air drills by South Korea and the US. The drills began today, days after an American aircraft carrier arrived in South Korea. So today's hypersonic test was one way North Korea showed its displeasure. That isn't the only way Pyongyang has displayed its annoyance, though. It has also released more balloons into South Korea, balloons filled with trash and human feces. Here's our report.
It was 5:30 a.m. local time in Korea. That's when the North decided to start the day with a good old-fashioned scare tactic. Pyongyang fired a missile towards its eastern waters. And not an ordinary missile. North Korea had an early morning test of a hypersonic rocket. Hypersonic missile technology is still up and coming. This is when a missile travels faster than Mach 5. That's 5 times faster than the speed of sound. These missiles are supposed to be both fast and maneuverable. They don't travel along a straight path. They can change directions at high speeds, making them a potent weapon against enemy missile defense systems. Of course, this is when hypersonic missiles actually work. Only a few countries have perfected them, like Russia, China, and Iran. North Korea is friendly with all 3 nations, but it hasn't caught up with them in the hypersonic race. Today's launch was evidence of that. North Korea's missile crashed and burned. Unintentionally, that is. The launch was a damp squib. Reports say that there could have been engine trouble. There was a lot of smoke generated at launch, and the missile crumbled as it approached the ocean. But despite the missile test failure, North Korea succeeded in its real mission, which was to alarm South Korea and the US. The 2 allies began joint air drills today. American F-16s flew alongside South Korean F-35s. This is a small teaser for what's to come over the next few weeks. It's part of the larger Freedom Edge exercise.
The goal of Freedom Edge is it is a trilateral exercise between the United States Navy, the ROC Navy, and the JMSDF. And the intent of it is to improve the tactical proficiency of our ships. The intent is to improve the interoperability between our navies. And the intent is to ensure that we are ready to respond to any crisis or contingency.
The military exercise will expand to include Japan. And they'll involve everything from stealth fighter to aircraft carrier drills. The Americans are all geared up. They've brought the USS Theodore Roosevelt to South Korea. It docked in Busan on Saturday, and even got a warm welcome from South Korean President Yoon Suk-yeol.
Trilateral cooperation between South Korea, United States, and Japan, who share the values of liberal democracy, will be another strong deterrence along with South Korea-United States alliance.
So obviously, North Korea isn't thrilled about this, which explains their missile mishap this morning, and the resumption of a troubling tactic: trash balloon warfare. Pyongyang is at it again. It is sending balloons across the border, balloons carrying trash and human feces. Today, these balloons briefly disrupted an airport. The runways were shut for 3 hours at the international airport in Incheon. North Korean balloons arrived there late at night, and airport staff had to sweep up the trash before operations could resume. Now, this trashy tactic isn't the most dangerous North Korean stunt, but tensions are ramping up in the Korean peninsula. And South Korea's joint drills with Japan and the US are sure to draw Pyongyang's ire.
Our next story is about Justin Trudeau. Things aren't going too well for his party. Trudeau's Liberals went to sleep expecting a win in a safe seat, but instead they woke up to a shocking loss. The Liberals were defeated in a Toronto by-election, losing a seat they have held for 30 years. It was won by the Conservatives. This has now raised doubts about Trudeau's leadership. A new poll says 68% of Canadians want him to step down. So can Trudeau lead the Liberals for the next election, or is it the end of the road for the Canadian Prime Minister? Our next report tells you.
This is St. Paul's, an electoral district in Toronto. It has a population of 300,000. Since 1993, Canada's Liberal Party has held this seat. St. Paul's was considered a Liberal stronghold, but not anymore. There was a by-election for the seat on Tuesday, and the Conservatives have won it. Conservative candidate Don Stewart won the closely watched election. He got 42% of the vote. 15,555 ballots were cast for him. Meanwhile, Liberal candidate Leslie Church won 40.5% of the votes, and he got around 14,965 votes. So the difference is about 500 votes. But that doesn't matter. This is the first time the Conservatives have won this seat in 3 decades. It's a huge shock for the Liberals. They woke up to a loss in a safe seat. And not just safe, St. Paul's was the safest of safe seats. Which brings us to Toronto itself. For Liberals, it's often Fortress Toronto. These are urban seats that they always win, even during their worst lows. Conservatives rarely ever win seats in Toronto. But the St. Paul's by-election has changed everything. And Trudeau agrees. If the Conservatives can win in Toronto, they can win anywhere. So it's a wake-up call for the Canadian Prime Minister. Justin Trudeau has led Canada since 2015. This is his 3rd term in office. But in the last year, he has seen a significant drop in support. That's because of a number of issues. Canada is dealing with a cost of living crisis. Economic growth is slow. Homes are unaffordable. There's growing unemployment, crimes are on the rise, and cities are dealing with rampant drug use. All of this is impacting Trudeau's popularity. His approval ratings are at a record low of 28%. A recent poll suggests 68% Canadians want him to step down. Now, Trudeau is not obliged to call an election until 2025, but there are rumblings inside his party, and it's been going on for some time. Liberals have debated if he should lead the party again in polls, or if he should be replaced. Till this by-election, that chatter was muted. It was mostly happening in closed rooms. Now it's likely to be out in the open. However, the Liberals cannot remove Trudeau even if they want to. But the pressure will be on the Canadian Prime Minister. Plus, cracks inside the party could make governing difficult for him. So what will it be for Justin Trudeau? Can he lead Canada for a record 4th term? It hasn't happened in the country since 1908. Or are Trudeau's Liberals on course for their worst defeat in history? We'll find out by next year.
Moving on to our next story. This one is about Foxconn, the company that manufactures iPhones. It has been accused of discriminatory practices in India. A new Reuters report suggests that Foxconn rejects married women for jobs at their iPhone plant in Tamil Nadu. Not just that, hiring agencies too are asked to avoid recruiting married women. Now, Foxconn has denied any such report. It says it doesn't discriminate on the basis of marital status. But it has raised questions about recruitment practices in India. Our next report tells you more.
Just an hour's drive from Chennai lies Sri Perumbudur. It's an industrial town in the southern Indian state of Tamil Nadu. Sri Perumbudur hosts many manufacturing facilities, but one of the biggest is that of Foxconn. It's a key manufacturer of Apple devices. This factory is its main iPhone assembly plant in India. But what we did not know is that it also doubles as a time machine. Once you step in, you're transported back in time, to an era where married women were rejected for jobs. This is what a Reuters investigation claims. It's found that Foxconn has discriminatory hiring practices. It avoids hiring married women. If they apply for jobs, they are mostly rejected. Hiring agencies too have been asked to avoid recruiting married women. But why is that? According to reports, Foxconn believes that married women have more family responsibilities than their unmarried counterparts, which, according to the company, leads to issues. One former employee even claimed that one of the main problems are babies. Foxconn sources suggest that family duties, pregnancy, and higher absenteeism are the reasons why married women are not hired. Another reason is the jewelry that they wear, like metal toe rings or necklaces. Foxconn believes that it could interfere with the manufacturing process. Now, Indian law doesn't stop companies from discriminating in hiring based on marital status. But this is against Apple's policies. Ironically, it's against Foxconn's policies too. But this reluctance to hire married women is only when it suits the company. When there is a labor shortage, Foxconn actually does recruit them to meet manufacturing demands. Now, this is not the first time Foxconn has been accused of something like this. It's long faced scrutiny over its work environment. In China, a spate of suicides by Foxconn employees raised questions. In India, protests broke out in the same plant in 2021 after the workers suffered food poisoning. But Foxconn is not the only company to be accused of such practices. Amazon is notorious for a toxic work environment. The company has pledged to create Earth's safest place to work. But it isn't willing to pay the bills for employees injured in its factories. Injured Amazon workers are starting GoFundMe pages to foot their medical bills. In India, reports suggest that Amazon workers have to take an oath to finish their task before they can take a toilet break. The situation is especially bad for female workers. They don't even have access to designated restroom facilities. This shows you the double standards of companies. They may claim to have the best hiring practices or the best work culture, but employees are being discriminated against on the basis of their marital status. And they're being penalized for taking toilet breaks.
For our last story tonight, let's talk about the one thing we all seem to have a love-hate relationship with: exercising. According to a new study, this relationship is not working out, quite literally, because the world is not exercising enough. Nearly 1/3 of adults are physically unfit globally. That is approximately 1.8 billion people. While the numbers vary across nations, the picture is grim in India. According to data, half of the Indian population is physically inactive. Here's a report.
Picture this. You want to exercise regularly, so you set a goal. But when the moment comes to get moving, you don't. Instead, your mind comes up with all kinds of excuses. I'm too tired. It's too hot. I don't want to spend money on a gym membership. We've all been there. The excuses are plenty, but the result is singular. A new study is out, and it says that nearly 1/3 of adults the world over are physically unfit. That's approximately 1.8 billion people. But inactivity rates vary widely between countries. For instance, in the United Arab Emirates, 66% adults don't get enough physical activity. In Malawi, the figure is under 3%. In general, the highest rates of physical inactivity have been observed in the Asia-Pacific region and South Asia, followed by North Africa and West Asia. Meanwhile, Oceania has the least physical inactivity, followed by Sub-Saharan Africa and Europe. So there are variations across nations. But what about India? Half the Indian population doesn't get enough physical activity. What's more alarming is that the prevalence of inactivity has risen sharply in India, from 22% in 2000 to 33% in 2010 to 49% in 2022. If left unchecked, the number is expected to climb to 60% by 2030. Meaning the risk of diseases would also increase dramatically, because exercise is like a magic pill. It lowers blood pressure, it reduces the risk of cancer, diabetes, strokes, heart attacks and dementia. It helps us age better, it makes us happier and more hopeful. In whatever form and for however long, exercise makes our lives better. So how much exercise is good enough? According to the World Health Organization, adults should spend at least 150 minutes every week doing moderate intensity physical activity. This includes walking, cycling, or even household chores, or at least 75 minutes of more vigorous exercise like running or playing a sport. For many, this is a tough ask, which is why we have a love-hate relationship with exercise. And this relationship is not working out because neither are we. So how can we change this? By taking our excuses to not exercise more seriously. Experts say that mental blocks should not be treated as excuses. This fuels self-criticism, which stops us from meeting our goals. Instead, looking at reasons to not exercise as genuine obstacles helps us devise a plan. It's a solution-oriented approach. For instance, if you don't think you have time to work out, try starting small. According to data, adults spend an average of 35 hours per week on social media. So clearly, we do have the time. Another reason can be that you don't want to spend money on a gym. In that case, remember, you don't need a gym to get fit. Try stretching exercises or aerobics like jumping jacks. Planks, push-ups, and squats don't require gym equipment as well. Then let's say it's too hot to work out, so trade your run for a swim. If it's too cold to exercise, try indoor activities like strengthening your core or doing yoga. There are many solutions, but no matter what you choose, find the fun in movement, because if you enjoy exercising, you'll stick with it.
And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. Activists splash red paint on Spanish steps to protest against the murder of women. Britain's King Charles hosts a state banquet for the Emperor and Empress of Japan. And an Euro 2024 volunteer shows off balancing skills with 9 beers on his head. Finally, taking you back in history. The UN Charter was signed. It was by representatives of the 50 countries in San Francisco. It is the founding document of the United Nations. Leaving you on that note, thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
Questo sangue che scorre sono tutte le persone innocenti in Spagna.
To provide for our shared security, a stable world for future generations.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Ebrahim. Join me from Washington here on First Post America. We begin in the United States, where Washington is considering lifting a ban on the deployment of American military contractors to Ukraine. The removal of this ban will help the Ukrainian troops maintain and repair weapon systems provided by the United States. Now, the policy is still being examined and has not received final approval from President Joe Biden. However, once it goes into effect, the change would mark another significant shift in President Biden's Ukraine policy. The White House has already made significant shifts by allowing Kyiv to use American weapons to strike inside Russia. Now, U.S. officials say after the policy is enacted this year, the Pentagon will provide contracts to American companies to work inside Ukraine for the first time since Russia's invasion in 2022. Now, the commander-in-chief has always insisted that all Americans should stay away from the front lines in Ukraine. And the State Department has explicitly warned U.S. citizens against traveling to Ukraine. Now, to date, the damaged military equipment provided by the United States to Ukraine was being transported to neighboring countries like Poland and Romania for repairs. In addition, the U.S. military has been helping Ukrainian troops with routine maintenance and logistics via video calls. However, this has its limitations as American contractors and troops are not able to work directly on the weapon systems, keeping them out of commission much longer. Now, officials say that one advanced system that will need regular and faster maintenance is the F-16 fighter jet, which will be delivered to the Ukraine this year. Meanwhile, on Tuesday, defense chiefs of Russia and the United States spoke on the telephone in a rare communication. This was after Moscow blamed Washington for a deadly Ukrainian strike in Crimea and warned of retaliation.
Secretary Austin also spoke by phone today with Russian Minister of Defense Andrei Belousov. During the call, the secretary emphasized the importance of maintaining lines of communication amid Russia's ongoing war against Ukraine. The last time Secretary Austin spoke to his Russian counterpart, then Russian Minister of Defense Sergei Shoigu, was on March 15, 2023.
Now, this conversation comes a week after Moscow said diplomatic contacts between Vladimir Putin and President Biden's governments are at an absolute minimum. And with Washington planning to send its military contractors to Kyiv, it seems like these diplomatic ties are certain to be reduced even further. And moving to South America, Venezuela's state oil company has initiated the use of unregistered tankers to provide its closest political ally, Cuba, with crude oil and fuel. These discrete tankers are being deployed to establish new transportation routes aimed at delivering much-needed petroleum products to the island. Now, in the past, both nations exclusively utilized their own vessels for oil transportation. However, maintenance delays have led to the immobilization of several ships. Additionally, the situation is further complicated as a significant portion of the fleets from Venezuela and Cuba remain under U.S. sanctions. Now, in order to circumvent these limitations, vessels belonging to what is known as the Dark Fleet or Invisible Fleet are now operating through intermediaries. These mediums lack Western insurance and manipulate location signals to conceal their activities. For instance, last week, one of the vessels, the Panama flag Neptune 6, was seen near southern Cuba. The vessel was carrying Venezuelan heavy crude and fuel oil for the Caribbean nation, but the ship's transponder signaled a location near the island of Curacao, which is a few hundred miles away from Cuba. The Venezuelan state-owned company's shipping documents reveal that the enterprise had been transporting shipments of crude and fuel oil since June, with a portion of the cargo being offloaded first in Cuba before proceeding to various destinations in Asia to discharge the remaining volume. Now, lack of oil in Cuba has been an issue since 2022, when deadly fires engulfed the island's largest oil terminal. And since then, the Caribbean nation has not been able to fully recover its oil storage capacity. And because of less oil production, Cuba's electrical supply generation has taken a massive hit. Blackouts that were once occasional have now become a daily routine, and logistical issues are further complicating domestic fuel distribution to its aging power plants. The Venezuelan oil is meant to alleviate Cuba's oil crunch, forcing the two nations to use illegal trading methods to navigate around the crippling American sanctions. And now in the Caribbean, Kenyan police officials are now in Haiti to lead the UN-backed peacekeeping mission in an effort to tackle the ongoing gang violence. The first contingent, comprising of 400 officers from Kenya's elite police force unit, have set up their barracks in the capital of Port-au-Prince. They're being briefed by Haitian police about gang strongholds as they gather intelligence ahead of ground operations. Kenyan President William Ruto calls the troop deployment to Haiti a cause for global solidarity against mafias and gangs.
This mission is one of the most urgent, important, and historic in the history of global solidarity. It is a mission to affirm the universal values of community of nations and a mission to take a stand for humanity.
Addressing his officers, the Kenyan president urged them to display the utmost professionalism in tackling the Haitian gangs.
You are expected to embody the highest standards of integrity and professionalism, always bearing in mind that you are representatives of the mission's lead country and our ambassadors of stability and security as a country. Your performance in this assignment must be a firm statement of Kenya's capability and contribution to global peace and security.
Now the contingent is led by Kenya, but also includes forces from Bangladesh, Benin, Chad, and Barbados. Now upon their arrival, Haiti's new elected prime minister thanked the international community for sending reinforcements.
We want to take this opportunity to thank all the friendly countries that have supported this initiative. Evidently, behind all the vision, strategy, mandate, this transitional government has to reestablish security in the country to allow over 500,000 people to return to their homes, to relaunch the country, and of course to hold elections as soon as possible.
In February, gangs took over Haiti as they toppled former Prime Minister Ariel Henry's government, forcing the nation to a standstill. Since then, the United States has worked with other Caribbean nations to bring stability to Haiti. The Caribbean Community, or CARICOM, along with the U.S., jointly elected a council to handle the security crisis until proper elections are held. Until then, Prime Minister Gary Conille will remain the interim leader of Haiti as he vows to retake the country from the armed gangs.
The country is going through very difficult times, but we are already committed to resolving the issues. First, they need to lay down their weapons and respect the authority of the state. Then we will see how it goes.
Now the deployment of Kenyan officers to Haiti comes almost 2 years after the Caribbean nation first requested international assistance. Only time will tell whether the foreign troop deployment to Haiti will be successful in cracking down on gang violence. And moving to India, where Apple supplier Foxconn is rejecting married women who want to work for its iPhone plant. The Taiwan-based manufacturer is facing massive scrutiny after it was revealed that it finds married women troublesome. Foxconn believes that after marriage, women have babies along with other family responsibilities. And apparently, that's a deal breaker for the company. Our next report gets you more details about Foxconn's discriminatory hiring practices.
It's 2024, a time when women are going to space and claiming medals on the global stage. A time when breaking the glass ceiling is a thing of the past. But is that really a reality? Despite women being bold and courageous, there are still an array of setbacks that they continue to face. And the latest stumbling block in their way is Foxconn, a Taiwan-based electronics manufacturer, which is one of the major suppliers to tech giant Apple. It manufactures Apple's most popular products, including the iPhone. But the company has now come under massive scrutiny for its hiring practices in India. A recent investigation has brought to light the discrimination at Foxconn's iPhone assembly plant in the Indian state of Tamil Nadu. The report says that Foxconn systematically excludes married women from employment opportunities. The reason, you may ask? Foxconn is of the view that married women are troublesome. They have more family responsibilities than those who are unmarried. They have babies after marriage, and their family duties could interfere with their work. All of this, the manufacturer believes, contributes to higher absenteeism. But Foxconn's list of concerns doesn't end there. The Apple supplier thinks that traditional jewelry worn by Hindu women, such as metal toe-rings and necklaces, are a potential risk for electrostatic discharge that could damage iPhone components. And to avoid such a hazard, the company is avoiding hiring married women altogether. Foxconn's bias against married women has been confirmed by at least 20 former and current employees. These workers either belong to hiring agencies in India or the company's offices abroad. A former employee said Foxconn's management verbally instructs hiring agencies to avoid recruiting married women. And job advertisements by Foxconn's third-party recruiters explicitly state that they require young and unmarried women at the plant near the city of Chennai. However, the ban on married women is not absolute. The Taiwan-headquartered manufacturer relaxes this practice during high production periods when it faces labor shortages. And despite these discriminatory practices, some women manage to secure jobs by concealing their marital status and removing their ornaments before entering Foxconn's campus. The policies at both Foxconn and Apple prohibit discrimination in hiring based on gender or marital status. The companies have acknowledged lapses in hiring practices in 2022 and said they are working to address these issues. However, the investigation suggests that the discriminatory hiring practices at the plant persisted through 2023 and into 2024. With the latest revelation, Foxconn could face legal challenges as well. In 1965, India's Supreme Court ruling stated that married women cannot be fired on grounds of absenteeism, suggesting that Foxconn's practices might be legally questionable. This is not the first time that Foxconn has faced scrutiny over its culture and work environment. The company itself has proven to be troublesome for its employees. In 2021, protests broke out at the Chennai plant after more than 250 workers suffered food poisoning. This prompted Apple to put the plant on probation for a brief period. And in China, where Foxconn runs the world's biggest iPhone factory, a spate of suicides by its workers back in 2010 raised questions about the company's toxic work conditions. And now, with the latest episode, we are left with two important questions. Will Foxconn be held accountable for its discriminatory hiring process in India? And how long do women have to wait for an equal and inclusive workplace?
Now get ready for a wild ride from the land of the royals. The United Kingdom is gearing up for elections which are just around the corner. And of course, no British election would be complete without a man donning a bin on his head. Meet the dustbin candidate ready to challenge Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, promising to cap croissant prices for over $1. Now you may be wondering, who is this mysterious figure, and will voters actually be receptive to him? Our final report breaks it all down for you.
Get ready for an electrifying scene in North Yorkshire. Imagine a figure cloaked in silver, adorned with a massive cylindrical helmet, boldly standing in front of a field of nettles. This enigmatic figure speaks to a camera in a wavering metallic voice, declaring his bid to become the Member of Parliament of Richmond and Northallerton, the very parliamentary constituency of none other than UK Prime Minister Rishi Sunak. Enter the one and only Count Binface, who has emerged as a fascinating and constant candidate in British politics. almost 4 percentage points below Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, and the British are tilting towards bin face. But this is not the first time that the alien character has stirred British politics. The descendant of Lord Buckethead has been shaking up the political scene since the late 1980s. He started by challenging Margaret Thatcher in 1987 and then went on to take on Sir John Major in 1992. After a mysterious disappearance for over a decade, he made a grand return in 2017 to face off against Theresa May. In 2019, both Buckethead and Binface stunned the nation. They announced their intent to contest Boris Johnson's constituency. But the fun did not stop there. In a historic move in 2021, Count Binface threw his hat into the ring by pitting himself against Sadiq Khan for London's mayor. Following the drama of the mayoral elections, Count Binface once again captured the spotlight in 2023 by challenging Lawrence Fox in a presidential bid. And hold on to your seats because the excitement continues. This year, the self-proclaimed intergalactic space warrior not only contested for this year's mayoral bid, but is also taking on the formidable Rish. The saga of Binface is just getting started, because voters are confident that on election night, they will get to see the Prime Minister standing next to a man in a cardboard spacesuit with a bin on his head. His 24-point manifesto also features some truly unique and bold proposals. For example, he wants to cap the price of croissants at just $1.40 or just over £1. Then, in a move that will delight cinema-goers everywhere, he's also pushing to ban loud snacks from theatres. And that's not all, he's even advocating the construction of at least one affordable house. With such groundbreaking ideas, Binface is definitely making waves. With the D-Day round the corner, the nation now waits with bated breath for July 4th, when the next chapter in the never-ending British political saga will be written. And if Binface does indeed beat Rishi Biggles, will the UK then celebrate Bindependence?
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains on Kenya. In the last 24 hours, the country has seen outrage and violence peak. Peaceful protests against the tax hikes turned into deadly clashes. And as the anger against President William Ruto kept swelling, he has backtracked and announced that he will not sign the controversial finance bill that introduces new taxes.
I send my condolences to the families of those who lost their loved ones in this very unfortunate manner. Consequently, having reflected On the continuing conversation around the content of the Finance Bill 2024, and listening keenly to the people of Kenya who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill, and it shall subsequently be withdrawn, and I have agreed with these members that that becomes our collective position.
On Tuesday, as the Kenyan Parliament passed the contentious finance bill, protests against tax hikes descended into violence in Nairobi. The police fired tear gas, water cannons and rubber bullets at protesters. Rights groups say the police also resorted to using live ammunition. Authorities claim the protesters pelted stones at the offices, pushed barricades and entered the grounds of Parliament. Angry protesters even set a part of the Parliament building on fire. Videos on local television showed ransacked rooms with smashed windows, while cars parked outside the Parliament were vandalized and flags were destroyed. The governor's office in Nairobi City Hall, which is just a few hundred meters from the Parliament, was set alight. Some demonstrators also broke into the Kenyan National Assembly chamber. The police eventually managed to drive the protesters from the Parliament building, and lawmakers were evacuated through an underground tunnel. Military was deployed to support the Kenyan police. At least 13 people were killed and dozens injured in the deadly clashes. Rights groups have also accused the authorities of abducting protesters. Protests also erupted in other Kenyan cities, including Mombasa and Eldoret. Internet services across Kenya faced severe disruptions during the police crackdown. Reacting to the violence, William Ruto said that the demonstrations were hijacked by dangerous people and criminals who pretended to be peaceful protesters.
I hereby put on notice the planners, financiers, orchestrators, and abettors of violence and anarchy that the security infrastructure established to protect our republic and its sovereignty will be deployed to secure the country and restore normalcy. It is not in order or even conceivable that criminals pretending to be peaceful protesters can rain terror against the people, their elected representatives, and the institutions established under our Constitution, and expect to go scot-free. We must isolate crime from democratic expression and separate criminals from people exercising the freedom of expression and divergent opinion.
Kenyan youth has been the driving force of the protests against the tax hikes. They resorted to digital activism to organize these protests and mobilize support. But the protests had remained largely peaceful. On Tuesday, too, the protests began in a festival-like atmosphere. But as crowds swelled and the Parliament cleared the controversial tax reforms, Kenya took a dramatic turn of events.
The taxes are so high. We are being taxed our salary, and any other thing that you are going to buy with the little that you are remaining with is also taxed. So I think let us just demonstrate. We don't want it to be amended. We want it to be rejected in totality, and let us just kill the snake before it lays.
Government treat us like foreigners in this place. We are rejecting every single bill no matter what. In that finance. We are rejecting it, every clause. We are not asking for any amendment. We are asking for them to reject it. The MPs have failed us. We are going to take power with our own hands.
The United States, Canada, Germany, Britain and 10 other nations urged for peace after the escalation. They said they were shocked by the scenes outside the Kenyan Parliament.
So we condemn the violence reported during protests in Nairobi and around Kenya. We mourn the loss of life and injuries sustained and offer our condolences to the families who lost loved ones. We urge restraint to restore order and provide space for dialogue.
The United Nations also expressed deep concern over violence in Nairobi. UN Chief Antonio Guterres said he was saddened by the reported deaths and injuries.
We're obviously looking at what is going on in Nairobi and in Kenya, where Secretary General is obviously deeply concerned over the reported violence that we've seen connected with these protests and these street demonstrations. He's very much saddened by the reports of deaths and injuries, including journalists and medical personnel. We're also very concerned about reported cases of targeted arbitrary detentions. It is very important that the rights of people to demonstrate peacefully be upheld.
The African Union Commission called on Kenya to refrain from further violence. Now for more, we have with us Deputy Executive Director of the UDA Party Kenya, Higgins Mbagua. Thank you for joining us live from Nairobi. Welcome to Firstpost.
Thank you very much for having me.
Now, President William Ruto has warned of a crackdown against those behind the violence and arson. Could inaction further fuel anger among the protesters? And can the Ruto government afford to ignite civil unrest further as it stares at several other challenges, including an economic crisis?
As you are aware, this is the third protest. Yesterday's protest was the third protest of the finance bill. The last two protests were largely peaceful and there were no incidences. People protested and in the evening they went home. But come yesterday, there were some elements that infiltrated an otherwise peaceful demonstration, which started early in the morning. But at the midday, 1 o'clock time, it became violent. Shops were vandalized. They were able to enter Parliament and vandalized Parliament. So it turned from being a peaceful demonstration with some small element trying to cause havoc. And that's what the president is saying. Those criminals or those who use this opportunity to do their criminal activities, they should be hunted down so that every crime should not go unpunished.
And Higgins, talk to us about your thoughts and opinions on President William Ruto scrapping the bill and succumbing to pressure from these protests.
I think the president has read the mood of the nation and dropped the finance bill. But what I love to say is that most people, or those who were against the finance bill, most people had not read the bill itself, number one. Number two, the bill cannot stand on its own without the budget. So even those legislators who voted no for the bill, the best thing they could have done is they go back to the budget bill and they say, our people are burdened. Let us remove this road from my constituency. Let us remove this water project. Let us remove this electricity connectivity program so that we can be able to cut the taxes. Because the finance bill is to finance the budget. So you have to do both. You can't have your cake and eat it. You find that we spend a third of our budget to pay, to service our debt obligation. And defaulting on our debt obligation is more fatal than the incidences of the last three demonstrations, because it will be constant. We will lose out in international money market funds. Our shilling will depreciate. Cost of commodity will go out. So these are very delicate balancing act. We honor our debt obligation and at the same time not overburden the citizen. It's a very tight rope to be in right now.
Absolutely. Higgins, thank you very much for your time and for being with us on Firstpost Africa.
Thank you.
We now shift our focus to Niger. The West African nation is in mourning after 20 of its soldiers were killed in an ambush on Tuesday. Niger's military government says a coalition of terrorist armed groups attacked the security forces. One civilian was also killed in the attack, and at least 9 more are injured. The military has not specified which terror group was behind the attack. However, it said in a statement that the terrorists attacked security forces near the village of Tassia, which lies at Niger's border with Burkina Faso. The area has been a hotbed for Islamist insurgency. Now, the military says several dozen of the assailants were killed in the counterattack, and aerial and ground reinforcements are being deployed to track down the rest of the attackers. Niger is struggling to fight decades-long armed insurgency. In recent years, the country and its other junta-led neighbors, Mali and Burkina Faso, have seen a surge in Islamist attacks. Terrorist groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda have spread their influence in the region by recruiting fighters and seizing territories. The violence has killed thousands of people and displaced millions. Earlier this month, the group linked to Al-Qaeda claimed responsibility for an attack that killed over 100 Burkina soldiers. Meanwhile, the political instability has given birth to more armed rebellions. Last week in Niger, a rebel group called Patriotic Liberation Front attacked a China-backed pipeline that runs between Niger and Benin. The group is fighting for the release of former President Mohamed Bazoum, who was overthrown in a coup last year. It threatened more such attacks if a $400 million oil export deal between Niger and China is not cancelled. After the attack, Niger announced it's suspending its oil exports to China. While military governments fight the insurgents, long-standing efforts by regional and foreign powers have not been able to contain these attacks. The military governments in the Western Sahel region have pushed out French troops and are now forging ties with Russia to tackle security challenges. Russia's Africa Corps, a rebranded version of the Wagner Group, has been sending military instructors to Niger and Burkina Faso as well as Mali to train the armies to fight the insurgents. However, the region continues to be in the grip of a violent extremism and instability. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid reports of coups and crises that dominate the headlines from the continent, we get you positive stories that often get overlooked. In a groundbreaking achievement, 31-year-old Offense Pitse has become the first black South African woman to have formed her own orchestra. Pitse, who hails from Mabopane, South Africa, is revolutionizing the classical music scene by blending traditional compositions with the vibrant sounds of amapiano, a popular South African genre, and her journey and success are reshaping the face of the orchestral music, challenging long-standing norms and inspiring a new generation of musicians. Our final report gets you all the details.
What does an orchestra look like? Musicians seated with their instruments reading from music sheets, singers harmonizing with the melodies, and a conductor at the center orchestrating the performance. Typically, the image of a conductor is that of a man. However, 31-year-old Offense Pitse is breaking this stereotype. Hailing from Mabopane, South Africa, Pitse is the first black South African woman to own and lead her own orchestra. She produces shows that seamlessly blend classical music with the popular South African genre amapiano. Pitse's love for music ignited early at the age of 12. With encouragement from her church pastor, she picked up her first instrument.
So at the time, the pastor of the church was like, listen, if you want to learn how to play an instrument, come on Tuesday. And then my mom dropped me off on Tuesday. I got taught how to play the C scale, and basically the rest was history. So it was a means to an end. Like, we're always in church, I had to find something to do. And the evolution of that was my love for classical music, my love for choral and opera, and being someone who is very passionate about young people, I started my own youth choir.
By the time she was 25, Pitse had started her own youth choir. As it gained momentum, she expanded her vision. She approached classical musicians to form a 40-piece orchestra. Together, they reimagined classic songs by legendary artists. Despite never dreaming of a career in classical music, Pitse describes her journey as a gift. She leads her orchestra with passion, sensitivity, and authenticity. In 2023, Pitse led a 74-piece female orchestra in a rendition of Alicia Keys' If I Ain't Got You, alongside the Grammy Award-winning artist for Netflix's Queen Charlotte, a spin-off of the popular Bridgerton series.
But I would say, in terms of the greatest accomplishment in my career, it was the reimagination of If I Ain't Got You with Alicia Keys. We had the 74-piece global female orchestra, right, from across the world. I mean, there were 2 women from Ghana, there was one from Senegal. And I think what was also important about that project was how woman-centered it is. So even behind the scenes, there was women there, right? The person printing the music, the person buying, even the arranger, Bobby Jane Gardner, is a woman.
While achieving success is challenging, maintaining it is even more so. Pitse acknowledges that recognition brings added pressure, especially as a black woman in a predominantly white, male-dominated field. There's always scrutiny to ensure she knows what she's doing. Like many public figures, Pitse faces online trolls. She often receives comments unrelated to her music. Despite this, she remains resilient and prepared for whatever challenges come her way. Looking ahead, Pitse dreams of working with Beyoncé and hopes to someday create her own body of work.
I want people to transcend. I want people to transcend. And I make music for the academics of classical music. I also make music for those who have never been to a theater. They don't know an opera. They don't know who Tchaikovsky is. They don't know who Beethoven is. So it's like I always try to bring various worlds together that you never see.
Ofense Pitse's journey is a testament to her resilience, talent, and groundbreaking spirit, as she continues to break barriers and redefine what it means to be a conductor. With her unique blend of classical and contemporary sounds, Pitse is not just changing the narrative, she's creating a symphony of possibilities for future generations.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to Firstpost. You're watching Vantage with me, Alison Lagrange. We begin with the war in Gaza. It's been raging for more than 260 days. In this time, we have talked about a second front, a possible war with Lebanon's Hezbollah. Well, it's not a distant possibility anymore. It's very much on the cards. On Wednesday, Israeli fighter jets targeted Lebanon. They hit a Hezbollah military structure. They also bombed several other locations in the south. Now, this incident wasn't isolated. It's part of an escalating trend at the border. Hezbollah has fired 5,000 rockets at Israel since last October. Of course, Israel has responded in kind. They have taken out more than 300 Hezbollah fighters. One such attack happened earlier this month. An Israeli strike killed a senior Hezbollah commander. Back then, the group's leader issued a warning to Israel. He said Hezbollah was ready for war. Yet the aggression hasn't stopped. On Tuesday, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu visited the northern frontier. He also met some reservist soldiers. Israel says it's winding down the operations in Gaza, meaning it can focus more on Lebanon. The question is, can war still be avoided? Well, the United States is keen to avert it. Israel's defense minister has just wrapped up a trip to the U.S. He met Pentagon Chief Lloyd Austin, and among the issues discussed was Hezbollah. Israel says it will only attack if provoked.
Our war is not with the people of Lebanon. Our war is against Hamas, against Hezbollah, and their backers, the Iranian regime. We are committed, and I am personally committed, to facilitating the delivery of essential humanitarian aid to Gaza. We only fight those who seek to harm us.
Later on, the defense minister sharpened his words. He said Israel could bomb Lebanon back to the Stone Age if it wanted to. So tonight, let's look at the second front. How dangerous is it? And how would the fighting pan out? For starters, the Hezbollah is not the Hamas. They are better trained and better equipped. Hezbollah has more than 150,000 missiles and rockets. They also have close to 50,000 fighters, not ragtag mercenaries. We're talking about battle-hardened troops. Many of them fought in the 2006 war against Israel, and that conflict actually ended in a stalemate. Since then, Hezbollah's capabilities have improved. Last week, they released this drone footage. It shows sensitive locations like ports and airports in the city of Haifa. It was Hezbollah's way of saying, we can hit you where we like. Plus, the group has outside support. Iran is a key backer of this group. In fact, Hezbollah is the most important part of Iran's West Asian axis. Even the likes of Turkey are backing them.
We should not provide an opportunity for this. Turkey is with the brotherly people of Lebanon and its state. I invite the other countries in the region to stand in solidarity with Lebanon.
Support will also come from the Houthis, another group aligned with Iran. The Houthis operate from Yemen. They have been targeting ships in the Arabian Sea and the Red Sea.
The Yemeni armed forces, alongside the Iraqi Islamic resistance, carried out a joint military operation targeting the Israeli ship in the port of Haifa with a number of drones. The operation has successfully achieved its objectives.
Finally, you have Iran. They will have a new president by next week, a leader who will be eager to consolidate power. So Tehran will not stand by if Hezbollah is attacked. They may use their proxies to strike Israel, or they may get involved directly. Either way, it means more escalation in the region. But here's the interesting part. Neither side is ready for such an escalation. Lebanon's economy is in the dumps. Around 33% of their people live in poverty. So the country is in no position to bankroll a war. Israel's problem is political. Netanyahu's strategy in Gaza is already unpopular. Thousands of Israelis are protesting against him. They want a new government to bring the hostages back. So can Netanyahu really afford another war? Logic says no. But Netanyahu's strategy has often contradicted logic. He has used dangerous escalations to cling onto power. We saw that earlier this year. The US was becoming vocal in its criticism of Israel. So Netanyahu took out senior Iranian commanders in Syria. This triggered a chain of events in West Asia. First, Iran launched a direct attack on Israel, which forced the US to bury its differences with Netanyahu. Now we are seeing a repeat of that strategy. Instead of Iran, Netanyahu is poking Hezbollah. Let's hope common sense prevails on both sides, because a second front could prove even more disastrous, not just for Lebanon, but for Israel too. Now let's talk about NATO. The world's largest military alliance has a new leader, Mark Rutte, the outgoing Dutch Prime Minister. He is taking charge at a critical moment. The war in Ukraine is testing Western unity. Europe needs to beef up its defenses. But the changing political landscape is testing NATO's unity. How will Mark Rutte tackle these complex issues? Our next report decodes the challenges.
Mark Rutte will be NATO's new Secretary General. As the future leader of the world's largest military alliance, his background is quite unconventional. Rutte holds a degree in history. Before becoming the Prime Minister of the Netherlands, he worked in the private sector as a human resources manager. Maybe his people skills are just what the NATO needs now. The Dutch know him as Teflon Mark. Rutte spent 12 years in office, leading 4 coalition governments during that time. But it wasn't all smooth sailing. His government faced numerous scandals, including one over child welfare fraud in 2021. But Rutte not just managed to navigate his way out of these crises, he continued to keep the top job, without any stain on his image. On the international stage, he proved to be an effective operator as well. Rutte forged strong relationships with a diverse set of leaders, from Germany's Angela Merkel to French President Emmanuel Macron, even former US President Donald Trump. Rutte had everyone's ear. As the chief of NATO, his coalition-building skills will be put to the test again. His biggest challenge will be the war in Ukraine. As Prime Minister of the Netherlands, he has been a strong ally for Kiev.
We must stop the Russian aggression, Putin's aggression, together with our partners and allies, united, determined, in solidarity. That is the only way.
But not all NATO members share the same feelings. Countries like Hungary were initially opposed to his candidacy. Viktor Orban had placed a veto on Rutte's name. The Hungarian leader wanted some assurances. He didn't want his troops to be deployed to deal with the crisis in Ukraine. Orban was also against spending Hungary's money on the war. Rutte had to agree to those demands. He may face more pushback in the months ahead. Next month, NATO leaders will meet in the US for an important summit. The alliance will mark its 75th anniversary. It needs to address critical gaps in its deterrence. The war in Ukraine has exposed the limits within NATO's defense manufacturing capabilities. Leading NATO members in Europe, like the UK, Germany, France and Italy, are facing shrinking troop numbers. Plus, there is a budget shortfall to address.
At the summit, we will also address NATO's deterrence and defense, including investment. And as you mentioned, President, I strongly welcome that this year a record of 23 allies, including France, will invest at least 2% of GDP on defense.
Mark Rutte will formally take over in October, but all these challenges will be on his mind. And he needs to hit the ground running right away.
A Hollywood action flick is unfolding in Bolivia. An attempted coup, a hallway altercation, soldiers on the streets, and finally, a return to calm. It's truly been a nervous 24 hours for the South American country. But what exactly happened? On Wednesday, soldiers and armored vehicles gathered in La Paz. They moved in on the place called Morelos Square. That's where Bolivia's government is seated. The presidential palace is also there. An armored vehicle rammed into the palace gates. Once it was opened, the soldiers flooded in. Take a look. By now, the picture was clear. A section of the military had rebelled. They were staging a coup d'etat, and leading them was this man, a former military chief named Juan José Zuniga. His motives remain unclear. On Monday, he had criticized the current president's predecessor, Evo Morales, a man who ruled Bolivia from 2006 to 2019. The next day, he was removed as military chief. So the assumption is he was disgruntled. Once the general entered the palace, the president confronted him. That's Louis Arce. He took charge in 2020 after a period of instability. Now the pictures were quite dramatic. They show the president facing off with the revolting general. Take a look.
Presidente Arce está ahí, hablando con el general Zúñiga.
With soldiers inside the palace, the president turned to his strength, the people of Bolivia. He addressed them from inside the palace. He asked them to take to the streets to protect democracy.
Today, we need the Bolivian people to organize and mobilize against the coup and in favor of democracy. We cannot allow that once again coup attempts claim Bolivian lives.
And it worked. Hundreds of protesters hit the streets. They took on the rebellious Bolivian soldiers. It was indeed a wise strategy. Bolivia has a history of being ruled by military dictators. Their reigns have the same template: unstable, violent, and corrupt. So ordinary Bolivians did not want to return to that. They made sure the plotting soldiers knew their position. And the pressure worked. Loyal security officials repelled the coup. They also arrested the rebellious general. Afterwards, the president appointed a new military chief. He asked all revolting soldiers to return to their units. In simple words, the coup was thwarted and democracy won. The coup leader was paraded in front of the cameras. The president also gave a victory speech from the palace balcony. Listen in.
They wanted to surprise us and surprise the Bolivian people. We have reacted, and the mobilized people have also allowed us to reverse this coup attempt today. Thank you, Bolivian people.
We called this a Hollywood flick, so get ready for the plot twist. As we mentioned, there is no apparent reason for this coup. Plus, it was poorly planned, no robust strategy, no plan of action, and certainly no popular support. The whole thing was terminated and thwarted in 3 hours. Makes you wonder, why did the general do it? As he was being taken away, the coup leader dropped a major claim. He said the president asked him to stage the coup.
The president told me, the situation is very complicated. This week is going to be critical, so it is necessary to prepare something to boost my popularity. So I asked, do we take out the armored vehicles? President Arce said, take them out. So on Monday, not Sunday night, the armored vehicles begin to descend.
Some opposition politicians also agree. They are calling it a self-coup, an operation organized to boost the president's popularity. But why would he do something like that? Let's look at Bolivia's story. At the turn of the 21st century, it was an economic miracle. Bolivia brought its poverty rate to 15%. It also became a major gas supplier. But recently, the economy has struggled, especially after the COVID-19 pandemic. The IMF is projecting a growth rate of 1.6%. Excluding the pandemic period, that's the lowest in 25 years. Foreign exchange is another problem. Bolivia's reserves stood at $1.7 billion in 2023, the lowest in 19 years. So President Arce is under a lot of pressure. Evo Morales is also looming over him. Morales is a socialist icon in Bolivia. He is also a former ally of Arce, but both men have grown apart in recent years. And Morales is now plotting a political comeback. He plans to contest next year's election. So the bottom line is, there are a lot of variables at play. Will this coup plot help the president handle them? Well, the people responded with enthusiasm. That's a clear tick mark. Even regional leaders were quick to support him.
As I am a lover of democracy, I want democracy to prevail in Latin America. Coups have never worked.
We condemn the attempted coup, and we call for the institutions to function, for the Constitution and laws to be respected.
And we are denouncing, from Venezuela, a coup against Bolivian democracy.
That's another tick. But was this coup a real attempt to snatch power, or was it staged to help the president? As a general rule, we must always believe the president over a coup leader. The rest depends on the investigation. The coup leader now faces up to 20 years in prison. Let's see what the probe reveals. In the United States, it's that time of year again, the time for presidential debates. Every 4 years, U.S. presidential candidates battle it out on stage. It allows candidates to be in the spotlight. It's a way to woo voters and a way to make the opponent look bad. This time, it is Joe Biden versus Donald Trump. Now, U.S. presidential debates are standard practice. It's been happening for decades, but this one is quite unusual. There's a lot that is new about this debate. One, it's a current president debating a former president. That's never happened before in U.S. history. Two, CNN is hosting the debate. Usually, it's the job of the Commission on Presidential Debates. It's a non-partisan body. It conducts presidential debates, but for the first time in 3 decades, a U.S. media network is doing it first. 3, it is one of the earliest debates in history. The elections are in November. We are in the month of June. Debates usually happen closer to the polls. Plus, none of the 2 candidates have been officially nominated, so a debate now makes no sense. 4, there is no live audience. It's a major departure from past debates. This deprives candidates of the momentum of having supporters. 5, microphones will be cut when speaking time is over, so there will be no speaking over each other. But Trump will get the last word. And last, it's the age of the candidates. Biden is 81 years old. If he wins, he will be the oldest U.S. president at 82 years of age. By the time he completes his term, he will be 86. Trump, on the other hand, is 78. These 2 are the oldest candidates to run for the U.S. presidency, which makes age quite a significant factor this time. For 90 minutes, voters will focus on just one thing: how the candidates conduct themselves. Will Biden take a tumble? Will he get lost for words again? Or will Trump lose track of what he was saying? That's something people will keep an eye out for. Some 73 million people viewed the first Biden-Trump presidential debate in 2020. So all eyes are on this one too. But it looks like Americans are not too happy with the choices they have. The new poll suggests half of all Americans think this debate is important for Biden. 4 out of 10 think it's crucial for Trump. So all eyes are on the 2 candidates. Which brings us to the debate itself. Will it be a friendly affair? It's highly unlikely. This is the first time Biden will be in the same room as Trump since 2020, and the last debate wasn't really smooth.
I'm not going to answer the question.
Why
because,
would you answer that
because
question?
the question is the question
Supreme
is
Court Justice,
the
radical
question,
left.
Will you shut up, man?
Listen.
So what will the 2 candidates focus on? For Trump, there are 2 key issues: economy and immigration. Voters believe Trump would do better on them. For Biden, it's abortion and health care. Voters feel he will do better on them. But Biden has another trump card. It's the former president's conviction. Polls suggest the guilty verdict could cost Trump some support, especially among the swing voters. Biden would want to capitalize on that. Are the 2 candidates prepared enough? Biden has spent the week off the radar. He is at the Camp David retreat near Washington. Reports suggest that he is fine-tuning his attack lines in mock debates. Trump's preparation has been more relaxed. He's had some dress rehearsals. He has also addressed rallies. Trump's aides want him to focus on economy. Meanwhile, the Biden camp seeks to paint Trump as unfit for office. So the stage is set. But no matter what the outcome of the debate is, it's too soon to take a call. Like I said before, this is one of the earliest presidential debates. It's happening months before the polls. So by the time November comes, it will be a blip in the memory of Americans. Even if there's damage, both candidates will have time to do damage control. They have another debate in September. That could have a more direct impact. So while this debate may be the first on the calendar, but it is unlikely to do more than set the tone for the months to come. Now let's talk about another debate, one that took place last night on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean. It was the final debate between Rishi Sunak and Keir Starmer, between Britain's outgoing Prime Minister and the man set to be his successor. Because unlike in the US, Britain's election isn't a close contest. Rishi Sunak's Conservative Party has been in power for 14 years, and right now they are deeply unpopular. They trail Starmer's Labour Party by 20 points in the opinion polls. Starmer is expected to win a record majority, so last night's debate wasn't really likely to change much. Despite this reality, the debate was a somewhat fiery affair. Both prime ministerial candidates came out swinging, and both managed to land some jabs. Here's our report.
You know where these people come from? No, he's not answering the question.
Do you know where
you
they
can
come
see
from?
that.
Iran,
You can see.
Syria, Afghanistan. So when Keir Starmer says he's going to return people, is he going to sit down? Are you going to sit down with the Iranian ayatollahs? Are you going to try and do a deal with the Taliban? It's completely nonsensical what you are saying, right?
A sharp rebuke by Sunak on the issue of migration. Britain's sitting Prime Minister was ready for a fight. Yesterday's debate was the last one before the election. The UK goes to polls next week. Every opinion poll expects Sunak to get wiped out. So he didn't have much to lose last night. And that may be why he decided to come out all guns blazing. His opponent, Keir Starmer, is the leader of the Labour Party. He's expected to win next week's election by a landslide. Not because he's popular, but because people are fed up with Sunak's Conservative Party. The Conservatives, or Tories, have ruled the UK for 14 years. In this time, they've had 5 prime ministers. They went through Brexit. Their economy is in turmoil. And during COVID, the Tories angered everyone by partying during lockdown. All these missteps have led to public anger. The Tories are 20 points behind Starmer and his Labour Party in opinion polls. Starmer is on the verge of becoming Prime Minister, so all he really had to do was survive Sunak's onslaught last night. He even managed a few zingers of his own.
And I just want to address Beverly's point. You opposed it when I announced it. You literally opposed it.
If you listen to people in the audience across the country more often, you might not be quite so out of touch. Beverly.
That was a quick comeback from Starmer, and he hit Sunak where it hurt. Sunak, who is Britain's richest ever Prime Minister, has struggled to make himself seem relatable. His recent comments about growing up without Sky TV didn't really endear him to the masses. But aside from the jibes, the debate was largely what you would have expected. Starmer was criticising everything that Sunak and the Tories have done over the years, including the most recent scandal, the betting scam, where 2 Tory candidates and 2 party officials are being probed for betting on the date of the UK election, which is allowed over there, but these 4 Conservatives may have placed the bets while having inside information about Sunak's plans, and betting with insider knowledge is still a crime. That is the latest Tory blunder that Sunak was forced to apologise for. So Starmer, of course, capitalised on that.
I think over the last 14 years, politics has become too much about self-entitlement and MPs thinking about what they can get for themselves. And one of the important choices, and the thing that I would like to do if I'm elected Prime Minister, is to reset politics so that politics returns to public service.
So who won the debate? A survey after the face-off said it ended at 50-50. While there was no clear winner here, Starmer is on course to win the election next week. The most telling moment of the debate may have been this, when someone asked, "Are you two really the best we've got?" It sums up the mood ahead of the British elections.
Our next story is a tale of 2 neighbours of India, Sri Lanka and the Maldives. One of them is turning a corner after suffering an economic collapse. The other could be slipping into a debt crisis. Let's start with Sri Lanka first. Yesterday, Colombo had some good news to share. It has struck a deal with creditor nations. Sri Lanka has managed to renegotiate a large chunk of its debt. The loans are worth $10 billion. About $5.8 billion is owed to a group of 17 countries. This includes countries like India and the members of the Paris Club like France, Japan and the US. China chose to sit out of this platform. It has struck a separate agreement with Colombo. That takes care of loans worth $4.2 billion. This restructuring helps Sri Lanka immensely. Loan payments will be postponed until 2028. After that, Sri Lanka will have time until 2043 to repay this debt. That too on concessional terms. So overall, Sri Lanka's debt burden has been reduced. The job is not done yet. Some commercial loans are yet to be renegotiated. But this is a win for Colombo. Sri Lanka can now start focusing on development projects again.
Now that we have achieved a crucial milestone in debt restructuring, there are legal opportunities for these countries to resume all projects funded by foreign loans. Moreover, we can look forward to initiating many new development projects.
It was a bitter road to recovery for Sri Lanka. The island nation went bankrupt in 2022. It ran out of foreign exchange. Sri Lanka was plunged into chaos. From food to fuel and cooking gas, there was severe shortage of many essentials. Hospitals had run out of drugs. Critical surgeries had to be delayed. Massive protests broke out across the country. It led to the ouster of the powerful Rajapaksas. Mahinda Rajapaksa, the then Prime Minister, resigned. His brother, President Gotabaya Rajapaksa, fled the country. The crisis was that severe. It was during this time India stepped up to help Sri Lanka. It extended at least $4 billion worth of aid and helped to stabilize the country. Sri Lanka's economic collapse served as a cautionary tale for the region, especially for those who borrowed heavily from China and remain financially vulnerable. The Maldives finds itself in a similar situation, and it appears they haven't taken any lessons. Yesterday, a leading credit agency downgraded its debt. We are talking about Fitch. It believes the long-term debt of the Maldives carries more risk now. Now, they released this assessment yesterday. It highlights 3 problems: falling foreign reserves, high debt repayment bills, and continued need for financing. Simply put, the debt levels are high and the Maldives is not generating enough revenue to close the gap. Earlier this year, the IMF had warned about this too. That's the International Monetary Fund. It warned Mali against looming debt distress. The IMF has advised the Maldives to raise revenues, cut spending, and reduce debt. Otherwise, it faces the risk of a major economic crisis. Last year, the foreign debt of the Maldives crossed $4 billion. That's more than 100% of its GDP. Clearly, the Moizu government has its work cut out. They need to start paying attention to the economy. Now let's look at Kenya. Tensions are still running high in the East African nation. Chaos broke out on Tuesday. At least 23 people were killed during the nationwide protests. The protesters breached parliament and set parts of it on fire. The public anger finally compelled President William Ruto to back down. He rejected his own government's controversial finance bill and promised to refrain from imposing new taxes. This means the protesters were successful, but the demonstrations haven't died down yet. In fact, a new call was issued today under the hashtag Occupy State House. That is Kenya's presidential palace. Protesters threatened to storm the State House as well because they want Ruto to resign. To prevent this, the Kenyan government called in the armed forces. The military was deployed in Nairobi's central business district. Riot police could be seen in every corner. They have arrested a number of protesters today in Nairobi and other parts of Kenya. But amid this heavy police deployment, some troops were missing. About 400 Kenyan officers were mobilizing thousands of kilometers away in the Caribbean nation of Haiti. Because while their home country is in turmoil, They have a different task. These Kenyan troops are leading a multinational task force which aims to bring Haiti's gang violence problem under control. Here's our report.
On Tuesday, as the Kenyan protests descended into chaos, about 400 Kenyan police officers were descending into something else. They made their way off a Kenya Airways plane and stood on the tarmac at the international airport in Haiti's capital, Port-au-Prince. Each Kenyan police officer was decked in camouflage and Kevlar, wearing a beige tactical ballistic helmet and carrying an assault rifle, either an M4 or an AK. It was a show of force and a message that the peacekeepers had arrived. These Kenyan troops are going to be leading an international task force. Their mission? Providing security to Haiti and defeating the gangs that have overrun the Caribbean country. Violent gangs have taken over various parts of Haiti. They control about 80% of the capital, Port-au-Prince. The gangs even forced Prime Minister Ariel Henry to resign. Haiti's current Prime Minister is this man, Gary Conille, and he personally welcomed the Kenyan troops yesterday.
From as far away as East Africa, the people of Kenya have heard the cries and sufferings of the Haitian people, and they are here in a spirit of solidarity with our police. The first contingent has been mobilized and is solidly in place to accompany and support Haitian strategies to regain our security, house by house, neighborhood by neighborhood, town by town.
The Kenyans will be in charge of a 2,500-member task force. According to Conille, they will go house by house, neighborhood by neighborhood, and town by town to eradicate the gang menace in Haiti. The Kenya-led mission has drawn mixed reactions from the locals.
If the Kenyan forces arrive in Haiti, with the support of the Americans, I believe that they will bring about a change. The people will support them.
It is not the foreigners that will solve our problems. It is up to us to come up with solutions. But still, we accept the help because we cannot go anywhere because so many areas of the country are lawless.
This is the fourth major foreign military intervention in Haiti. Obviously, the previous three didn't work. But the big difference this time is that the foreign force is being led by Kenya. Troops have been deployed despite Nairobi's domestic issues. Let's hope that the Kenya-led mission succeeds in bringing peace to Haiti.
Now let's talk about loneliness. It's not the same as being alone. It is not about how many people are around, but how you feel, and it may impact your stroke risk. According to a new study, and the first of its kind, loneliness may increase the risk of a stroke by as much as 56%. And this is not the only problem it causes. Loneliness can impact your health in surprising ways. So how does it affect your mental and physical well-being, and why? Here's a report.
15 million. That's how many people suffer a stroke worldwide each year. Of these, 5 million people die. Another 5 million are left permanently disabled. Stroke is one of the leading causes of mortality and long-term disability worldwide. It's your brain's version of a heart attack, so it's critical, time-sensitive, and life-threatening. And do you know what increases the risk of a stroke? It's loneliness. As surprising as it seems, according to a new study, loneliness can increase the risk of a stroke by as much as 56%. This is the first study of its kind to find such a link between the two, but not the first to show how loneliness can impact one's health. Loneliness is a major global threat. It comes with mental and physical implications. But before we get to that, let's define loneliness. It's not the same as being alone. It's not the same as social isolation either. It's the gap between the level of connectedness you want and what you have. So loneliness is subjective, and it's not all bad. In fact, feeling lonely is important. In small doses, it works like hunger or thirst. It's a sign that you're missing something. But chronic loneliness, much like chronic hunger, can be deadly. Why? Thanks to evolution. It has made the human brain seek safety in numbers, so loneliness is seen as a threat. This triggers a fight or flight response in the body. Stress hormones are released, blood sugar levels rise, heart rate increases, and so does blood pressure. Fewer antibodies are released, meaning loneliness takes a toll on the body. What's the result? Higher risk of insomnia, depression, muscle inflammation, heart disease, dementia, addiction, and even suicide. According to research, loneliness increases the risk of early death by 39%. It's as deadly as smoking 15 cigarettes a day and more lethal than consuming 6 alcoholic drinks a day. Here's another shocking statistic for you. Loneliness kills far more people in the West each year than terrorists and murderers, because loneliness is a silent killer. So, how can we deal with it? What makes someone lonely is often unique to them, but this doesn't mean that loneliness is an individual problem. 33% of adults are lonely across the world. Most of them belong to Brazil, followed by Turkey, India, Saudi Arabia, and Italy. Meanwhile, the Netherlands, Czech Republic, and Croatia are some of the least lonely nations, with loneliness levels below 10%. So the numbers vary, but what do they tell us? That loneliness is prevalent across the world. And this makes it a policy issue. Some countries know it already. The UK, Japan, and Sweden have ministers of loneliness. Meanwhile, some nations have employed other creative measures. The UK, Sweden, Ireland, and Australia have adopted a chatty bench, which is a park bench where strangers can talk to each other. So the solutions might differ, but it's time to give the problem some real thought. The Beatles already suggested a good starting point. All the lonely people, where do they all come from? Where do they all belong?
For our next story, let's go back in history. It's the late 1990s. Internet was booming, and with it came the dot-com bubble. Any company with .com in its name grew too fast. It did not matter if the business was sound or if it was financially viable. Take Pets.com, for example. It sold pet supplies online. The company rode the .com wave. It attracted big-name investors, including Amazon. In 2000, the company raises $82 million in an IPO. But 9 months later, it went bankrupt. Why? Because a catchy domain name can't be a substitute for a viable business model. In the ever-evolving landscape of technology, every season brings with it a new trend. Some of these are innovative. Others are more about the hype. So what's the breakout technology of 2024? Ask anyone, and they will tell you it's artificial intelligence. AI is the new darling of the tech world. In 2022, artificial intelligence entered our daily lives. 2023 made it the toast of the town. And this year, it is getting more and more popular. By the next few years, it's likely to become an integral part of our daily lives. AI is transforming our lives, the way we work, the way we eat, the way we travel. It is a game changer, and companies are going down the AI rabbit hole. They are ditching other ventures. They are focusing solely on artificial intelligence. But is it more glitter and less gold? Take Amazon, for example. It launched its Just Walk Out stores. Now, the concept itself is simple. You go into any of their stores, you pick the products you want to buy, you put them in your cart, and you just walk out with it. The cart will figure out what products you have added, your account will be charged accordingly. So it's seamless, and you don't have to stand in long queues. Sounds genius, right? Amazon said its system was powered by artificial intelligence. But it turns out that may not have been true. Reports suggest that Amazon employs around 1,000 workers in India. They watch people shop. They review their purchases at stores. So it wasn't AI doing the heavy lifting. It was actually humans. Now, Amazon has denied these claims. They said those employees are just normal reviewers. But it shows you how any AI claim must be taken with a pinch of salt. The phenomenon itself is called AI washing. It is the modern-day alchemy. Companies sprinkle a little bit of artificial intelligence magic dust on their offerings, and voila, their products seem more advanced than they are. Now, don't be mistaken. Artificial intelligence can revolutionize industries, but that potential is often lost, especially in the noise of the marketing hyperbole. Take 2022, for example. 10% of companies mentioned AI in their pitch. Fast forward to 2023, and the number was up to 25%. Founders believe if they have to draw investors, they must keep talking AI. Some companies claim to use AI when actually they are using less sophisticated computing. Others overstate their achievements. They say their AI solutions are operational. In reality, it's just in the ideation stage. Now, some other firms just add an AI chatbot to their roster, and that way they can claim that they are on top of their AI game. But look at this study. 40% of so-called AI startups don't even use AI, and regulators are waking up to this. The UK has strict laws against AI washing. The US too charged 2 companies for misleading claims. So the lesson here is clear. Artificial intelligence holds immense promise, but the road to realizing that promise is fraught with overstatements and misconceptions. So the next time a company touts its latest AI-driven innovation, remember to take it all with a healthy pinch of skepticism. Our last story tonight comes from South Africa. The country is home to a large majority of the world's rhinos. For this reason, it is a hotspot for poaching, mostly thanks to Asia, where these rhino horns are used in traditional medicines. But now scientists have found a new way to curb poaching. They are injecting radioactive material into live rhino horns. Here's a report.
This is Beckham, a 1.7-ton rhino named after the English footballer David Beckham. And now he's making headlines the world over. He has become the first rhino to have a radioactive pellet drilled into his horn.
Yeah, what I've done is I've just put in 2 tiny little radioactive chips into the horn.
Why? To curb poaching in South Africa. The country is home to 80% of the world's rhinos. That's about 15,000 rhinos. This makes the country a hotspot for poaching. Every 20 hours in South Africa, a rhino dies for its horn. These poached horns are trafficked across the world. They are sometimes sold as status symbols or used in traditional medicines. This is mainly driven by demand from Asia, particularly in Vietnam and China, where these horns are highly sought after in the black market. Their price by weight rivals that of cocaine and gold. But rhinos are an endangered species. There have been efforts to reduce poaching for decades now. There are global trade rules against extinction. The South African government has tried poisoning the horns. They have tried dehorning rhinos, but the battle to defeat rhino poaching has taken a turn for the worse. They have not only failed to deter poachers, but the numbers are only increasing. Just last year, 499 rhinos were killed in South Africa. That's up by 11% since 2022. So now, scientists have come up with an ingenious solution. They are injecting radioactive material into live rhino horns. And with this, they are hitting 2 birds with 1 radioactive pellet. First, the injection poisons the horn, making it bad for human consumption. This depletes the value of horns on illegal markets. Secondly, the radiation makes the horns easy to detect. Most border control points have radiation detectors. So the idea is radioactive horns will set off the detectors and alert the authorities.
Detect these horns as they are.
We tried to poison the horns. That didn't work. Dehorning doesn't work. Nothing works. But this is something you can't destroy. You can't throw it away. And it petrifies people, you know. Oh, it's radioactive, so we gotta run. That's what we want.
Scientists say this method is completely safe. During the process, rhinos are put to sleep so they don't feel any pain. The dose is strong enough to set off the alarms of the detectors, but it doesn't cause any damage to the animals. So far, only one rhino has been injected with the dose. 19 more are slated to receive the injection. Only time will tell if radioactive rhinos are able to fight back against poaching.
And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. In Washington, high temperatures melt a replica wax statue of Abraham Lincoln. Ballet dancers perform by the River Thames to spread hope amid the growing climate crisis. And in Indonesia, people scale an active volcano to pray for rain. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1871, the yen became the official currency of Japan. It was first introduced as part of Japan's modernization efforts. The yen replaced a complex system of local currencies. It was modeled after the European decimal currency systems. Leaving you on that note, thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden. How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Eric Ham. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We began in the United States, where Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant has just concluded his official visit to Washington, but not before warning that Israel's military is capable of sending Lebanon back to the Stone Age. These comments come as Lebanon-based Hezbollah continues to launch attacks on northern Israel. However, Gallant has stressed that his government prefers a diplomatic solution to the rising conflict. Now, throughout his visit, the Israeli defense minister discussed the need to resolve the security situation between Israel and Lebanon and asserted that Israel would not accept Hezbollah's military formations on the border. Notably, an exchange of hostilities has prompted the evacuation of tens of thousands of civilians on both sides, sparking fears of a full-blown war. Meanwhile, Gallant also laid out a three-level proposal to govern post-war Gaza that would include local Palestinians, regional partners, and the United States, but not Hamas or Israel.
We are committed to bringing the hostages home, with no exception. We are committed to defending our people. But let it be known that our war is not with the people of Gaza. Our war is not with the people of Lebanon. Our war is against Hamas, against Hezbollah, and their backers, the Iranian regime. We are committed, and I am personally committed, to facilitating the delivery of essential humanitarian aid to Gaza. We only fight those who seek to harm us. Together, let's move forward with strength and compassion. Thank you.
Now, this proposal comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken repeatedly urged Israel to draft a post-war plan to avoid further chaos in Gaza. Meanwhile, Washington continues to pause the shipment of heavy bombs to Israel. However, smaller American weapons will continue to flow to Israel as the battles with Hamas and Hezbollah continue. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin said that Washington is working towards a diplomatic agreement that would allow Israeli and Lebanese civilians to return to their homes on both sides of the border safely.
Hezbollah's provocations threaten to drag the Israeli and Lebanese people into a war that they do not want. Such a war would be a catastrophe for Lebanon, and it would be devastating for innocent Israeli and Lebanese civilians. And so diplomacy is by far the best way to prevent more escalation. So we're urgently seeking a diplomatic agreement that restores lasting calm to Israel's northern border and enables civilians to return safely to their homes on both sides of the Israel-Lebanon border.
Now, with the U.S. and Israel trying to find diplomatic solutions for both conflicts, all eyes are now on Hamas and Hezbollah to see if they will also seek de-escalation to the growing crisis in the region. And in South America, a coup attempt failed in Bolivia's capital, La Paz, yesterday. Army General Juan José Zúñiga ordered his troops to storm the presidential palace, vowing to restore democracy. However, the troops were quickly pulled back and the general was arrested. Bolivian President Luis Arce vowed to stand firm against the rebellion and named a new army commander who ordered the coup attempters to surrender.
Now in my capacity as Commander General of the Army and on behalf of the three force commanders, I order that all personnel who are mobilized in the streets must return to their units.
The rebellion ended after 3 hours as hundreds of supporters rushed to the presidential palace, waving flags, singing the national anthem, and cheering on the president.
They wanted to surprise us and surprise the Bolivian people. We have reacted, and the mobilized people have also allowed us to reverse this coup attempt today. Thank you, Bolivian people.
The coup-leading army general had been stripped of his military command just a day prior to the attempted takeover. He even addressed reporters about growing anger against the government before ordering armored vehicles to take over the presidential palace. However, in a major twist, after Zúñiga's arrest, the general said he was ordered by President Arce to stage the coup so he could make political inroads by gaining public sympathy. Now, the attempted coup was widely condemned among Latin American nations and even among different political parties within Bolivia.
Today we were shaking, but then we got together, all the Bolivian people. We're together and that has strengthened us. Today we're stronger than ever. They wanted to topple our president and make a coup, but the Bolivian people mobilized and didn't allow it.
Now, Bolivia has a history of political instability, including several military coups, as the 12 million strong nation struggles with a spiraling economic crisis. Tensions have been building in the landlocked country ahead of general elections next year, when left-wing former President Evo Morales is planning to run against the incumbent Arce. The political rivalry has paralyzed the government's effort to deal with the deepening economic despair, and now the international community is warning that the social unrest could explode in the historically turbulent nation. And returning to the United States, millions of Americans have been eagerly awaiting this very day. President Joe Biden and Donald Trump will take center stage at the CNN headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia this evening. The first televised debate of this year's presidential election is a rematch of 2020. However, this time, both President Biden and Donald Trump have to abide by some rather strict rules. With the Republicans' hush money conviction and the Democrats' age in focus, both candidates claim to have dirt on each other. American voters expect the debate to be centered around inflation, unemployment, and migration. Our next report gets you all the details.
The headquarters of CNN in Atlanta, Georgia, is gearing up for an epic showdown. The first debate in the U.S. presidential election is here. Joe Biden and Donald Trump will take the stage on Thursday, that is the 27th of June, and it will be a rematch of the 2020 presidential election. However, this time the face-off is different compared to previous presidential debates. The debate will begin at 9 p.m. Eastern Time. The 90-minute showdown will include 2 commercial breaks. No props and pre-written notes will be allowed. The studio will not have any audience, a first in the history of US presidential debates. The microphone of the non-speaker will be kept on mute because the last time these two went head-to-head, Trump repeatedly interrupted Biden until the Democrat had to say this.
Will you shut up, man?
And this time, the first of the 2 debates will be hosted exclusively by CNN. Biden and Trump are the 2 oldest candidates ever to run for US presidency, and age has become a central issue. Trump has repeatedly questioned Biden's cognitive abilities.
Who likes Crooked Joe the best? Who likes Sleepy Joe the best? Crooked Joe? Sleepy Joe? Whoa! You know, that's the first time that Sleepy Joe has ever beaten Crooked Joe. It's the first.
Meanwhile, Biden calls Trump a dictator and a threat to American democracy.
When he was president, he separated families and children at the border. And now he's proposing to rip spouses and children from their families and homes and communities and place them in detention camps. He's actually saying these things. It's hard to believe it's being said, but he's actually saying these things out loud. And it's outrageous.
However, this time both Trump and Biden have dirt on each other. Biden will try to use the Republicans' hush money conviction in his favor. After all, Trump has become the first sitting or former president to be convicted of a felony. But Trump has been saying that the trial was Biden's political witch hunt and could turn the tide in his favor by playing the victim card.
It's a rigged system, and it's a terrible system, actually, but it's a rigged system, and I think we're doing very well. We had a big thing happen in Georgia today. You saw that? And step by step, this is a rigged situation. This is a situation where they go after a political opponent, and it all takes place from the White House and from the DOJ, including the state and city cases.
Meanwhile, Trump will try to get under Biden's skin by bringing up his eldest son, Hunter. Hunter Biden has become the first child of a sitting US president to be convicted as a felon. The election day is still 5 months away. And though the debates are historically not known to shape political opinion, this year portrays a different scenario. Millions of Americans who are sitting on the fence say that they will decide their leader based on the debates.
I mean, I'm definitely planning on watching it and kind of hearing from both sides, you know, how are they going to help the country and help the people and really kind of help make our decision easier for who to vote for.
it's something that everybody's really aware of. You know, everybody's like, have you guys heard about the debate? You guys see 10th Street over here? They're closing that down. We've gotten the emails and stuff like that. So everybody on campus is pretty aware and pretty excited about, seeing what's going to go on in the next day.
American voters want Biden and Trump to stay away from personal attacks and speak on real issues like inflation, unemployment, abortion rights, and illegal migration.
Inflation, I think, is a very big problem for people, especially for senior citizens that are living on Social Security. I mean, prices are outrageous right now on so many things. People coming in illegally, we don't know if there's terrorists coming in or, they're not vetting people. They have no way of vetting these people that are just coming across the river into the country.
The debate on Thursday will be a landmark event in this year's presidential election. The second debate will be held in September, which would be too close to voting day on the 5th of November. So for Trump and Biden, the June debate is extremely crucial for tipping undecided voters in their favor.
Have you heard about the latest prank call pulled off by Russian pranksters? This time they managed to trick the UK's Foreign Secretary David Cameron by impersonating a former Ukrainian president. Reports from London's Foreign Office confirmed that the call lasted nearly 15 minutes, during which Secretary Cameron discussed sensitive topics related to Ukraine, including a private dinner he had with none other than Donald Trump back in April. But that's not all. Secretary Cameron also revealed that he in fact lobbied the U.S. presidential candidate to support military aid for Ukraine, emphasizing the extent of Vladimir Putin's ambitions. Additionally, the British Foreign Secretary boldly declared that Ukraine would not receive an invitation to join NATO due to strong opposition from Washington. He also raised doubts about France's proposal to send troops to Ukraine, warning that they could end up being targeted by Russian military. He even mentioned a conversation with the foreign minister of Kazakhstan, who expressed deep worries about Russia's potential interest in a region where many ethnic Russians live. But this isn't the first time a leader has fallen victim to these pranksters. Vovan and Lexus, known by their aliases, have been pulling off elaborate hoaxes for years now, pretending to be world leaders or high-ranking officials and fooling everyone from politicians to celebrities. Their tricks have caused major international incidents, prompting high-level government investigations and raising fears of intelligence breaches. The duo's previous audacious run was in 2023, when they successfully placed a call to the Italian Prime Minister. During that conversation, Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni candidly shared her thoughts on the Ukraine war and addressed her frustration with the influx of migrants. The Russian pranksters have also gotten Prince Harry and former Prime Minister Boris Johnson to spill some secrets. These calls surely prove that the audacity and success of these hoaxes are truly astounding and a major concern for Europe's intelligence bureaus. And finally, in Denmark, something big is brewing on the Danish grasslands, and it involves the country's most famous residents, cows. Denmark's government has decided to make cows pay for their gaseous contributions to climate change. Dairy farmers will soon face an annual tax of almost $100 per cow for the planet heating emissions they emit. Here's our final report that explains.
Denmark, known for its love of bacon and butter, has decided that its cattle is partying too hard on the planet's expense. With agriculture being the country's top source of emissions, the government has decided to crack down on the real culprits, the cows. Ever thought you'd see the day when cows get taxed? In a world first, Denmark has decided to make their dairy cows cough up for their burps. Starting in 2030, Danish dairy farmers will face an annual tax of $96 per cow in a bid to curb the planet heating emissions they generate. In a landmark move for environmental policy, Denmark's coalition government has agreed to implement the world's first carbon emissions tax on agriculture.
Yeah, so far there is no other countries that have introduced a tax on the non-energetic related emissions in the agricultural sector, so they're going to be a front runner if they do this. But of course there is a discussion at the EU level to have a quota market for these kinds of emissions. That is currently halt, but perhaps that will be in the future. But we're going to be a front runner if we proceed with this.
In the first 2 years, the proceeds from the tax will support the agricultural industry's green transition. Experts say the whole purpose of this tax is to get the sector to look for solutions to reduce emissions.
The purpose of the target is to give a strong price signal to farmers. So if they want to avoid the target and reduce their emissions, there is a gain, and that is that they don't have to pay the tax. So the tax is a price signal that the farmers can use to say, okay, should I invest in green technology to get rid of the emissions, or should I pay the tax and then I have a higher cost, and the cost will reflect sort of the societal cost of having polluting production.
The Danish dairy industry has largely supported the agreement, recognizing the need for climate action. However, it wasn't necessarily the change they wanted. This discontent echoes recent protests across Europe, where farmers have been demonstrating against environmental regulations. The global food system is a significant contributor to climate crisis. It's responsible for about a third of greenhouse gas emissions. Livestock, especially cows, are like methane-producing machines. They produce around 12% of global emissions through their burps and manure. Denmark is a major exporter of dairy and pork, and the country's agriculture sector is the largest source of greenhouse emissions. The new tax is a part of a broader initiative to transform the Danish landscape and meet ambitious climate goals. The government has also committed to investing a whopping $3.7 billion in environmental measures, including reforestation and creation of wetlands.
There is a lot of different sources that emit carbon dioxide, and so you can, if you want to free the agricultural sector, then you have to find it elsewhere, and that is becoming increasingly difficult. The estimate is that in 2030, 46% of the Danish emission is going to be from the agricultural sector, the non-energy related emissions from the agricultural sector. So something has to be done to reduce the emissions.
Denmark's decision to introduce a cow tax might seem like a bunch of bull, but it also highlights the urgent need to tackle agricultural emissions. As the world watches this moving story, it looks like the stage is being set for a new era of climate policy. For now, the Danish cows might want to keep their heads down and their burps to themselves.
That's all we have time for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope to see you right back here again tomorrow. Thanks again for watching.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison Lagrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on Firstpost. Hello and welcome to Firstpost Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus remains on Kenya. Despite a dramatic U-turn on tax hikes, anger against President William Ruto is piling up. Protesters have hit the streets again in Nairobi for a peaceful demonstration. They are demanding President William Ruto's resignation. Police once again fired rubber bullets and tear gas at demonstrators. Dozens of protesters marched their way to Nairobi's central business district. Security remains heightened in the Kenyan capital, with roads to the presidential palace blocked. The protesters have vowed to occupy the State House, which is the president's official residence.
Frustrating because how this guy has taken everything away from us. Now we have nothing to live for sure. So right now we have nothing to lose but our fears.
The youth-led protest movement has given Ruto the toughest challenge of his 2-year-old presidency. The protests that began as online condemnation of tax hikes have snowballed into mass rallies demanding a change of leadership in Kenya. Amidst the massive public outcry, the Kenyan president took a surprising U-turn on Wednesday. He announced that he will not sign this year's finance bill, which introduces multiple tax hikes.
Having reflected on the continuing conversation around the content of the Finance Bill 2024 and listening keenly to the people of Kenya who have said loudly that they want nothing to do with this Finance Bill 2024, I concede, and therefore I will not sign the 2024 Finance Bill.
Though some protest groups consider Ruto's U-turn as a big victory, many still believe this is not an end to their movement and there remain more goals to be achieved. The protesters remain skeptical about Ruto's latest move and are calling it a PR strategy.
On how Ruto has taken the situation, this guy is very clever. Even though he has refused to sign the bill, definitely after 21 days, it will become a law, meaning we'll have to adopt unto it, and as the youth, we'll have nothing to do. Yeah, so what I will say to my fellow comrades, yeah, we are still going for this until we get what we want right.
Ruto's announcement came after week-long protests over tax hikes in Kenya. The youth-led protests largely remained peaceful, however took a violent turn on Tuesday, when police resorted to firing live ammunition on demonstrators who breached the barricades of Kenyan Parliament and stormed the compound. Angry protesters even set a part of the Parliament building on fire. They also set alight the governor's office just a few hundred meters from the Parliament. At least 23 people have died and dozens have been injured in the violence. Reacting to the chaos, William Ruto had said that the demonstrations were hijacked by dangerous people and vowed to take a tough line on violence and anarchy. The situation also caught international attention, with several nations, including the US, Canada, the UK, as well as regional and international bodies, urging for peace. Ruto, while withdrawing the bill, said the move will lead to a significant hole in funding for several development programs. He had deemed the increases necessary to reduce Kenya's massive debt, which equals around 70% of the country's GDP. So it is to be seen how a leader who came to power with a promise to navigate the country through the economic hardships now delivers while facing an unprecedented political turmoil. For more on this, we have with us governance and security analyst and tax justice activist Stella Agara, who is joining us live from Nairobi. Thank you for being with us on Firstpost.
Thank you for having me, Alison.
Now, despite a major U-turn by William Ruto, protesters are back on the streets of Nairobi. The police once again fired tear gas at the protesters. The people on the streets are angry and they want President Ruto to go. Can the Kenyan president manage to quell this anger? And what should he possibly do next?
He has a huge task ahead of him. He has a really, really huge task. Quelling the anger of the citizens right now is not easy. I think yesterday he spoke a little bit late in the day. When I say late in the day, I mean the day yesterday. because throughout the day, the Gen Z and the young people online were planning for a 1 million march today. So de-escalating that within a night was going to be almost impossible, which is what may have resulted in the protests today. There are definitely other interests that have now come into this conversation, and I think this is something that I'm on record having spoken on different spaces, that there are other interests that have now come into this conversation. People who have now realized that the group that was protesting against the finance bill has been able to make him cave. And of course, this was a natural thing that was going to follow this. He has the task of convincing Kenyans that the commitment he made yesterday of withdrawing the bill is actually the truth, because he is on record as having lied a lot to Kenyans. And so Kenyans are waiting to see what he's going to do, especially because Parliament is going to recess. There's a procedure that needs to follow his refusal to assent. Then the document goes back to Parliament. There's a procedure that needs to follow this, and Kenyans are not confident that he's going to get time. In the absence of this process, after 14 days, there's a fear amongst Kenyans that this finance bill would still come into law. And this is why many Kenyans are still on the streets today. He has options. He has options, number one, of negotiating consistently with Kenyans. Number two, and I think this is the most important, to speak to the members of his party. His team, his people are still being rude to Kenyans. There are some of them who have, even up to this morning, are still being very rude to Kenyans, and that is something that Gen Z will not take, cannot take, and of course it's something that has gone with this particular protest that we've had in Kenya. And so the sooner his people and himself accept that this is a different Kenya, that they're speaking to a different group of people, and we are not negotiating about the finance bill, we are negotiating about a new Kenya, which will involve fighting corruption, dealing with the runaway corruption that has been in the country, and ensuring that all the officers who have not been delivering and have been rude to Kenyans are actually sent home with immediate effect.
Yeah. Right. And Stella, the Kenyan debt is still extremely high, and the cost of living crisis for people is worsening. What options are available to Ruto to ease this economic crisis?
When I stopped, I had actually just started giving you the options that are available to deal with the debt crisis. One of them is to first do a debt audit so that all Kenyans know what we owe. A lot of taxes have been collected in the name of repaying taxes, but then repaying debt, but most Kenyans don't even know what debt this is. Number two is to make sure that we deal with corruption. Corruption is contributing to a lot of wastage in our government, and the government, the president's government must make sure that they cut down, actually bring an end to corruption, because they need to save all that money that gets lost in corruption to use it for development. The other thing that they need to do is to make sure that as they're pushing Kenyans to engage in austerity, even they should start demonstrating that they're also exercising austerity. So this business of driving lavish cars, fuel guzzlers in the name of serving Kenyans needs to come to an end. The last one has got to do with ensuring that then they're creating a conducive business environment for investors to come in and invest, and also for Kenyans to actually begin to invest, even as they find their way back on their feet after this economic recession.
All right. And Stella, in your view, just how damaging have these recent protests been to Ruto's popularity? Is there a real threat to his presidential term?
There is a fundamental threat to his presidential term. On Tuesday last week, the president still had room to come and negotiate with Kenyans. On Tuesday last week, he still had an opportunity to come and discuss just the economy with Kenyans. By the time we got into the weekend, his security team now got into abducting Kenyans, especially those who had been seen online to have been mobilizing for the protest. And he held on to some of them until the start of the protests on Tuesday this week. Unfortunately, by the time these groups were going for the protest this week, he was still holding on to some of them. This is a sign to Kenyans that he has no goodwill. Unfortunately, this has been the characteristic of his administration since last year. I should inform your audience that last year we had similar protests concerning the finance bill. He was imposing new taxes, but majority of Kenyans did not know the import of that particular finance bill. So many of them did not come out to protest, and some of them felt it was a disturbance. But 2 months, 3 months after, they started feeling the pinch of that finance bill. So this year, Kenyans have come into this conversation more informed and more equipped, because they've suffered in the last period of 12 months. And now he finds himself in a situation where he was insulting people who have been struggling. They had gone back to 1 meal a day. They have watched his government, embezzling funds, using resources for expensive watches, expensive cars, fuel guzzlers that are fueled by Kenyans and paid for by Kenyans. And he has also set up a very, very huge cabinet that is unnecessary because he added other positions. And he was proposing to add even more people that Kenyans are supposed to pay. So he's in serious trouble. He is in a lot of trouble. His team did not investigate and figure out and understand what Gen Z are about. And so, unfortunately, they've misunderstood every single step about this group. They have no leader. There's nobody that is going to be able to negotiate with and bribe like he has done in past years. There's nobody that is going to actually be able to arrest and lock up and end this thing, because every person he has arrested, every person who has been abducted since the start of these campaigns has not stopped the resolve of Kenyan citizens. And unfortunately, different groups are all in support of this move. So he has quite a task ahead if he's to maintain the integrity of his office.
Stella, thank you very much for being with us on First Post Africa and your valued insights there.
Thank you for having me.
Now we move on to The Hague, where the International Criminal Court has been hearing testimonies of victims of war crimes in Timbuktu. The man on your screens is 46-year-old Al Hassan, an al-Qaeda-linked jihadist police chief. The ICC has convicted the Islamist leader of war crimes and crimes against humanity committed during a reign of terror in the fabled Malian city of Timbuktu. Dressed in a traditional West African yellow robe and white headdress, with his arms folded, Al Hassan showed no emotion throughout the 2-hour verdict.
Al Hassan has been found guilty by majority decision of war crimes and crimes against humanity, including torture, cruel treatment, and outrages upon personal dignity, for the public flogging of 13 members of the population of Timbuktu. Al Hassan worked with the Islamic police from the beginning of May 2012. During the period covered by the charges, Al Hassan quickly gained experience and his role became increasingly important.
Al Hassan played an important role in the Ansar Dine Islamist group. In 2012, the al-Qaeda-linked group took over Timbuktu and tried to impose the Sharia law. The judges also laid out in detail the reign of terror under the militants in Timbuktu, including the use of torture to extract confessions and women being arrested and then raped in detention. There were also incidents of brutal floggings in front of crowds, including children, as well as public amputation by machete. Al Hassan was, however, acquitted of war crimes of rape and sexual slavery, as well as the crime against humanity of forced marriage. He was also acquitted of the war crime of attacking protected objects. Al Hassan potentially faces life imprisonment, but his sentence will be handed down at a later date. Founded between the 5th and 12th centuries by Tuareg tribes, Timbuktu is known as the Pearl of the Desert and the city of 333 saints for the number of Muslim sages buried there during a golden age of Islam. When Islamist jihadists swept into the city in 2012, they used pickaxes, shovels, hammers and bulldozers to shatter earthen tombs and centuries-old shrines reflecting Timbuktu's Sufi version of Islam. The jihadists considered the shrines idolatrous. Last week, the International Criminal Court also issued an arrest warrant against one of the Sahel's top jihadists and the alleged leader of the Ansar Dine, Iyad Aghali. Now, he is considered to be the leader of al-Qaeda-linked JNIM, which operates not just in Mali, but also in neighboring Burkina Faso and Niger. He is also wanted on suspicion of war crimes committed in Timbuktu, including murder, rape, sexual slavery, and attack on historic monuments. Moving on to Niger now, the junta-led nation is considering rerouting its oil pipeline that has been at the heart of a diplomatic dispute with its neighbor Benin. Niger is now looking at partners to reroute the China-backed pipeline through it is mulling cooperation with Chad and Cameroon, while a deadlock with Benin remains. Niger has also been facing severe internal security challenges that have disrupted the pipeline operations. The nearly 2,000-kilometer pipeline was built and is operated by a Chinese firm, the China National Petroleum Corporation, or the CNPC. Its construction began in 2019 when Niger and the CNPC signed an agreement with Benin for enabling the exports of Nigerian oil. Now, the pipeline begins from the oil fields in Niger and ends at the Sem port of Benin. Now, as Niger is a landlocked nation, it needs Benin's help for its exports. In April of this year, China agreed to give Niger a $400 million loan to help recover from international sanctions and to increase its oil production almost fivefold with the help of the pipeline. Niamey was supposed to repay the loan by supplying crude oil shipments to Beijing. However, this deal is in jeopardy due to the challenges that the pipeline faces. Let us discuss them one by one. First, the diplomatic row with Benin. The two neighboring nations traditionally shared good ties, but things changed after Niger's military coup in July of last year, which ousted the democratically elected President Mohamed Bazoum. It was then that the ties started to deteriorate. ECOWAS member Benin threatened a military intervention in Niger, which in response closed the border between the two nations, halting trade. Benin then decided to stop Niger's access to its port for exports. However, it could not carry on with its plan for too long, as the trade halt with Niger was affecting its economy. Benin has since used the pipeline as a way to pressurize Niger's military leadership to reopen the border. However, the Niger junta does not want to budge. It does not want Benin to have that leverage. Moving on to the second problem, which is Niger's internal security crisis. The military coup has resulted in public dissatisfaction. Rebel groups who want the ousted president back in power are now fighting the junta. Just last week, a local rebel group attacked the oil pipeline and threatened more attacks if the deal with China is not cancelled. Niger has now suspended its oil exports to China, which it needs to do for repayments. Also, exports halt is stripping it from all the profits it could make, and now it is considering rerouting the pipeline through Chad and Cameroon. This option was in fact the original consideration by China and Niger before opting for Benin. This proposed pipeline would have run 600 kilometers from Niger's oil basin Agadem to Doba Basin in Chad. From there, it would connect to the existing Chad-Cameroon pipeline, providing sea access at the port of Kribi. However, running this pipeline would also not be easy. The initial plan was shelved due to the security concerns and due to challenges from terror groups like Boko Haram. It is not clear if Niger would be able to find an investor for this pipeline.
The Chad option is not a simple solution, as it involves building a new oil pipeline. We need to find an investor. Will the Chinese, who have already invested in the pipeline to Benin, invest again in the pipeline to Chad? I don't think all these questions have been answered yet. It is a possible option, but it raises many challenges. It's not an easy option to implement.
The stalled pipeline could impact Niger's economic growth. The World Bank had projected that the West African nation's economy would rebound and grow at the fastest in Africa this year at a rate of 6.9%, and it cited the oil exports as a key boost.
Oil exports are a real issue for Niger, as Niger relies on them to circumvent the deterioration in its relations with the international financial community. Because of the coup d'état, many partners have suspended their bilateral aid. Multilateral aid is still under negotiation, but Niger is counting on oil exports to ensure a certain economic and financial resilience.
So, to not lose out on the crucial export money, the Nigerian junta is hunting for solutions. It is yet to see what and how. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid reports of coups and crises that dominate the headlines from the continent, we get you positive stories that often get overlooked. In a stunning revelation that's turning the animal kingdom on its head, scientists have discovered that African elephants call each other by unique names. The study has brought to light a whole new level of elephant communication, proving once again that these gentle giants are socially smart. Our final report reveals how these majestic creatures stay connected across the vast savanna.
The animal kingdom never ceases to amaze with its diversity and complexity. From the intricate dances of honeybees to the sophisticated vocalizations of whales, animal behavior is a rich tapestry. It offers endless fascination and insight into the natural world. For years, scientists have delved into the mysteries of animal behavior. They have been seeking to understand how different species communicate, socialize, and interact. This field of study has revealed the intelligence and adaptability of animals. Researchers employ various methods to decode the complex behaviors exhibited by animals in the wild. And now, scientists have uncovered yet another remarkable facet of animal behavior, this time involving one of the planet's most majestic creatures, the African elephant.
Elephants are highly social, highly vocal species, and we know there's a lot going on with their communication, but we haven't been able to decipher much. It's quite complicated, the structure of their calls, and we know that if we could get insight into what they're saying, we could really get a new perception on how they think.
In a study published in Nature, Ecology and Evolution, researchers have revealed that African elephants are capable of responding to individual names. These names are conveyed through complex low-frequency rumbles that can travel long distances across the savanna. This makes them one of the few wild animal species known to do so.
We undertook this study by recording elephants. They speak infrasonically and sonically, so about half of the sound in their call is below our level of hearing, so we actually cannot hear it. And so we had to use a special microphone to record these calls, and we also had to be quite close to them because sound attenuates with distance. And so we wanted to get all the structure in that call in order to try to study what's actually going on.
The study, led by biologists from Colorado State University's Warner College of Natural Resources, used machine learning to identify these unique vocalizations. They listened to recordings made in Kenya's Samburu National Reserve and Amboseli National Park. The team tested their findings by playing these sounds back to the elephants. They observed that the animals responded more energetically, with their ears flapping and trunk lifting, to calls that included their names. The researchers meticulously followed these elephants in jeeps. They documented who called out and who responded. For instance, a mother calling her calf or a matriarch summoning a lagging family member provided clear examples of this name-calling behavior.
And then other times she gives seemingly a very similar call, and nobody will respond, nobody will react to the call except for a single elephant in the group. And that elephant will respond or come up to her or whatever. And so that sort of indicates that they have a means by which to communicate who they want to talk to.
Naming animals such as dolphins and parrots share the ability to learn unique new sounds throughout their lives. And now this is a trait that's also seen in elephants. The discovery that African elephants use individual names to communicate adds a new layer to understand these incredible animals. It shows the complexity of their social structures and the sophistication of their communication methods. As research continues, humans may uncover even deeper insights into the minds of these majestic creatures. It will reinforce the importance of its conservation. Truly, the more we learn about the animal kingdom, the more we realize how much there is still to discover.
And that's it on the show for today. We will see you again tomorrow at the same time. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to Firstpost. You are watching Vantage with me, Alison Lagrange.
With what we have to do with, look, if...
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. I didn't have sex with a porn star.
It was a debate only in branding. What we saw was a big American embarrassment. Donald Trump strung up a series of lies, while Joe Biden could barely string up sentences. Imagine 1.5 hours of that. Biden and Trump are nearly tied in the polls, so this debate was a very important one. The president started off the debate in a raspy, low voice. The White House later said he had a cold. But Donald Trump had no such issues. He spoke forcefully and loudly. Not always truthfully, though. So tonight, we are bringing you the top highlights from the debate. Biden's biggest challenge was his mental ability. A lot of people said he was unfit for another term. This debate could have put those concerns to rest, but Biden disappointed. He fumbled while answering key questions. Listen in.
Making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
That's better than when he left office. And I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Trump also had his weak moments. Many of his claims were factually incorrect, but neither Biden nor the moderators fact-checked him. Here's a compilation.
On January 6th, we had a great border. Nobody coming through, very few. On January 6th, we were energy independent. On January 6th, we had the lowest taxes ever. So that means he can take the life of the baby in the 9th month and even after birth, because some states, Democrat run, take it after birth. Again, we had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries.
This debate was different from past ones. For starters, neither Biden nor Trump has officially been nominated. They are presumptive nominees. Plus, there was no live audience for the debate. It was just Trump, Biden, and the moderators, quite unlike their last clash. Biden and Trump had debated in 2020 as well. Back then, it was a saga of interruptions. At one point, Biden had even told Trump to shut up. This time, interruptions were few, but that did not raise the quality of the debate. We'll get to the policy part in a bit. Before that, let's talk about the age question. Biden is 81 years old. Donald Trump is 78 years old. Both men were asked about their ability to serve a second term. Instead of answering it, they got personal. Biden and Trump started comparing golf swings.
He can't hit a ball 50 yards. He challenged me to a golf match. He can't hit a ball 50 yards.
Look, I'd be happy to have a driving contest with him. I got my handicap, which when I was vice president.
It's the biggest lie that he's a 6 handicap of all.
I was an 8 handicap.
Yeah.
8.
Never.
But I had, you know how many...
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
Hey, let's
not act like children.
Probably sums up the debate. That exchange was the most engaging bit of banter on Thursday. But it wasn't about the economy or abortion rights. It was about golf swings. Now we come to the policy part of it. A lot of issues were brought up for discussion: the cost of living crisis, border control, the war in Ukraine, the war in Gaza, and of course, abortion rights. Trump attacked Biden's foreign policy. He said the world was now closer to a third world war, but he did tone down his rhetoric on abortion. Many Republicans have called for a nationwide ban on the procedure, but Trump refused to endorse that. Instead, he said it must be left to the states. Biden, though, defended his policy. He accused Trump of endangering abortion rights in the country.
He said the only one who wants to keep going is Hamas. Actually, Israel is the one, and you should let him go and let him finish the job. He doesn't want to do it. He's become like a Palestinian, but they don't like him because he's a very bad Palestinian. He's a weak.
Never heard so much malarkey in my whole life.
The only jobs he created are for illegal immigrants and bounce-back jobs, a bounce-back from the COVID. He has not done a good job. He's done a poor job, and inflation's killing our country.
We created 15,000 new jobs. We brought out the position where we have 800,000 new manufacturing jobs.
We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
You want a World War III, let him follow and win, and let Putin say, do what you want, NATO.
Biden did occasionally go on the offensive. First was on the issue of Trump's legal cases. The former president is a convicted felon. He's been found guilty on 34 criminal counts. As expected, Biden did play on that during the debate. The second issue was veterans. Biden's son served in the U.S. military. But Trump had once called captured soldiers suckers and losers. Again, Biden played on that to his advantage.
He was standing with his four-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser. Think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
So that was the debate. On form and accountability, Trump clearly won it because Biden was mostly fumbling. He came across as unfit for another term. But on policy, it was a nightmare. Trump made a series of wild and unsubstantiated claims. He also did not spell out his strategies. For example, Trump promised to end the wars in Gaza and Ukraine, but he did not say how he would do it. If you're watching this in America, you must feel disenchanted. You just saw two candidates without charisma, new policies, or initiatives. Whoever wins in November, the future looks bleak for the U.S. Now that you've seen the debate highlights, let's come to the aftermath. Obviously, Biden wasn't at his best, but that isn't the big worry. The fear is that Biden doesn't get better than this. Let's look at him again.
Make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID. With dealing with everything we have to do with. Look, if we finally beat Medicare, and I'm going to continue to move until we get the total ban on the total initiative relative to what we're going to do with more Border Patrol and more asylum officers.
President Trump?
I really don't know what he said at the end of that sentence. I don't think he knows what he said either.
Both of those moments raised alarm bells. They took place early in the debate, and the Democratic Party had a meltdown. Here are some of the reactions. One Democratic lawmaker said it was a disaster. Another simply called it horrific. A third said he wanted to jump off a bridge. Biden's own assessment was different, of course. He stopped by a waffle shop after the debate and said this.
How did you perform tonight? I think we did well.
Biden went to the Waffle House with his wife Jill Biden, and her Twitter or X post didn't imply that she shared his confidence. Jill Biden tweeted, "I hope you heard his heart tonight." So she also knows that Biden's debating skills weren't up to scratch. California's former First Lady said, "Tonight was heartbreaking in many ways. This is a big political moment. There's panic in the Democratic Party. It's going to be a long night." One of Biden's opponents had an interesting point to make. Nikki Haley said, "Mark my words, Biden will not be the Democratic nominee. Republicans, get your guard up." Now, this is a scenario that Democrats have constantly denied. They have all said that they are completely behind Joe Biden. California Governor Gavin Newsom repeated this last night.
Well, how about the substance? Again, I mean...
But it's the performance everyone's talking about, Governor. You have to address the performance.
Would you be willing to take that ticket?
I'm not even... It's not
Everyone's talking about the performance.
I'll never turn my back on
Are you
President.
ready to take...
But despite that show of loyalty, there were definitely panic in the Democratic camp last night. And amid that panic, the thought must have crossed their minds. What if Biden were to withdraw? Would a different candidate have a better chance at defeating Trump? It would be almost unprecedented, but it is possible. The only other time an incumbent president withdrew his nomination was in 1968. The U.S. president at the time, Lyndon B. Johnson, withdrew from the race. He knew he was unpopular, so he let someone else contest in his stead. Biden could do the same thing, but it wouldn't be easy. Firstly, this would have to be Biden's choice. He cannot be forced to drop out. If Biden doesn't want to withdraw, the Democrats can't make him. But if he does, then other Democrats could stake claim to their party's nomination. Looking at this debate, that might be the best course of action. Not because Biden is guaranteed to lose. After all, there are still 4 months to go for the elections. Biden does have time to turn things around. And there's a second debate in September, where he could make a better showing. But that isn't the issue. What we saw today was an 81-year-old Biden clearly struggling. Even if he wins, what is the guarantee that episodes like this won't become more common, especially at the later stages of his second term? That is something the Democrats should start worrying about. Winning elections isn't the only thing. You also have to govern after you win. The Democrats should panic about that as well. Now let's look at the situation in West Asia. The U.S. is certainly keeping a watch. Yesterday, even as the debate debacle was taking place, the Biden administration issued an alert. The U.S. Embassy in Beirut told American citizens to avoid traveling to Lebanon. They said the security environment remains complex and can change quickly. At the same time, the U.S. is moving its military assets in the eastern Mediterranean Sea. It is positioning ships closer to the Israel and Lebanon, and these moves indicate one thing, that tensions between Israel and Hezbollah are escalating, and a full-blown war could erupt at any time. Here's our report.
On Tuesday, the Pentagon made this statement.
Earlier today, Secretary Austin hosted Israeli Minister of Defense Yoav Gallant here at the Pentagon to discuss efforts to de-escalate tensions along the Israel-Lebanon border.
The Pentagon spokesperson said that the de-escalation of tensions along the Lebanon-Israel border would be discussed. It doesn't look like that discussion went well. This was Israel's Defense Minister Yoav Gallant on Wednesday.
We are committed to defending our people. But let it be known that our war is not with the people of Gaza. Our war is not with the people of Lebanon. Our war is against Hamas, against Hezbollah, and their backers, the Iranian regime.
Gallant put Hezbollah in the same bracket as Hamas. Now, you might think that this was normal. After all, Israel has been trading cross-border fire with Hezbollah since October 7th. Israel has also targeted Hezbollah infrastructure in Lebanon and killed Hezbollah commanders. So it could appear that there was nothing unusual in Gallant's declaration. But then yesterday, this happened. The US Embassy in Beirut issued this security alert. It was a reminder that Americans should avoid traveling to Lebanon, and that the Lebanese government would not be able to protect US citizens in the event of an all-out war. The American alert sent alarm bells ringing and prompted similar alerts from other countries, including India, who put out this advisory today. But perhaps the most telling sign that an escalation is imminent is American troop movement. Washington has brought the USS Wasp closer to the Mediterranean coast. A unit of US Marines is also on alert. They are now poised to carry out military-assisted departures. That means evacuations. The US has evacuated its citizens from Lebanon before, in 2006, when the Israel-Hezbollah war had broken out. The US had evacuated about 15,000 citizens from Lebanon back then, and it is poised to do something similar again. This means that whatever talks US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin had with Israel's Gallant, they didn't end well. And therefore, Israel may be getting ready to invade southern Lebanon. Israel has been wanting to push Hezbollah away from its northern border for months. The daily cross-border fire has led to the evacuation of northern Israeli towns, and therefore thousands of displaced people. Israel wants to move its citizens back to their homes, and for that it needs Hezbollah to stop its attacks. Reports say that Israel is already creating a buffer zone. But if Israel is planning to invade Lebanon, then it seems that the buffer zone isn't coming up fast enough. Israel may succeed if it sends troops to Lebanon, but there will be a high price to pay. Hezbollah isn't like Hamas. It is far larger and better equipped. An Israel-Lebanon war will lead to a lot of bloodshed. The US knows this, and that is why Washington is on high alert.
India's capital has seen some heavy rainfall in the last few days, and along with it, some tragedy. A portion of the roof collapsed at Delhi's airport, specifically at Terminal 1. The collapsing roof smashed into cars parked below. One man was killed in the incident. Around 6 others were injured. First, look at the pictures from early this morning. You can see water leaking from the roof. So clearly, the warning signs were there. And later in the day, the roof gave away. A portion of it collapsed onto the ground. You can see the vehicles crushed under it. It was a completely unnecessary and preventable tragedy. The terminal was later closed for operations. It is expected to reopen after midnight. India's Civil Aviation Minister also visited the site. He announced compensation for the victims.
We want to express our condolence to the life that has been lost in this tragic incident also. And along with that, 4 people have also been injured. The situation is under control. The whole rest of the terminal building has been closed off and everything is being thoroughly inspected so that any other untoward incident does not happen here.
There is a political row over it. The Congress party is putting the blame on the ruling BJP. They have accused Prime Minister Modi's government of making substandard structures. Of course, the BJP has hit back. They say that the structure was built back in 2008 and 2009, a time when the Congress was in power. We are not focusing on the politics tonight. We are focusing on the larger picture. Infrastructure is the key to unlocking a country's potential. Whether it's roads or railways or bridges or airports, good infrastructure has a multiplier effect. It improves your economic growth and output. But bad infrastructure has the opposite effect. Not only does it slow down economic growth, it can be deadly, as today's incident showed. Losing lives to a collapsed roof is not acceptable in a country like India, especially at a priority site like airports. It also sends the wrong message to the world. Today, Indian bonds have been added to JP Morgan's government bond index. It's a big moment for the country. The government uses these bonds to raise money. And what is that money used for? Mainly infrastructure spending and building connectivity. So on the one hand, India is wooing investors. It wants the world to make in India. On the other, you have tragedies like this. And it's not a one-off. Last month, these pictures went viral on social media. They show cracks in the road leading to India's longest sea bridge, the one located in Mumbai. Another airport accident was reported yesterday. The canopy at Jabalpur airport collapsed. It had been inaugurated just 3 months ago. Now all of this raises the same question. What is the state of India's infrastructure? It's been a top focus for the Narendra Modi government. They have bet on infrastructure to boost growth. India's GDP is around $3.4 trillion. The government wants to hit $5 trillion by 2027. But for that, infrastructure is key. India will have to spend $1.4 trillion on infrastructure to reach that GDP level. It's a very ambitious plan. The focus is on sectors with a multiplier effect, like roads, power and renewable energy, and the trajectory is good. Now, India's infrastructure spending will be 143 lakh crore between 2024 and 2030. That's double the period from 2017 to 2023. So the government is clearly focusing on it. But with infrastructure, it's not just about the quantity, it's also about the quality. As today's tragedy showed, it's important to build good quality infrastructure. If not, you cannot build investor confidence. The Maldives has just arrested 2 ministers, and you won't believe why. Because the ministers dabbled in black magic. As far as political scandals go, this is a strange one. Apparently, these ministers wanted to get close to President Mohamed Muizu, and to do that, they used black magic. Now, the details are still a bit sketchy, plus President Muizu hasn't released a statement. But it does raise questions about his leadership. This is not the first time his ministers have stirred trouble, which makes you wonder, what's the issue? Is Muizu putting the wrong people in charge? Our next report tells you.
Ministers are sacked for corruption. They're sacked for incompetence. But when was the last time a minister was fired for black magic? Well, the answer is last Sunday. That's when 2 Maldivian ministers were arrested by local police. Their crime? Apparently doing black magic on President Mohamed Muizu. Let's meet the Houdini pair first. Fatima Shamnaz Ali Salim was a state minister for climate change. Her co-conspirator was her ex-husband Adam Raziz, a minister at the president's office. The cops are tight-lipped about this case. They haven't confirmed or denied the black magic angle, but it wouldn't be a first in the Maldives. In April 2023, a 62-year-old woman was stabbed to death. Her neighbors say she dabbled in black magic. Another incident dates back to 2012. Organizers at a political rally threw roosters at government officials. Actually, scratch that. They threw cursed roosters. So the island does have a streak of weird ceremonies and black magic. It's not clear what these 2 ministers did, but their goal was to reportedly get close to the president, which is strange because they are longtime allies. These ministers worked with Muizu when he was mayor of Male. So did the relations sour, or is there something bigger at play? Only the investigation can tell us that. Sorcery isn't a crime in the Maldivian Penal Code, but Islamic law frowns upon it. So the arrested ministers could be in a lot of trouble. Again, it wouldn't be a first. Muizu's ministers have landed in trouble before. Earlier this year, India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi visited the Lakshadweep Islands. A few ministers had a meltdown. They abused PM Modi and Lakshadweep on social media. Their actions plunged bilateral relations to a new low. So 3 ministers had to be suspended. Makes you wonder, is Mohamed Muizu just bad at picking ministers, or does trouble just follow him?
Meanwhile, in China, there is a similar state of chaos within the PLA. Xi Jinping's purge is intensifying. This week, the Communist Party issued a statement. The party expelled 2 senior members, Li Shangfu and Wei Fenghe. In the past, both have served as China's defense ministers. Now, what reason did the party give? Serious violation of party discipline and law. This statement is the Communist Party code for corruption. Both Li and Wei apparently took money and gifts, and in return they facilitated improper benefits. That's the official line of the Communist Party. They don't usually like to get into details, but sacking 2 senior officials and announcing the decision to the public is quite a rare move. It is also an extreme measure. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. Xi Jinping is cleaning up the PLA. In recent months, over a dozen officials have been purged. This includes senior generals, as well as executives from China's defense industry. And this purge is not over yet. This month, Xi Jinping paid a visit to a military base. He met with top PLA officials. The Chinese president told them to double down on corruption. I have a few quotes with me. Listen to what Xi Jinping said. The gun barrel must always be grasped by people who are loyal and reliable to the party. There must not be a place in the military for corrupt elements to hide. Xi Jinping is pushing for some changes to the PLA. He thinks there are some deep-seated problems within the Chinese military. The Chinese president had spelled them out: ideology, discipline, ethics, and moral character. All this adds up to one thing: loyalty toward the Communist Party. Since taking power in 2012, Xi Jinping has ordered multiple cleanups. He has purged hundreds of officials in the PLA and repeatedly emphasized on party loyalty. Over a decade later, it seems Xi Jinping is still struggling to fix the PLA. So the cleanup will continue for as long as Xi Jinping wants. But this shakeup raises a serious question mark over the PLA and its preparedness to fight a war. Since 2012, Xi Jinping has purged around 58 generals from the PLA. China last fought a war in 1979 with Vietnam. Beijing is now left with very few military leaders with actual combat experience. What about weapons? Now, there is a question mark over Chinese arsenal as well. Some revelations came out this year. Apparently, China discovered some of its missiles were filled with water and not fuel. Experts blamed this on corruption. A group of them wrote an open letter. It said these flaws would compromise missile operations. Xi Jinping came down hard on the Chinese military. He went after China's rocket force. They look after China's rocket arsenal, including the tactical and nuclear missile. At least 3 generals from this force were purged. Overall, a total of 9 officers were held responsible. More heads have rolled since. Xi Jinping's challenges are compounding. He wanted to build a world-class military by 2050. But most observers agree. A corrupt force will underperform on the battlefield. At best, these purges are a hollowing out of the PLA. Now on to Cambodia. The country now has its own version of WhatsApp. It's called Cool App. The app was launched to rival WhatsApp and Telegram. The app founder says it uses end-to-end encryption, so data and calls will remain secure. But critics fear it could be used for surveillance. Will Cambodia spy on its citizens with this new app? Our next report tells you.
This is Cool App. You can call through it, you can chat on the app, you can make video calls. Chats are said to be end-to-end encrypted. This is Cambodia's first chat social media application. Cool App was developed by many Cambodian IT professionals. The work started in 2021 and it's taken over 3 years. The app will be released now. So, what's the point of this new app? Cambodia wants to rival the likes of WhatsApp. WhatsApp is the world's most popular messaging app. It has over 1 million users in Cambodia, so the country hopes this new app can gain popularity too. Coolapp's founder estimates that the app will eventually reach 1 million downloads. But there are concerns about surveillance. Coolapp says it's end-to-end encrypted. That means chats and calls are secure. But critics are not too sure about these claims. That's because of Hun Sen. He's Cambodia's strongman leader. Hun Sen ruled Cambodia for 3 decades with an iron fist. Right now, his son Hun Manet is the prime minister. But Hun Sen is still crucial for Cambodia. He remains the most powerful leader in the country. Now, Hun Sen has supported this homegrown app. He has lauded the launch of Coolapp, which has raised fears that it could be used for surveillance. Internet freedom in Cambodia has degraded under Hun Sen's rule. There have been allegations of censorship, media blackouts, and even harassment. Government critics have been arrested. Websites and outlets have been shut down. Critics say the government could spy on citizens and monitor conversations, even influence political discussions in the country. But Cambodia is not the first country to launch homegrown apps. Several nations have launched their own versions, like China's WeChat, Vietnam's Zalo, South Korea's KakaoTalk, and Russia's Telegram. Cambodia aims to replicate the same sort of success with Coolapp, but with citizens waiting to boycott the app, no one knows how successful this venture will be.
It's election day in Iran. 61 million people are eligible to vote. But will all of them turn up at the ballot box? It depends. Iran is holding snap elections after the sudden death of Ebrahim Raisi. Initially, 6 candidates were approved, but now there are only 4. The regime is aiming to tighten its grip on power, but the polls come amid heightened tensions in the region and crippling sanctions. Can this election bring some change to the country, or will it be the same political path for Iran? Our next report tells you.
Until May this year, all was going well for Iran. Its fate sealed, its political path decided. But everything changed on the 19th of May. Iran's President Ebrahim Raisi took a helicopter ride to the border. But he never made it back. His chopper crashed, he died. And so did Iran's succession plan. So the regime needed a replacement. Soon after Raisi's funeral, elections were called. 61 million Iranians are eligible to vote. Voting is currently underway at 58,640 polling stations.
Election day is a great time of joy and excitement for us Iranians, especially during a presidential election, when the people's vote will determine our president for the coming years.
But who will the country choose? Initially, the Guardian Council had approved 6 candidates, 5 conservatives and 1 reformist. Since then, 2 of them have dropped out of the race, which leaves us with 4 candidates. The first is General Mohammad Bakr Ghalibaf, the current Speaker of the Iranian Parliament. He is pro-establishment and he is close to Khamenei. But he has been accused of corruption. The second is Saeed Jalili. He's a former chief nuclear negotiator. Jalili too is close to Khamenei. He also enjoys the support of the establishment. Then there's former Justice Minister Mostafa Pur Mohammadi. These are the 3 conservative candidates on the ballot. Which brings us to the only reformist, Dr. Masoud Pezeshkian. He served in the parliament, he was a former health minister, and he's hoping for a breakthrough. Pezeshkian has promised a lot. He wants to improve relations with the West. He wants to revive nuclear talks. He's even called Iran's morality police immoral.
Just the way we can talk to each other, we can also learn to talk to our neighbors and rest of the world. We cannot fight everyone. We should not fight. We should not show aggression to others.
But will he make a breakthrough in the elections? Right now, the 2 frontrunners are Ghalibaf and Jalili. But if the votes get divided between them, it could be a boost for Pezeshkian. Most polls suggest it could be a three-way race. The elections come amid regional tensions in West Asia, crippling sanctions, a staggering economy, domestic discontent, plus there's voter apathy, and Iran's hijab laws. At the last poll in 2021, the turnout was just under 49%. Voters opted to just stay away, and the establishment wants to prevent it this time.
The longevity, stability, reputation, and honor of the Islamic Republic depends on the people's participation.
This election is not just about Iran's president, it's also about the country's future. In Iran, the supreme leader is the be-all and end-all. Khamenei is 85 years old. He was looking at a successor. Raisi was that man. After his death, Iran's regime is hoping to establish some normalcy, to show that they still have their grip on power. Will they be able to achieve that with this election? We'll find out soon enough.
Our next story is about SpaceX, the private spacecraft company controlled by technology mogul Elon Musk. It has signed a new contract with NASA worth $843 million to destroy the International Space Station. SpaceX will build a new vehicle which will bring the 430-ton International Space Station out of its long-time orbit of Earth, when its operating lifespan ends in a few more years. Here's a report.
2, 1, 0.
SpaceX, the privately held company controlled by tech mogul Elon Musk, has a new task on its hands: the death of the International Space Station. And NASA will pay SpaceX $843 million for this task. The International Space Station is the largest space station ever built. It was launched in 1998, and its crewed operations began in 2000. The station has been home to thousands of scientific experiments. They investigate all manner of phenomena, from the aging process in humans to discovering new types of materials. The station circles the Earth every 90 minutes, but now it needs to be pulled out of the orbit. The space station is structurally sound, but it needs to be disposed of in a few years. If the task is not completed properly, the laboratory can fall back to Earth. And this poses a big risk to populations on the ground. So NASA needs help. According to the agency's Director of Space, selecting a US de-orbit vehicle for the International Space Station will help NASA and its international partners ensure a safe and responsible transition in low Earth orbit at the end of station operations. This decision also supports NASA's plans for future commercial destinations and allows for the continued use of space near Earth. Which is why NASA is involving SpaceX. The company will make a vehicle. It will latch onto the 430-ton International Space Station, which is roughly the size of a football field. Then, the vehicle will guide the craft as it plunges out of Earth's orbit. The de-orbit vehicle will help the station slam back into the thick planetary atmosphere. Together, they will travel more than 27,000 kilometers per hour, and eventually, the station will be retired. Exactly when the space station will cease operations is not clear, but it's expected to happen in a few years. The US and Russia lead the International Space Station project. Europe, Canada, and Japan play supporting roles. All the partners have agreed to fund the station till 2030. NASA hopes that the space station will be ready for its retirement by then. And with that, it will be the end of an era.
Junk food is the new tobacco. We aren't saying this. One of the world's leading experts is. Professor Carlos Monteiro of the University of Sao Paulo is making headlines everywhere. He says that junk or ultra-processed food should be sold with tobacco-style warnings. Why? Because there is a growing evidence of the risks that it poses. So what risks do such foods carry? Can tobacco-style warnings help reduce junk food consumption? We will discuss this, but first let's talk about the basics. What is ultra-processed food? It refers to food that has undergone multiple industrial processes. Basically, food that has been beaten to a pulp, then covered in flavors and colors. Such food is both ready to eat and tasty, at least usually. This makes it a convenient choice. The obvious examples are burgers, chips, chocolates, and fizzy drinks. But did you know that baked goods, protein bars, and yogurts also fall into this category? Study after study says that ultra-processed food is unhealthy. Its risks have been heavily documented. In fact, ultra-processed food is directly linked to 32 diseases, be it mental, respiratory, cardiovascular, or gastro. Name a disease, and junk food most likely makes it worse. It increases risk of obesity by 66%, of cardiovascular disease by 50%, type 2 diabetes by 12%, mental disorders by 53%, depression by 22%, and it is also linked to asthma and cancer and increases the risk of death by 21%. This is horrifying, yet the consumption of junk food is on the rise across the world. The UK, the US consume the most ultra-processed food in the world, followed by France and Sweden. India is 13th on the list. For people who are younger or poorer, junk food typically comprises 80% of their diet.
There is an estimate of $1 trillion cost of the obesity epidemic for 2030. There is also an estimate of a 3% loss in gross domestic product. So simply, countries cannot afford, and particularly lower income countries cannot afford to have such an epidemic affecting them.
So this is not an individual's problem. It's a policy issue, which is why Professor Montero suggests that it is time for harsh measures. He has called for a ban on sales of junk food to schools and hospitals. He has urged that fresh foods be subsidized and that tobacco-style warnings are given on ultra-processed food packaging. He has drawn parallels between ultra-processed food and tobacco companies. After all, both cause numerous serious illnesses. Both can lead to premature mortality. Both are produced by transnational corporations which make huge profits from selling products that can be addictive, and makers of both lobby against regulation. So the parallels make sense. But can tobacco-style warnings work to curb consumption of ultra-processed food? Have such warnings worked for tobacco? Yes, they have been more than successful. Health warnings on tobacco packaging are one of the most cost-effective ways to curb smoking, especially when they combine text and pictures. They have proven to be incredibly powerful in increasing public awareness of the serious health risks of tobacco. They have proven to motivate users to quit, and also to reduce the appeal of tobacco as a whole. Such warnings are so successful, there have been calls to use them elsewhere as well, like on climate-damaging products or on social media. Now, only time will tell if they are employed to curb the consumption of ultra-processed food. With junk food displacing healthy diets globally, it may be time for some harsh measures. And now it's time for Vantage shots, images that tell the story. Drone video shows huge sinkholes swallowing parts of Illinois soccer field. Russian scientists conduct autopsy on 44,000-year-old permafrost wolf carcass. And the Olympic symbol was unveiled on the Arc de Triomphe ahead of the Games in Paris. Finally, taking you back in history, on this day in 1919, the Treaty of Versailles was signed in France. The agreement between Germany and the Allied nations marked the end of World War I. Leaving you on that note, thank you for watching. Have a great weekend.
From impeachments to inaugurations, if it's a political story, we are on the scene. The race for the White House is heating up.
We're beating Biden.
How dare he say that?
If it's breaking news, we're live with the latest coverage. From the White House, the State Department, and Capitol Hill, we know the issues, but above all, we know the players to bring you the latest in-depth analysis on all the key stories that we're covering. I'm Ebrahim. Join me from Washington here on Firstpost America. We begin in the United States, where President Joe Biden and former President Donald Trump went head-to-head in their first debate of the 2024 presidential race. The 90-minute debate with mic cuts and no live audience was held at CNN headquarters in Atlanta, Georgia. The debate focused on a wide range of topics, including the economy, foreign policy, immigration, abortion rights, and more. And President Biden wasted no time in criticizing Donald Trump's economic legacy during his term in office. The commander-in-chief said Trump left him an economy that was in free fall. But Donald Trump said everything was, quote, rocking good when he was president.
We had the greatest economy in the history of our country. We have never done so well. Everybody was amazed by it. Other countries were copying us. We got hit with COVID. And when we did, we spent the money necessary so we wouldn't end up in a Great Depression, the likes of which we had in 1929. By the time we finished, so we did a great job. We got a lot of credit for the economy, a lot of credit for the military, and no wars, and so many other things. Everything was rocking good.
On foreign policy, Donald Trump seized the opportunity to target President Biden over the withdrawal of U.S. troops from Afghanistan in 2021. He called the withdrawal the most embarrassing day in the history of the United States. However, President Biden clapped back and referred to the claims of Donald Trump labeling the soldiers as suckers. The Democrat invoked the memory of his late son, Beau, who served in Iraq and later died of cancer.
I was recently in France for D-Day, and I spoke all about those heroes that died. I went to the World War II cemetery, World War I cemetery he refused to go to. He was standing with his four-star general, and he told me, he said, I don't want to go in there because they're a bunch of losers and suckers. My son was not a loser, was not a sucker. You're the sucker. You're the loser.
But Donald Trump went on to say that President Biden is leading the country into World War III.
We are very, very close to World War III, and he's driving us there. And Kim Jong-un and President Xi of China, Kim Jong-un of North Korea, all of these, Putin, they don't respect him. They don't fear him. They have nothing going with this gentleman, and he's going to drive us into World War III.
Now, the two presidential nominees also clashed on immigration, which remains a hot-button issue for American voters. President Biden accused Donald Trump of exaggerating the state of the country's immigration crisis, while the Republicans said President Biden had failed to secure the southern border, allowing scores of criminals into the United States. The debate took a heated turn when the topic turned to abortion rights, and the former president tried to shift attention to what he called Democratic extremism. He falsely claimed that Democrats support abortions after babies are born, whereas President Biden called Trump's actions a terrible thing. After the Republican boasted of nominating 3 Supreme Court judges that helped overturn Roe versus Wade. Now, the 90-minute debate had moments of stumbles by President Biden, once again raising concerns about his age and fitness for office. In fact, in one instance, the president conflated his administration's COVID response with Medicare, giving Trump the upper hand.
What I'm going to do is fix the tax system. For example, we have 1,000 trillionaires in America. Billionaires in America. And what's happening? They're in a situation where they, in fact, pay 8.2% in taxes. If they just paid 24% or 25%, either one of those numbers. They'd raise $500 billion, I should say, in a 10-year period. We'd be able to wipe out his debt. We'd be able to help make sure that all those things we need to do, child care, elder care, making sure that we continue to strengthen our healthcare system, making sure that we're able to make every single solitary person eligible for what I've been able to do with the COVID, with dealing with everything we have to do with, look, if we finally beat Medicare.
Thank you, President Biden. President Trump?
Well, he's right. He did beat Medicare. He beat it to death, and he's destroying Medicare.
The Biden campaign made clear to note that President Biden was in fact battling a cold, which explained his raspy voice. However, that did not stop President Biden from attacking Trump over his hush money conviction and equating the Republicans' morals to that of an alley cat.
The crimes that you are still charged with, and think of all the civil penalties you have. How many billions of dollars do you owe in civil penalties for molesting a woman in public, for doing a whole range of things, of having sex with a porn star on the night while your wife was pregnant? I mean, what are you talking about? You have the morals of an alley cat.
Give you a minute, sir.
I didn't have sex with a porn star.
Former President Donald Trump also tried to dodge questions about his response to the Capitol Hill attack on January 6, but President Biden would not let him off the hook.
The fact is that there was no effort on his part to stop what was going on up in Capitol Hill, and all those people, every one of those who are convicted, deserves to be convicted.
Now, with the first debate in the books, both men, in theory, have time to recover from their performances until September, when the second presidential debate is scheduled. Until then, voters have time to decide who they would prefer to be the next president of the United States. And in the Middle East, as voting in the presidential election came to an end, Secretary of State Antony Blinken announced new sanctions targeting Iran in response to its ongoing nuclear activities. Secretary Blinken said, quote, "We remain committed to never letting Iran obtain a nuclear weapon, and we are prepared to use all elements of national power to ensure that outcome," end quote. The sanctions have been imposed on 3 shipping companies based in the United Arab Emirates for allegedly transporting Iranian oil along with 11 associated vessels. These sanctions prohibit any transactions by the companies in the United States dollars and also freezes their assets within the U.S. Washington had previously implemented a comprehensive unilateral ban on the purchase of Iranian oil initiated by former President Donald Trump following the withdrawal from the Iran nuclear deal. However, last month, the UN nuclear watchdog cautioned that Iran's nuclear capacities have been expanding.
The Director General of the International Atomic Energy Agency reports that Iran's total stockpiles of enriched uranium now stand at more than 30 times the JCPOA limit. Iran is growing its stockpile of high enriched uranium to levels unprecedented for a state without a nuclear weapons program. Such activity has no credible civilian justification.
Meanwhile, Iranians cast their ballots in a snap election to replace the late President Ebrahim Raisi, who was killed in a helicopter crash on the 19th of May. Around 61 million Iranians voted in the election, and over 58,000 polling stations were installed across the country. Iran's supreme leader also cast his vote in Tehran and urged the public to turn out in big numbers.
People's turnout with enthusiasm and higher number of voters, this is a definite need for the Islamic Republic.
Public apathy has become pervasive in the Islamic Republic after years of economic woes, mass protests, and political tensions.
My hope is to improve the economic situation, lower the inflation rate, and control exchange rate fluctuations. If this aspect can be improved, I think we can achieve development, especially for the younger generation of Iranians.
Now, the results of the presidential election will be declared 48 hours after the last ballot is counted, and it remains to be seen whether Iranians will pick a reformist leader or another hardliner president like the late Raisi. And now, shifting focus to Europe, Germany has introduced a new citizenship law that requires applicants to accept Israel's right to exist. The legislation came into effect on Thursday and is part of a broader overhaul of the country's national criteria. However, it is now being criticized over its implications for free speech and political expression. Berlin says the contentious law has been brought in response to increasing anti-Semitism in Germany. A report last year said that anti-Semitic incidents in Germany rose by an astounding 320% after Hamas attacked Israel on October 7th. Now, Germany's new naturalization exam will include questions on anti-Semitism, the right of the state of Israel to exist, and Jewish life in the country. These requirements have raised eyebrows among human rights advocates and legal experts who've accused authorities of infringing on the free speech and free assembly rights of pro-Palestine protesters. All of this comes as tensions among Germans have already been rising because of Israel's war in Gaza and Berlin's strong support of Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. German Chancellor Olaf Scholz has reiterated that Israel's security is a matter of national interest. But adding to this complex picture is Germany's Palestinian refugee diaspora. The country is estimated to have 300,000 Palestinians, which is the largest number of Palestinian diaspora in Europe. Critics fear that the new law is part of a broader crackdown on pro-Palestinian activism in Germany. Now, earlier, authorities in Berlin allowed schools to place bans on Palestinian flags and scarves worn by pro-Palestinian activists. And this is not the first time that authorities in Germany have introduced such legislation. In fact, in December, the state of Saxony-Anhalt in eastern Germany also required citizenship applicants to recognize Israel's right to exist. And now moving to China. Chinese leader Xi Jinping has sacked 2 former defense ministers from the Communist Party over corruption charges. The Politburo has launched prosecution proceedings for Li Shangfu and his predecessor, Wang Fenghe. The action follows Xi's anti-corruption campaign within the military's power centers. However, it also poses a risk of instability and a crisis of confidence during a sensitive time in China's foreign relations. Our next report goes into detail.
Behind the walls of the government and military compounds of the Chinese capital, powerful generals have disappeared from public view, one after another. While some were subsequently removed from their positions without explanation, others were charged with corruption. So after months of intense public speculation and evasive non-answers from government spokespersons, in the latest, the Chinese Communist Party has removed 2 former defense ministers, Li Shangfu and his predecessor Wei Fenghe, over allegations of corruption and bribery. The decision to remove former Defense Minister Li comes after he was removed from his position in October after only 7 months into his tenure. Since the dismissal reports suggest that Li's case has now been sent to military prosecutors, indicating a potential trial that could lead to a life sentence. Additionally, his predecessor Wei is also accused of serious violations of party discipline and the law. An investigation launched last September found that he had accepted a huge amount of money and valuables in bribes and helped others gain improper benefits in personal arrangements. And just like Li, Wei also disappeared from public view for an extended period after he was replaced during a cabinet reshuffle last March. The decisions to strip the ministers of their party membership was approved by the Communist Party's Politburo, and their removal from the Central Committee will be formally announced during the party's 3rd plenum scheduled from July 15th to 18th. Since last year, China's military has undergone a sweeping anti-corruption purge, with at least 7 PLA generals and a handful of aerospace defense industry executives removed from the national legislative body. These removals follow Chinese President Xi Jinping's corruption and disloyalty hallmark, which he pledged while coming to power in 2012. Analysts, however, explain that these purges are a setback for the Chinese leader, who's pumped billions into buying and developing equipment as part of a modernizing drive to build a world-class military by 2050. And also as military tensions in the West Philippine Sea and the Taiwan Straits remain fraught.
And now returning to the United States, some bars and restaurants in New York, Missouri, and Ohio have been stirring the pot by turning away patrons in their early 20s. If you're under 25, you might find yourself left out in the cold. They're denying entry to the Gen Z crowd in an effort to create a more sophisticated and drama-free environment. And this has seen both a wave of applause and backlash from younger adults. Our final report takes you inside.
For some people, age is just a number, but for others, it's a whole different vibe. Age differences can shake things up with varying outlooks, temperaments, lifestyles, and much more. And a few restaurants and bars in the United States believe that age is not just a number. In the states of New York, Missouri, and Ohio, new kinds of age restrictions are becoming a trend. They are now showing millennials of drinking age the door. Specifically, no one under 25 is welcome. Business owners are now fed up with fireball fanatics and beer keg chuggers. They're done with the binge drinking crowd, who are often spotted in flannel shirts, backwards hats, and a mixer permanently glued to their hands. They don't want 21-year-olds who can't hold their liquor, as they often cause chaos and puke in bathrooms. Many believe younger millennials are the ultimate buzzkills. But what is their reasoning behind this ban? They want to cater to a crowd that's more mature and less into obnoxious selfies and endless Snapchat streaks. They aim to offer their refined customers a place where they can unwind with friends who actually know how to behave. The move is a hot topic and has triggered plenty of debates. Some customers are all for the age restrictions. Many spots have thrived since the change, attracting patrons who prefer a night free of potential disruptions. These restaurants have seen a boost in reservations and sales, with guests loving the chill, luxurious vibe. But here's the flip side. A lot of people call this discrimination. They question if age really equals maturity, and if strict door policies are necessary to keep things classy. Some suggest upping the price point instead of the age limit to keep the riffraffs out. Historically, whenever restaurants try to enforce such rules, they get major backlash online. Whether it's the no shirts, no shoes, no service rule, or banning kids to dodge tantrums in food fights, these policies always stir the pot. Experts argue that age-exclusive joints aren't likely to become a trend. Patrons under 30 are a cash cow. The younger crowd loves splurging on drinks and food. And with thin profit margins in food, many restaurants can't afford to lose them. Young professionals, after grinding all week, want to pay for a good time. Cutting out this demographic is a risky move, because at the end of the day, businesses need to bring in the moolah. While age restrictions might create a more sophisticated scene, they risk shutting out a profitable customer base. Balancing the desire for a mature vibe with the need for inclusivity and financial success is a tricky act for business owners.
That's our show for today. We certainly thank you so much for tuning in. We hope you have a great weekend, and we look forward to seeing you right back here next week.
Firstpost reports from the world's second largest continent. Hello, I'm Alison LaGrange. A very warm welcome from Durban, South Africa. We get you the news and the newsmakers from Africa. From elections to climate change to innovations and opportunities. As the world's attention shifts, we report from Africa, the heart of the global south. Join me every weekday live on First Post. Hello and welcome to First Post Africa, where we get you the top stories from the continent and from across the world. I'm Alison Lagrange, coming to you live from Durban, South Africa. Hello and welcome. Our top focus today is on South Africa. Just days after the country saw the formation of an unusual unity government, cracks are now out in the open among the main coalition partners. African National Congress, or the ANC, and the Democratic Alliance, the DA. As per reports, the deal between the two largest parties is all but over. The two parties have been at loggerheads over the cabinet ranks, and talks between them on cabinet formation are now stalled amid a lack of consensus. The two sides have exchanged a flurry of letters, which have now been leaked and reveal the heightened disagreements. In one of the letters shared on the 25th of June, South African President and ANC Chief Cyril Ramaphosa accused the DA leader John Steenhuisen of moving the goalpost and trying to create a parallel government in breach of the Constitution. Not just this, he said that he found another letter from DA Federal Council Chair Helen Zille offensive, condescending, and inconsistent with the Constitution. In this letter, the DA had demanded at least 12 ministerial posts. However, after ironing out differences, the ANC resolved to give the DA only 6 ministers. These include Home Affairs, Basic Education, Public Works and Infrastructure, Communications and Digital Technologies. Forest and Fisheries, as well as Trade and Industry, were also on the list for the DA. However, it later revised the offer and replaced the key Trade and Industry Ministry with the tourism industry. Now, DA leaders were unhappy with the decision. They then wrote to Ramaphosa and asked for 2 more ministers, and this demand has reportedly infuriated President Cyril Ramaphosa, who has now warned the DA to conclude all the talks on cabinet ranks by this week. The rift is being anxiously watched by financial market traders. South African markets slumped earlier today with the news of the deepening rift. ANC-DA coalition has been seen as more of a business-friendly, and investors anticipated the acceleration of economic reforms with their collaboration. However, that now seems to be in jeopardy. After the 29th of May elections, the ANC for the very first time lost its parliamentary majority in 3 decades. It won just 40% of the vote share, while the DA managed to win around 22%. The Nelson Mandela Party, which fought apartheid in South Africa, was forced to form a government of national unity with its main rival, the DA, and several other smaller parties. However, the centre-right DA is known for being a party of white privilege, and such a coalition has not been supported by the traditional ANC base. Rift and delays on cabinet formation were anticipated by analysts for such a government. However, if the deal collapses altogether, it could take South Africa to an unprecedented era of political uncertainty and instability. Now, for more on this, we have with us political commentator Ayanda Sishiwigzel, who is joining us live from Johannesburg, South Africa. Hello to you, Ayanda.
Hello, Alison, and hello to all of the First Post viewers.
Ayanda, Ramaphosa has accused the DA leader John Steenhuisen of trying to form a parallel government and of jeopardizing the formation of the government of national unity. What do you make of these comments?
I think that the president of the country is right on the money on saying that the Democratic Alliance is trying to gain power through governing, even though they have not been given the mandate to do so. So you rightly pointed out that no one political party got majority in this election, which means that we need to get into a government of national unity. A government of national unity means that no outright political party gets to have most of the most powerful positions in cabinet. So political parties need to come together, come to the table, and form a coalition, a national government of national unity in order to work together. And that means that no one political party can get the most powerful positions. It has to be spread amongst everybody. So I am failing to understand why it is that the Democratic Alliance is leading their negotiation strategy in this manner. It shows that their electorate really is in trouble, because right now it shows that their political party is vying for power in government instead of working with the government, or working to form a government rather. And it is really harrowing to see the audacious way in which these negotiations have been taking place, because they are nothing short of just a power grab from one political organization. And it is really disappointing to see such happening.
Right. And exploring the potential tensions between parties, especially given the ideological differences, we have seen these cracks beginning to show in this very newly formed NGU already. What is your view of the latest tussle over the cabinet ranks?
Look, this is not our first rodeo. When it comes to a government of national unity, we did this in 1994 in the advent of our democracy. And now we need to do it again. And I think political parties need to realize that the electorate is the ones that they need to put forward first, and not their own political gains. We have seen this play out in local government in 2016 and again in 2021, with the roller coaster of mayors that were changing in the three biggest metros in this country, namely Nelson Mandela Bay, Johannesburg, Tshwane, and the city of Ekurhuleni as well. We saw a merry-go-round of mayors changing because no one political party could actually stay and agree to anything that they'd signed to within those coalitions, which resulted in an unstable local government. And now I would think that these political parties who have been governing in local municipalities within a coalition would have learned these lessons that they learned in local government, so that when they come to national government, especially when it comes to negotiating for positions, that they will not do and repeat the same mistakes that they had done previously within the local within the local governments and the local municipalities. But now we are seeing that play out again. People are not negotiating in good faith. We see letters being leaked. Things are coming to the public incomplete. So there's misinformation and disinformation that is coming out about the negotiations. We see that there is a power grab that is happening in this tussle between cabinet positions. Really shows the electorate, not necessarily the people who are in government and those who are in power, but what it shows is that the electorate was correct in actually not giving one political party majority power, because now what this election has done is unmask and show the real face of who these political parties really are. So it's not about the electorate, it's not about the people, it's about whether or not my political party can attain the position of minister, the deputy minister, and of the deputy director general and the director general positions, which is really cadre deployment, which is also really hypocritical, because the Democratic Alliance took the African National Congress to court, all the way to the Constitutional Court, for cadre deployment, but in the same vein turn around and write in a letter that they expect cadre deployment, they expect to practice rather cadre deployment, and that the president needs to sign off on this. It really is just shocking, a shocking state of affairs.
Right, and just quickly, Ramaphosa has called on the DA to conclude the cabinet ranks this week. What is the likelihood of this deadline being reached and achieved, and where to from here?
The deadline has to be reached whether the Democratic Alliance, the ANC, or the different members within the GNU like it or not, the business of government and has to start. The National Assembly has to start. The work needs to begin. I think that negotiations will conclude this week, although I will not be held to ransom for that, because I've previously said that things will happen and now they haven't, because we are living in unprecedented times. And so this has never happened before. We've never waited this long for a president to form a cabinet. Even here in the province of Gauteng, we currently do not have a cabinet as we speak right now. Our president, our premier, Andre Panyaza Lesufi, has not formed a cabinet. And I think it is because of the fighting, the negotiations and the infighting that must be happening between the GNU partners, which is the reason why there has been this delay. So I can't really say when it is that is going to happen, but should this delay continue, we will be indeed entering into unprecedented times where I think now the law is going to have to step into place. We don't know what it is that is going to happen, because again, this has never really happened in the history of our democracy. So it's going to be very interesting times that we are heading into if these political parties can't do the right thing and put their egos to the side and actually put the people of South Africa first and making sure that they start getting into the work of the 7th administration. It really has to happen as quickly as humanly possible, because really we are waiting for the work of government to take place.
Yeah, absolutely. And as always, great to have you with us on First Post Africa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's shift focus to Kenya now, where protests against President William Ruto show no signs of dying down. Kenya's capital city, Nairobi, continues to remain on edge. On Thursday, clashes erupted once again between the Kenyan police and protesters. The police hurled tear gas to break up the protesters who continued to gather, despite President Ruto's decision to withdraw the controversial finance bill. Military has also been patrolling the streets of Nairobi. There were demonstrations also in Mombasa, Kisumu, Migori, and other major towns. Protesters say they still don't trust Ruto.
We are here because we are demonstrating, because how this guy has taken everything away from us. Now we have nothing to live for sure. So right now we have nothing to lose but our fear. We'll do it until the president steps down. We'll do it until the president steps down.
We want him to resign, and all the MPs that supported the finance bill must go home, and we don't want those MPs to make any public appearance. Those MPs must disappear from Kenya. We don't want to see them. Also, Ruto must resign. Ruto must resign and he goes home.
The bill that proposed tax hikes had drawn fierce criticism from the start. But why did the government introduce the bill in the first place? It is because the Kenyan government wanted to raise $2.7 billion in additional taxes. This was to reduce the budget deficit and borrowing. Kenya's public debt stands at a staggering 68% of its GDP, higher than the 55% mark recommended by the World Bank and the IMF. The government said the measures were necessary to reduce national debt and essential to keeping the government running. Despite the bill being withdrawn, people are still angry with the government. They say the government's measures are punitive. They are demanding President Ruto to step down and the government to cut down on its extravagance instead of punishing people. They also are angry at the Ruto government for ignoring their concerns. So, will William Ruto be caught between meeting their demands and the lenders, urging the government to cut deficits and get more funding, and a population burdened under a worsening cost of living crisis? Now, what were the proposed measures under this bill? It irked the Kenyan population. Let me break it down for you. It was meant to raise or introduce taxes or fees on a range of daily items and services. A 16% VAT on bread, cooking oil, diapers and sanitary pads, internet data, mobile phones, cameras and recording equipment, fuel, bank transfers, a yearly 2.5% tax on car ownership, and even taxes on cancer treatments. These were on the initial list. After peaceful protests by thousands, the government was forced to roll back on some of these taxes, including those on bread, cooking oil, car ownership and bank transfers. But many of the contentious ones remained, so the protests escalated. Now, the chaos continued even after President Ruto said he won't sign the bill into law. So what's next? Now the bill will return to Parliament with the recommendation that all of its clauses be deleted. The Ruto government says it will now work on austerity measures and would begin with cuts to the presidency's own budget. The government says that it will focus on operational expenditure, including travel, vehicle purchases and renovation. Now global ratings agencies say that after the withdrawal of the planned tax hikes, Kenya is unlikely to achieve its fiscal targets. So an end to problems for William Ruto and the people of Kenya are certainly not in sight. In southern Africa, the rift between neighbors Zimbabwe and Zambia is widening, but there seems to be a bigger geopolitical battle at play. Zimbabwe has been raising an alarm over the West's increasing support to its neighbor Zambia. Harare even claims that the United States is setting up a military base in Zambia and wants to move the United States African Command, or the AFRICOM, to Zambia from Germany. Zimbabwe also says there is a substantial amount of American military equipment at Zambia's airports. Earlier this month, Zimbabwean President Emmerson Mnangagwa rushed to Russian President Putin with these concerns. Speaking to Putin, he reportedly accused the U.S. of militarizing Zambia to consolidate power in the region and isolate Zimbabwe. He said the West continues to peruse the hegemonic tendencies that blatantly violate the sovereign equality of nations, justice and fairness. Now, he even slammed the West for abandoning Zimbabwe in favor of Zambia. Now, the United States has rubbished Zimbabwe's claims. Washington has denied setting up a military base in Zambia. The U.S. said it has no bases in Zambia and has no plans to expand its footprint there. Zambia, too, has denied the Zimbabwean reports. The Zambian president said the country has exchanged programs with multiple countries, including the U.S., which should not be mistaken for the U.S. establishing a base. Zambia says it has called on the African Union and the SADC to mediate the talks with Zimbabwe. Historically, Zimbabwe and Zambia had strong ties that were largely built on shared history and mutual support, especially during Harare's fight for independence. However, these relations began to deteriorate after Zambian President Hichilema took office in 2021. Now, President Hichilema also has close ties with Zimbabwe's opposition leader Nelson Chamisa, which has led to diplomatic friction between the two neighbors. Zimbabwe's political landscape has remained volatile. The ruling party, the ZANU-PF, which has been in power since the country's independence, faces allegations of corruption, rights abuses and election rigging. So the administration has been facing increasing pressure from the West and has sparked fears of an orchestrated regime change. President Mnangagwa accuses the U.S. of undermining his rule. So, as the U.S. consolidates its influence in Zambia, Zimbabwe is turning to Russia for support, and the Zimbabwe president wants Vladimir Putin to counterbalance the Western influence. And finally, to our special segment, Resurgent Africa. Amid reports of coups and crises that dominate the headlines from the continent, we get you positive stories that often get overlooked. Our report today is from the Democratic Republic of Congo. The country has seen decades-long violence, which has displaced millions. Children in the country have been stripped of opportunities. Most of them have only seen violence growing up. But amidst all of the gloom, some have learned to escape the situation with the game of chess. More details in our next report.
From wars to conflicts, to pandemic, and to climate disasters. We're living in times of great uncertainty. There are billions across the world who are caught in the line of fire. But the ones who are affected the most are children. The future generation is bearing the brunt of the world's ills. Millions of children across the world are affected by conflicts, with their dreams shattered and opportunities snatched. For children in the Democratic Republic of Congo, life is no different. The resource-rich Central African nation has been embroiled in decades-long armed conflict. It has pushed the country into one of the worst humanitarian disasters of the world. Millions have been forced to flee homes and have sought shelter in refugee camps. Life in these refugee camps is tough to say the least. There's little food. Water and electricity are luxuries. In one such refugee camp in eastern Congo, children, who have known little but conflict, have found their peace of mind in simple chessboards. A program called Chess in the City, seeking to shape the young minds positively. Once a week, the displaced children living at the Focus Congo camp in Kibati learn the strategic board game from players of a chess club from the nearby city of Goma.
We have been suffering war and violence for over 3 decades now. I myself was born into war and violence. So, for us adults, it's somewhat possible to cope. But for young people, we want to break this infernal cycle of violence. Because when a young person grows up and lives in a state of displacement, they will soon spend more than 2 years in these camps. Their intelligence will focus more directly on the war. So we want to break that. We want to break this infernal cycle.
24-year Akili Bashij Luenda is the founder of the initiative. He aims to use the cerebral game to provide an outlet and teach critical thinking to children traumatized by decades of violence. He says the game could help the youngsters make the right choice, which is peaceful and logical.
Firstly, by occupying their minds, because chess eliminates stress. It manages stress. It gives people the opportunity to find peaceful solutions to problems. So that's why we are much more interested in them, so that chess can bring peace, and so that they can rediscover themselves, rediscover logic.
The makeshift chess classes might not be the best. They lack basic equipment like tables and chairs. All they have is a basic board and a muddy floor to sit on. But this does not deter the enthusiasm and zeal among children. The focus and concentration seems to have taken them away from the worldly woes.
These children were scattered. They were playing dangerous games. But since we started this activity here, you can see for yourself how very, very concentrated they are. And we say to ourselves that if we had the means to look after them every week, we won't have children roaming around Focus Congo village begging. But here they are so interested, so concentrated, we tell ourselves it was worth it.
Camp runners say the chess program has been able to transform these young kids' lives. They are now building skills and moving away from violence. But the goal does not end here. The ultimate aim is to train these young players to compete in major tournaments, and also to represent Congo internationally.
We train them above all so that they can learn to compete in major competitions. Because we hope that from them we can find international masters. And what is the objective? You see a child, for example, who lives in the camps and who applies himself to the game of chess and finds the opportunity to leave the country to go and compete in tournaments abroad. He will discover the world and will discover that peace that exists outside the violence that we are experiencing.
DR Congo has endured 3 decades of war and violence. But this refugee camp has become a beacon of hope and resilience. It has given these children the will to fight against the odds, alter even the direst of circumstances. From being pawns of violence, they dream of being knights who can transform the future of their country.
And that's it for this Friday edition of the show. We will see you again on Monday at the same time. Thank you for watching.
On the show today, the T20 World Cup Bangladesh has moved across to the West Indies. What can you expect?
first time since India officially became a nuclear power.
Hello and welcome to Firstpost America. I'm Ebrahim, coming to you live from the nation's capital.